Chapter 1, Lance's Victory Road. Chapter 1, Lance's Victory Road. Kanto Region. Indigo Plateau. Champion Arena. Lance, wearing his signature black and red trench coat, sat cross-legged on the rock-facing battlefield, eyes closed. Beside him is his most trusted partner Dragonite. But at this point, the Pokémon looked a little tired. At this point, the champion arena was already full of spectators. Most of them were dressed in standard clothing, obviously superior trainers within the league, and there were tourists from all over the world. The purpose is to watch the journey of Lance, the champion of Johto region and the Dragon Elite of Kanto region, to challenge the double region champion. Mr. Lance, one of the 4 elites in Kanto, has defeated 2 elites, Agatha and Bruno. Now he only needs to defeat the last Ice-type elite Lorelei, and he will be able to successfully win the title of champion. Everyone, please cheer to Mr. Lance. The high-pitched voice of the host in the arena kept echoing. With the host's words, the atmosphere was heated up again. For a while, the arena was filled with shouts of people. Come on, Mr. Lance, take Lorelei. It's time for us to have a champion in Kanto. Mr. Do. You must win. Dragon-type Pokémon are invincible. Lance will not lose. Win. In the competition square, countless trainers who supported Lance shouted loudly, and their words were full of passion. It was also in the midst of the heated discussions of the crowd. At the other end of the arena, a young woman with a cold face slowly walked out. It was the Ice Element Elite Lorelei from the Kanto region. The appearance of Lorelei ushered in a new wave of voices in the audience. Miss Lorelei, show all your strength and you will definitely win. Yes, stop Lance and let him know that the champion of the strongest region is not so easy to be. You farts, this time the winner must be Mr. Lance. That's right, Do Elite is the strongest, this time he will definitely become the champion of Kanto Double Region. With the appearance of Lorelei, there were 2 shouts in the battlefield. Some of them support Lorelei, some support Lance, and the competition is fierce. But no matter what happened off the court, Lorelei and Lance on the court were unaffected. I saw them standing silently on both sides of the battlefield, and then took out various pokeballs from their waists. Flashes with red light. A burly Charizard appeared in front of Lance, chewing flames in his mouth. In front of his opponent, Lorelei, is a dugong crawling. When the 2 Pokémon appeared, the host's voice echoed in the arena again. It will now be the Lance Elite, facing the last opponent on the road to the champion. Let's see if Charizard's flames will burn his way to victory. Or will Dugong's frost freeze his dreams? After this remark, the audience was even more frenzied. Come on, Lance. Come on, Lance. Countless people shouted, watching Lance in a black and red trench coat, expecting him to perform miracles. They are in the Kanto region, a champion should be born. While everyone was watching, Professor Oak and the others in the VIP seat of the arena shook their heads slightly. Although Lance's strength is good, it is very difficult for him to take down this game. Yes, it's still a little bit worse after all. When Professor Oak finished speaking, a few people watching the game around him agreed. If there is an Alliance trainer present here at this time, it must be extremely shocked. Because of these people, all of them are mega celebrities resounding in the region. They are the Alliance President de Malongi, as well as Ghost Elite Agatha and Fighting Elite Bruno. It's a pity, if Lorelei is not the last to play, there is still a good chance for Do. Damalangi shook his head. Do's Dragon Legion itself is restrained by the Ice attribute. In addition to Charizard, the Ace Dragonite in his hand is the Pokémon of the Dragon type and the Flying type, and it is even more difficult to resist the Frost attack of Lorelei. It's too hard to win. At this time, Bruno was still wearing the shirtless dress he used to do, and he made a sharp judgment. Ghost-type Elite Agatha, although not speaking, nodded silently, apparently agreeing with the judgment of the rest of the VIP room. They all admit that Lance is strong, very strong. But in the case of repeated battles, Pokemon's physical energy is greatly consumed, and the attributes are extremely restrained. Almost impossible to win. Unless you use the transformation skills many times to increase the ability value of Charizard, who restrains the Ice-type Pokemon, you can push the team. However, Lorelei will not give Lance this opportunity. Professor Oak analyzes. Sure enough, Lance just shouted loudly in the arena. Charizard! Use Dragon Dance! But in the next second, Lorelei made a decisive decision. Dugong, use Surf! In an instant, a massive amount of water-type energy gathered in the field and turned into a wave that rushed towards Charizard. In desperation, Lance could only withdraw the order. Avoid! He shouted loudly. What happened next was not far from the predictions of Elite and Professor Oak in the VIP room. Having previously played against the rest of the Elite Pokemon, Charizard was quickly defeated by Dugong. And after Charizard's defeat, Lance's other Pokemon are even harder to resist when facing Lorelei's Ice-type Pokemon. The end of the battle. Lance, his most reliable partner, Dragonite, was also cornered by Lorelei's Blizzard tactic of continuous damage using Piloswine. Dragonite is still supporting, it's gathering Hyper Beam. It also wants to output combat. However, it finally fell down. Hosted in passionate commentary. However, as Dragonite's huge figure crashed to the ground, everything fell to the ground. Is this the end of the champion's journey across Elite? Unfortunately, Lance is already very strong. Even with the extreme disadvantage of attributes, he still dragged to the last Pokemon of Lorelei Elite. If the order of challenges is changed, maybe he can really win the champion position. Dragon-type Pokemon is really strong, but restrained is too ruthless. The physical disadvantage is too great, the will battle. Otherwise, Dragonite still has a chance. What a pity, just a little bit. Countless spectators sighed with embarrassment. Even those who support Lorelei have to admit. Lance passed the title of champion, but it was by no means weak. But a bit of luck. In the VIP room, Professor Oak, the two elites, and the leader of the alliance, De Malankai, shook their heads regretfully. Compared to the last challenge, Du's strength has improved tremendously, but unfortunately it's still a little short. Granny Agatha said helplessly. However, Lance himself, who has been talked about by countless people, is not so bad. He just smiled relievedly and looked up at the sky. It's only a little bit, next time, I will definitely succeed. Du thought silently, and suddenly, his eyeballs shrank. It seems to have seen something that surprised Lance. A red scratch divides the sky. No, it's not a scratch, but a huge meteorite. Etc. Lance was in a cold sweat. Because he found that the meteorite actually expanded more and more, as if the target of the fall was this arena. This elite, who was just at ease with the old god, was even blank in his mind in an instant. If the meteorite falls, take the number of people in the arena. There will be countless casualties. What exactly is this? Are there any meteorites about to fall from the sky? Is it the power of Pokemon? At this time, other people also noticed the vision in the sky, and tens of thousands of spectators in the arena raised their heads. But they obviously didn't realize the seriousness of the matter. But there was chaos in the VIP room. I can't sense what power is in that meteorite. Granny Agatha clutched her forehead, obviously in pain. As a ghost-type elite, she has a certain psychic ability, but when she touched the meteorite with her spirit, it was like being hit hard. This situation scared Professor Oak and the rest of the VIP seats for a while. Can't even touch an elite-level psychic? At this time, these top elites in the Kanto region, the presidents of the alliance, and the most knowledgeable scholars in Pokemon are all showing extremely shocking expressions. What exactly is a meteorite? Asterisk. Chapter 2, Pokemon God List, The World Shakes. Chapter 2, Pokemon God List, The World Shakes. However, at this time, they can't afford to think too much. Professor Oak and the two elites quickly realized one thing in horror. The meteorite is heading towards the Champion Arena on the Indigo Plateau. The audience outside the VIP room also gradually noticed this. The huge red-colored stone expanded even more in sight, and it was even about to hit it straight ahead. In an instant, all the audience panicked. This meteorite was hit here, hurry up and run. My God! The meteorite is about to hit. The speed is too fast, we are about to meet head-on, we can't leave. Countless people looked at the meteorite with expressions of fear and panic. Compared with other people on the field, Lorelei and Lance reacted quickly and shouted in unison. Everyone summoned Pokemon to attack together. Be sure to get rid of the meteorite in the air, otherwise no one can escape. According to their judgment. With the speed and size of the meteorite falling, once it falls, not to mention the trainers in this arena, the entire Indigo Plateau will be killed and injured countless times. Therefore, if you want to survive, you must stop the meteorite from falling. Yes, only the power of the Unova can survive. Blastoise, come out. Charizard, it's all up to you. Onix. The Champion Arena was filled with the League's superior trainers. After hearing Watna and Lorelei's words, they woke up like a dream. They have released their own Pokemon. The rest of the tourists followed suit. In an instant, the arena that was already packed with spectators once again emerged with a huge number of Pokemon. Arcanine, Vileplume, Blastoise, Rosacea, Raichu. These Pokemon trainers shouted. Raichu, use 100,000 volts on the meteorite. Blastoise, use the hydro pump. Venusaur, use solar beam. The voices of countless people are like a tsunami. The other side. Lance took out the pieces of vitality from his pocket with some distress, and fed them to a few Pokemons who had just lost their ability to fight. It's not that they are reluctant to take drugs, but this special prop that stimulates vitality will cause some damage to their Pokemon. But at this time, he had no choice. Dragonite? Use Hyper Beam. Lance shouted, and Lorelei on the other side gave instructions to his Piloswine. Piloswine. Use Sheer Cold. Not only Yulong outside the venue, but Professor Oak and others in the VIP room also sent their own Pokemon. Gengar, Shadow Ball. Agatha directed. Sawarang, Kahi Bomb. Bruno shouted too. Charizard. With the issuance of one after another command, countless Pokemon's attack skills rushed towards the meteorite. Boom. These attacks are inherently powerful. Now they are gathered together like the ocean of Wanyang, and the terrifying power contained in them can be called destroying the sky and destroying the earth. Even the legendary mythical beast will be overshadowed by such an attack. Such a terrifying attack, this meteorite that is not particularly large should not be able to withstand it. Seeing the terrifying scene caused by everyone's actions together, Professor Oak and others also breathed a sigh of relief. However, in the next second, Professor Oak and the others showed expressions of extreme fear and anxiety. Even, they forgot to continue giving orders to Pokemon for a while. Not for the other. Just because the meteorite was not affected at all by the terrorist attack of the massive Pokemon. Those attacks were like mud cows entering the sea and were directly swallowed by meteorites. And it still landed on the arena at a terrifying speed. How is this possible? Our attack is completely useless. No. No, even a divine beast can't bear such a terrifying attack. Why does this meteorite have no effect at all? Are we going to die? It's over, it's over. Seeing this situation, all the trainers turned pale and full of despair. In any case, they never thought that the attack they jointly launched did not have any effect on the meteorite. At this time, it is too late to run, and what awaits them will be the huge impact of the meteorite falling. At that time, they have no hope of surviving at all. Buzzing. But, while all waiting for death to come, the huge meteor suddenly crossed the sky above the Champion Arena and stopped landing. Meteorite, actually stopped. Actually, did it really stop? Great, now we don't have to die. Seeing this situation, everyone showed the ecstasy of the rest of their lives. They all thought they were dead, but they didn't expect this kind of change to happen. Look, everyone, there is text on the meteorite. While everyone was happy, the meteorite changed again. I saw the surface of the meteorite, a stream of golden energy gathered on the meteorite, and finally formed several simple and mysterious words. Pokemon God List. Seeing the text on the meteorite, everyone present was shocked. They obviously don't know those words, but the meaning they represent is clearly reflected in everyone's heart. Pokemon List? What is this? FK, why does the Pokemon list suddenly appear in my mind? What is the situation? What? You have one too? What the hell is going on here? Are we dreaming collectively? And even more frightening and unbelievable. Not just the Kanto trainers present. At this time, Pokemon trainers all over the world, the pictures of the Pokemon God list are reflected in their minds. This situation makes those people unbelievable. Many of them thought they had encountered an illusion of a ghost-type Pokemon or a psychic Pokemon. Begin to communicate with other people, either terrified or curious. But I found that no one can escape the influence of Pokemon God list. Viridian City Gym. Giovanni had been gently communicating with a Pokemon covered in armor. Suddenly, his eyes changed. What's wrong? There seems to be a creature in the strange armor sending a message to him with his mind. However, Giovanni didn't respond. The man behind the scenes of Team Rockets in the Kanto region even showed an extremely serious and uneasy look for the first time. For some reason, he could suddenly see that a strange thing called Pokemon appeared in the void. I am under the protection of Mutuo. To be able to do this unknowingly, what exactly is the Pokemon God list? Hone region, gorgeous competition arena. Wallace sat in the dressing room, gently wiping the scales of his melodic. He was stunned for a moment, sensing a strange, floating meteorite that seemed to flicker somewhere. But even though the distance is incomparably far, you can easily observe it as long as you devote a little attention to it. Pokemon God list. Interesting. Wallace's eyes lit up, and for the first time outside of the glamour contest and Pokemon battle, he had a serious interest in something. Galar region. Leon was sitting in the car, thinking about the next commercial shoot. He was suddenly frightened by this so-called Pokemon list. Is that Indigo Plateau? Kanto region. It can be clearly transmitted to my mind. Leon was vaguely uneasy. He felt that the power of this god list was probably unusual. If it is really malicious, there will be a lot of trouble. Red Lotus Island. Blaine looked around at the surprised crowd. To spread the image from a long distance, this power is no less than that of a beast. Devon Corporation. Stephen puts down the evolutionary stone/ite he has. This meteorite. I really want to collect it? Unova region. And put down the myth book in his hand. Pokemon list? Spread to the world? I am afraid that such an effect cannot be achieved with Reshiram's power. Lieutenant Surge, Cynthia, Lotus Mist, Phoebe. At this time, countless powerhouses in the Pokemon world put down what they were doing and fell into a state of shock. Ordinary people may think that this is just an image, but the real powerhouse realizes it. The Pokemon God ranking, which allows everyone to sense their own existence indiscriminately, is extremely powerful. Even the mythical beasts in the legends of various regions probably do not have this kind of power. Not to mention the Indigo Plateau. At this time, the evolution of the Pokemon God list on the Indigo Plateau is still continuing, and countless complicated and mysterious characters appear in it. Although those scholars who study strange totems are unable to identify the text. But people all over the world have a unified perception of what the gods have conveyed. Pokemon God list, there will be a variety of lists. For example, the strongest Pokemon, the strongest trainer or the most cherished item, the holder of the most divine beasts, the power of each type of Pokemon, and the leaderboard of the trainer. There's even a list of creatures with the best fishing skills. The strongest Pokemon after million evolution. Z moves leaderboard. And the text also mentioned a point, once you enter the leaderboard, you can get rewards from the origin of the universe. In an instant, the entire Pokemon world goes crazy again. In the beginning, countless people were frightened and scared, wondering what the origin of this Pokemon list was. Because it's so weird. But now, many people are cheering. This is a gift from God to us. As long as you are on the list, you can get the reward from the origin of the universe. It is definitely a very common treasure. Yes. And there are so many types of lists, maybe we all have a chance to be selected. Although at this time there are still many people who are skeptical about this so-called list of gods. But more people still choose to believe and look forward to being on the list. After all, there is no need to deceive people who can appear in the minds of people all over the world. Also, in anticipation of everyone, the first list of the Pokemon God list was generated impressively. Ranking of the strongest Dragon-type Pokemon trainers. Listing rules: among all regions, the top 100 Dragon-type Pokemons that have been conquered in strength will be included in the list. Asterisk. Chapter 3, the list is open, amazing rewards. Chapter 3, the list is open, amazing rewards. Smoking Jim. Claire looked surprised. Dragon system. Leader, then you don't have a chance. Congratulations, leader, if you can successfully get on the list and get rewards, you will have a chance to hit the elite. Hone region, MT. Drake stroked the corner of Bagon's mouth and smiled. Dragon ranking. It seems that my next main Pokemon may be cultivated earlier. Unova region. Shaka was stunned. Dragon system first. Yes, I want to see, how many places can I rank? It's actually a dragon. Great, I will definitely be on the list to get the reward. Dragon-type Pokemon trainers are rare, maybe I can get a share of it? The reward of the origin of the universe? What is it like? Countless dragon trainers were excited and cheered. Many people even began to fantasize about being on the leaderboard and their fame greatly increased. At the same time, getting the reward of the origin of the universe, the strength skyrocketed. Among the Indigo Plateau, Professor Oak and the other three elites also came to Lance. When they were defending against meteorites earlier, several of the VIP seats had already left the room. They looked at Lance's figure, even a little envious. Dragon trainer ranking? Isn't it a reward for Lance? Lorelei, who had just defeated Lance, was the first to speak. Congratulations, you must have a place in the Dragon Trainer ranking list this time, if you get the so-called Cosmic Origin reward. Fight again, you might be able to defeat me easily. Professor Oak and Alliance President Damalanchi were also very happy. Zyadu, in this ranking of Dragon Trainers, your main Pokemon should be at the top. Bruno also added. Dragon-type Pokemon itself is extremely rare, and the powerhouses in the world can count them with their fingers. Even if you are not at the top of the list, you are at least in the top few. When the time comes, it will be easy to hit the Kanto champion position again. Just on your way to the champions, the Pokemon list came, maybe this is your chance. Agatha's mother-in-law smiled with relief. She was very optimistic about Lance's impact on the champion position from the beginning. She originally thought that after losing to Lorelei, the Kanto champion would be left empty. Who knew that the Pokemon God list brought a turnaround? Lance himself is naturally modest. Where? There is a dragon category now, and there should be a list of other attribute trainers in the future. Everyone has the opportunity to grow in strength. It may be even more difficult for me to get the champion position. Having said that, Lance also had a bit of confidence in his eyes. This time the dragon trainer rankings. Lance can't say that he will definitely be the top dragon trainer, but the top 5 should be no problem. At that time, when there is a reward item from the origin of the universe, he believes that the champion of the Kanto region will definitely win it. Xayadu, your eyes can betray you, ha ha ha. Hearing this, Oak and the others laughed and joked a few words. In their opinion, although the dragon Pokemon rankings have not yet been released, the suspense has long been lost. Among the top dragon powerhouses, Lance must have a place. In the Kanto region, a long-lost region champion will be born. While everyone was talking, on the other side, the Pokemon list above the champion arena changed again. The quaint and mysterious words condensed a brilliant golden light curtain. It completely covered the entire sky. And the bottom of the light curtain. Words written by the world of Pokemon slowly appear. 100th place, Drudigan. Current trainer, Torugyud. Level strength, leader peak. Rank reward, quasi-elite qualification Dratini. The content is not long. But the entire Pokemon world exploded in an instant. The last place on the list actually has the strength of a leader. Saffron City, a young man who had been looking forward to watching the list, said in surprise. Leader is the pinnacle, and is already considered an absolute powerhouse in the Pokemon world. A trainer's strength is determined by his strongest Pokemon. The Pokemon that most people accompany for a lifetime can only be regarded as a novice if calculated according to the combat power. Superior Pokemon are rare. As for the leader level above superior, it is basically only attainable by the top powerhouses in a city. As for the more advanced quasi-elite, elite, and champion levels, they can only be seen on TV. As expected of the strongest list covering the whole world, there is no simple person who can be on the list. Countless people watching the rankings were amazed. The selection of the Pokemon God list is really strict. Leader Peak is already a big boss, but he can only rank last in the rankings. However, compared to the conditions for being on the list, more people are shocked by this reward. My God, isn't this list reward too powerful? A Dratini, even the Yulong family wouldn't dare to say that one person has won. More than that? This is still a quasi-elite qualification. Doesn't that mean that as long as you get this Pokemon and nurture it carefully, you can have quasi-elite strength in the future? In the champion arena, many trainers were talking with envy on their faces. This level of Pokemon. It's still a dragon. Ordinary people don't even dare to think about it. With this level of Pokemon trainers, the future can be said to be very bright. At the same time, in the Yulong family, several elders are also stupid. Just getting on a leaderboard and getting a Dratini quasi-elite. This is too exaggerated. Even their family, famous for their dragon-type Pokemon, is only the heir to receive such treatment. Unexpectedly, the Pokemon God list will directly reward such Pokemon. And more people, especially those dragon trainers whose strength is higher than the peak level of leader. Crazy. There is such a reward for 100 people? It's too exaggerated. It stands to reason that the things given by the origin of the universe will become better and better, and even elite-level Pokemon are not impossible. It's developed. It's really developed. If I get on the list of gods, I will definitely increase my strength. At this time, above the mountains, outside the wilderness, in the city. Countless dragon-type Pokemon trainers with red eyes. Put the matter at hand aside completely, and stare desperately at the list announced by the Pokemon God ranking in the sea of consciousness. They even begged, even if they were just at the back. Quasi-elite Pokemon, priceless. And the trainers of the other attributes have an explosion of mentality. Especially those trainers who are extremely powerful, but the main Pokemon are not dragons, but they beat their chests one by one. Why is the dragon ranking released in the first place? I also want Pokemon with quasi-elite qualifications. The rewards are too generous. I am afraid that this dragon trainer will dominate the alliance for a long time. Pokemon God list, please hurry up to our steel system next. The strength of these trainers is quite impressive, but the rewards given by the so-called origin of the universe are still extremely shocking. Amazing. Below the arena, seeing the information on the leaderboard, Lance showed a thoughtful expression. Gutetsu. It should be a trainer from some little-known little place. He remembered the comments of a friend of Unova region. Drudigan? Dogs are not bred. Lance nodded, thinking silently. That is, the trainers in small places will be so tough. Asterisk. Chapter 4, Lance only ranked 30? Chapter 4, Lance only ranked 30? Although there has been an uproar in the entire Pokemon world at this time, the Pokemon God ranking is still silent, solemnly updating the content of the rankings. With the outline of a few words, new content appeared impressively. 99th, Kingdra. Trainer, Claire. Level Strength, Leader Peak. Ranking Reward, Quasi-Elite Qualification DNO, Hereditary Double-Edged Headbutt. Claire. Lance glanced at the leaderboard, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He remembered that child. A very hard worker. Able to get the 99th place in the Dragon Trainer. Presumably the development will be smoother in the future. Among the Smoke and Ink Gym, Claire was even more ecstatic. This is, the quasi-god Pokemon of the Unova region. And the powerful genetic skill of the double-edged head hammer. In this way, the Hydreigon strike surface is greatly supplemented. It's hard to imagine that just by advancing one ranking, the reward has increased so much. On the other hand, the names of trainers on the Pokemon God list have been announced. 98th, Duraludon. Trainer, Lookie. Level Strength, Leader Peak. Rank Reward, Quasi-Elite Qualification Gibble, Type, Rough Skin. 97th, Garchomp. Trainer, Kisri. Level Strength, Leader Peak. Ranking Reward, Quasi-Elite Qualification Dragalge plus Quasi-Elite Tyrant. 90th, Thunderbird Dragon. Trainer, Lekvi. Level Strength, Leader Peak. Ranking Rewards, Quasi-Elite Qualification Gibble plus Quasi-Elite Qualification Noibat. 85th, Haxorus. Trainer, Iris. Level Strength, Leader Peak. Ranking Rewards, Quasi-Elite Qualification Dratini plus Quasi-Elite Vibrava plus Breathing Belt. At this time, in Unova region, Iris in Sanjiang Gym pulled Shaka and shouted. Did you see it? I'm on the list too. And the breath belt, I've been begging for it for a long time. Just for my Haxorus. The ranking of the Pokemon God list is displayed rapidly. 80th, Altaria. Trainer, Drake. Level Strength, Quasi-Elite Beginner. Ranking Reward, Quasi-Elite Qualification DNO plus Quasi-Elite Qualification Aerodactyl plus Dragon Fang. After this ranking appeared, the heartbeats of countless people who were following the Pokemon God ranking were half a beat slower. Is this the Hoenn region elite? Only 80. No. It shouldn't be Drake Elite's ace, but the Pokemon of his second-tier team. But soon people realized something. That is, those Dragon-type champions and elites, I am afraid they are not going to get huge benefits. The Pokemon God ranking has to select the strongest 100 Dragon-type Pokemon, but those who specialize in dragon-type powerhouses can even occupy several rankings. 75th, Dragapult. Trainer, Can't. Level Strength, Quasi-Elite Beginner. Ranking Rewards, Quasi-Elite Qualification Altaria plus Quasi-Elite Qualification Flygon. 43rd, Salamins. Trainer, Sigina. Level Strength, Quasi-Elite Peak. Rank Reward, Elite Qualification Bagon. When the leaderboard reached the 43rd place, the Pokemon world shook again in an instant. Although everyone knows that the higher the ranking of the Pokemon gods, the better the rewards. But there are really elite qualified Pokemon still scaring everyone. This means that the winner can have an elite level pinnacle Pokemon in the future. And Sigina was also stunned at this time, looking at the Pokemon eggs gradually condensing in front of her eyes. She was surprised to the extent of dumbfounded. She sensed the strong life force in this egg and muttered, "Pokemon God list, so strong. Maybe, its power can help me resist Meteorite's tackle." The girl is amazed. If there is such power, there is hope to save the home even if they don't go after Rayquaza. The strange numbers on the list of gods are flying. Soon another well-known figure in the Pokemon world appeared. Number 40, Lao Wenlong. Trainer, Nightshade. Level Strength, Quasi-Elite Advanced. Ranking Rewards, Elite Qualification Dratini plus Move Machine, Dragon Rush plus Perfect Quality Dragon Scale. It's that dragon powerhouse from Alola region. Old Wenlong is not his main force either. Another elite level character has appeared. The identity of Solanum nigrum was instantly recognized. Countless people talked enviously. Afterwards, among the 30 or 40 or so rankings, there were many powerful trainers who were famous all over the world. 32 Kingdra, 37th Aerodactyl from Elite Drake of the Hone region Dragon series. Solanum nigrum, Kalos Dragon Elite, Doricina also occupied several places. These elite powerhouses have suddenly occupied more than a dozen places on the list. Moreover, their main force has not yet appeared. This situation makes the powerful trainers of other attributes flail. It's not fair. It's too unfair. The moment these rewards are issued, the dragon element is instantly superior to the other elements. Yeah, these rewards are too powerful. How do we play without dragon Pokemon? Looking at this situation, for a long time to come, the dragon elite in the alliance will occupy a dominant position. It's not someone else who said these words, it's the gym leaders and elites of those alliances. Look at these amazing rewards. Even they are very envious. To know. These dragon-type elites have obtained several elite qualified Pokemons like wholesalers. As long as they are cultivated a little, the future will be extremely powerful. In addition, the exclusive move machine of the dragon type, as well as the Dragon Fang, Dragon Scale, and other props that are indispensable for cultivating the Dragon-type Pokemon. Say without hesitation. In such an instant, these elites have obtained the heritage and wealth from the gods that are enough to build a powerful dragon family. How can this not make them envious? However, their thoughts did not affect the continued distribution of the god list. 30, Dragonite. Trainer, Lance. Level Strength, Elite Intermediate. Ranking Reward, Elite Stone, can turn Pokemon qualifications into Elite qualifications, plus Shiny Stones, can turn Pokemon into Shiny Pokemon after use, greatly increasing the strength. When this text appeared, instantly, countless people in Indigo Plateau, Champion Arena exclaimed, "How is this possible? Mr. Lance's Dragonite can only be ranked 30th. Are there so many powerhouses in the Pokemon world? He is the champion of Johto, the strongest elite in Kanto, and this is the only ranking." Countless people can't believe it. Even freaked out? Are there really so many hidden powerhouses? On the contrary, Professor Oak and the other elites seemed rather calm. The Dragonites that can still suppress several Pokemons in Lorelei after the last round of wheel-turning battles just now, how could there be only elite intermediates? And some superior trainers in the audience understood the details and explained. This Dragonite is obviously a Pokemon of Mr. Dew's second echelon, and he is not the only Dragonite. Indeed, Dragon elites from other regions have been on the list several times, and it is normal for Duo Elite to have a non-main Dragonite on the list. That is to say, but the non-main Pokemon of the Elite have the strength of the intermediate level of the Elite, and they are indeed the super strong existence known as the Royal Dragon Messenger. After hearing the explanation, everyone felt relieved about Lance's ranking. And after letting go, they were extremely envious of the reward the other party got. This reward is really going against the sky. Yeah, elite stone, shiny stone, such heaven-defying props that cannot exist in reality. I am afraid that only the original will of the universe can create it. Who said it wasn't? These two props alone will give the elite a powerful Pokemon at the peak of the elite in the near future. This reward is simply outrageous. Looking at the rewards Lance received, whether it was an ordinary trainer or those powerful trainers, they were all envious and jealous. Ha ha ha, elite stone, shiny stone, the list of gods is really extraordinary. As for Lance himself, he was even more excited to see the strange stone that suddenly appeared in his hand. Not to mention the rankings announced later. Even this reward has already surprised him enough. This time you can make a lot of money. Yeah, with these two powerful items, you're adding another powerful Pokemon. Hey, this time the strength of the dragon trainers has greatly increased, and we must be challenged in the future. Look at the excited Lance. Agatha, Lorelei, and Bruno, the three elites, were sincerely happy for him, but they couldn't hide the depression in their eyes. Why didn't we develop a dragon-type Pokemon in the first place? Otherwise, I can also be listed and rewarded. Thinking like this, the three of them were a little helpless, and they could only hope that the list of Pokemon related to them would be released soon. Otherwise, as Alliance elites, they would probably be attacked by many dragon-type trainers. Asterisk. Chapter 5, The Strong Come Out, Elite Champions are on the list one after another. Chapter 5, The Strong Come Out, Elite Champions are on the list one after another. The other side. Changes to the Pokemon God list are continuing. Bizarre words also continue to shine. 29th, Strange Jaw Dragon. Trainer, Artistry. Level Strength, Elite Advanced. Ranking Rewards, Elite Stone, Shiny Stone, Move Machine, Dragon Rush. 24th place, Soundwave Dragon. Trainer, Reeves. Level Strength, Elite Advanced. Ranking Rewards, Elite Stone, Shiny Stone, Dragon Bloodstone, strengthened when used by Dragon Pokemon. While the rankings are constantly being refreshed, the people of the Pokemon world have noticed again. From the 30th place reward, there has been a qualitative change. Prior to this, most of the Pokemon God list gave were Pokemon that needed to be cultivated. And now the rewards are items that can transform a Pokemon. The value of the two is incomparable. Because many trainers, even Elite and even Champion, their initial Pokemon, or Pokemon with deep emotions captured early, are often not particularly good. This also means that as the strength of the trainers improves, these closest partners can no longer fight with them, and their strength can no longer keep up with the trainers. Originally this problem was unsolved. As a result, many trainers can only watch painfully as their former best buddies take a backseat. But Pokemon God list can make Pokemon talents improve. Let the trainer's most affectionate partners return to the team. So in an instant, countless bosses couldn't sit still. They showed extreme surprise and shocking expressions one after another. At this time, it has been a while since the arrival of the gods. Naturally, these big figures have already confirmed the authenticity of the rewards of the gods. Viridian Gym. Giovanni was stunned, looking extremely unbelievable. He glanced at Persian, who was receiving his stroking beside him. If you can get elite stones, Persian may be even stronger. Giovanni is a little jealous of those dragon trainers now. Such a treasure. Giovanni knew that even with all the power of Team Rockets, it would be impossible to obtain such a treasure. But it was easily given by the Pokemon God list. Let this rebellious character raise a trace of awe and admiration in their hearts. Light Red Gym. Koga put down the poison he had prepared. He unleashed a smelly groomer that looked old and tired, with a glimmer of hope in his eyes. The Pokemon God list actually has such power. If only I could have a few dragon-type Pokemons, get the elite stones for the stinky groomer to use. Smelly groomer strength problem is solved. Maybe the poisonous decline can be restored. The Poison Elite looked at his original Pokemon, and nearly cried with excitement. Koga's Stinky Groomer, his first Pokemon, can't keep up with elite-level battles because of his aptitude. Even in a duel in the wild, the source was injured, the toxicity was greatly weakened, and it was already abolished. But the Elite Stone of the Pokemon God list can help Koga change the fate of the Stinky Groomer. He is now extremely envious of those dragon-type trainers. This situation is not unique. At this time, countless powerful trainers, watching their initial partners who couldn't keep up with the team, raised their incomparable covet for elite stones one after another. Soon, an order from Giovanni broke the peace of the Pokemon world. Team Rockets, do whatever it takes to buy an elite stone. You know, Lance is probably not short of money, and it is unlikely that he will sell such a precious treasure. But the top 30 of the Pokemon God list may not be willing to give up love. And Giovanni's approach also reminded many careerists. Whether it is Elite Stone or other previous rewards, it is not bound. They don't really have dragon Pokemon, but they can snatch it from those who get rewards. It is with such an idea. All of a sudden, Team Magma, Plasma Core, and Pokemon Hunters started to operate. The entire Pokemon world has been touched by a ranking announced by the Pokemon God ranking, and the dark tide is surging. And these do not affect the announcement of the rankings. At this time, the ranking of the Pokemon God list has reached the level of the top 20. 20th place, Soundwave Dragon. Trainer, Doracina. Level Strength, Elite Peak. Ranking Rewards, Champion Stone, Shiny Stone, Dragon Z Spar. At this point, it's not just words. On the Pokemon list, a dragon-shaped creature resembling a bat appeared. It looks fierce. Its stature is even more huge, and it is obviously not a mortal thing. On the list of gods, every inch of Sonic Dragon's skin is extremely delicate, and every minion is shining with cold light. Even the dragon-type power in this Pokemon makes everyone who pays attention to the god list clearly perceive it. This made countless trainers extremely shocked. This is tantamount to getting up close and personal with elite Pokemon. It turns out that dragon-type Pokemon can be so powerful. My god, my Sonic Dragon and Elite are basically two types of Pokemon. The ability of the Pokemon God list is too exaggerated. I feel like Doracina Elite's Pokemon is by my side. Aware of this situation, countless trainers are talking about it. The reverence in everyone's heart for the power of the gods list has also deepened again. Sinnoh Region, Celestic Town. I didn't expect that the 20th ranking reward is actually a champion stone. Kalos Dragon Elite Doracina, who was returning to her hometown on vacation, looked at the three strange spar in her hand again, with a surprised expression on her face. Prior to this, several of her main dragon-type Pokemon had also been on the list and received Elite Stone rewards. But compared to this rank 20 reward, it is undoubtedly a lot inferior. After all, the reward this time is the Champion Stone, a fetish that can create champion-level Pokemon. This reward, not to mention his elite, is also a great surprise for champion-level powerhouses. Besides Dragon Z Pure Crystal, this mysterious treasure specializing in Alola region, Doricina has also heard of it. Very low yield. The outside world is almost impossible to get. This time, Kurenai may not be able to sit still. Thinking of this, Doricina smiled slightly. She even felt that Absorb had finished the skein and promoted Champion Sonic Dragon with Z moves. Get yourself a chance to meet Diantha, Kalo's current champion. However, after being happy for a while, Doricina suddenly realized something, and her face was extremely strange. My strongest ace, Pokemon, can only be ranked 20th. Asterisk. Chapter 6, Champion Limit, can't make it into the top 10? Chapter 6, Champion Limit, can't make it into the top 10? Doricina looked stunned. The major alliances in the world of Pokemon naturally communicate with each other early on. She is very clear that there are not many strong dragons specializing in dragons like herself. Among them, the elite level is already the top. The champions are Lance and Nightshade. Even if you add the ace dragon Pokemon of champions like Cynthia, I shouldn't be so behind. Doricina looked confused and puzzled. Helpless, she could only curiously follow the Pokemon list, wanting to see who is at the top. However, as soon as Doricina saw the picture of the 19th place, she was instantly dumbfounded. 19th, Strange Jaw Dragon. Trainer, Diantha. Level Strength, Champion Junior. Ranking Rewards, Champion Stone plus Shiny Stone plus Draco Plate Replica, can make Dragon Pokemon break through the limit of racial value. On the top of the list of gods, a mighty dragon roared, and it was much stronger than the previous Sonic Dragon just by sight. At this time, Doricina looked at the scene and was shocked. Draco Plate. Is it a replica of the power of Arceus in Sinnoh myth? She is a native of Celestic Town, Sinnoh region, and she also knows something about the legendary beast that created the world. Then Doricina's mood became a little bitter again. Diantha's Strange Jaw Dragon has broken through to champion level. And she got a Draco Plate replica. The gap between Diantha and me, I'm afraid it has widened again. This Dragon Elite is very clear that Diantha not only broke through the champion level, but also got more rewards than himself in the god list. In an instant, Doricina stopped thinking about competing with Kalo's champion. She is really helpless. The gap between the original and Diantha still has a chance to catch up, but Doricina feels that there is no way to surpass the advantage of a Draco Plate imitation with her own ability. The rewards of the Pokemon God list are too scary and outrageous. Lumio City, in the dessert shop. Diantha pulled his Gardevoir, looking dull. She was so surprised that she couldn't even speak for a while. Strange Jaw isn't Diantha's ace Pokemon. But with this Draco Plate replica, I'm afraid it will soon be able to catch up in the footsteps of Diantha's ace Pokemon Gardevoir. You must know that it is extremely difficult for Pokemon to improve the strength of Pokemon above the champion level. Under normal circumstances, it may take more than 10 years to cultivate the Strange Jaw Dragon to the same level as Gardevoir, and it may not be successful. And now it's only the 19th place in the Dragon Trainer ranking, which gives Diantha the opportunity to skyrocket the team's strength. Pokemon God list, it's amazing. She sighed that after receiving the ranking reward, Diantha was in a state of ecstasy for a long time. But after calmed down, Diantha frowned again. My Strange Jaw Dragon champion can only be ranked 19th in strength. You know, the Kalos champion was overjoyed when he learned that the Dragon Trainer leaderboard had appeared. The strength of his own monster Jaw Dragon has entered the champion level, and he is likely to get the top 10 in this leaderboard and get excellent rewards. How can this make her not happy? After all, the Pokemon world's major regions often communicate with each other. Diantha is well aware of the existence of powerful dragon-type Pokemon in other regions. Drake, Nightshade, Lance. But no matter what, Diantha doesn't think that he is a champion-level monster-jawed dragon. There are only 19. Immediately, she was extremely curious. Didn't expect that there are so many powerhouses hidden in the Pokemon world. However, it's not just Diantha and Doracina who are puzzled by what's next on the Pokemon list. But all the trainers who control the powerful dragon-type Pokemon are all stunned. Number 18 on the dragon ranking. The ace of the Hone region dragon elite Drake Salamence, Champion Junior. 17th, Kingdra of Hone region Champion Wallace, Champion Intermediate. The 16th place, Alola region dragon Strongman Selenum, Komo, Champion Intermediate. The rewards they received were similar to Diantha's, both getting a replica of the Draco plate with the power of the dragon, and some more champion and shiny stones. Obviously the Pokemon of the top group of powerhouses have already entered the list one after another. However, some people who really know the top of the Pokemon world and the champion elites themselves are vaguely confused and puzzled. Why, these champion-level Pokemon, only a dozen? The God list shows the appearance and power of the champion-level Pokemon again and again. At this time, nearly 90% of the population in the Pokemon world was completely attracted by this fetish. If it weren't for the appearance of the Pokemon God list, most people would never be able to see these powerful Pokemon in their entire lives. What's the matter? No one of us in Kanto is on the list. Those elite champions in other regions are starting to frantically brush their faces, and we are too miserable here. Don't panic, everyone. The main force of Lance Elite hasn't appeared yet, which shows that our strength is still stronger. In the Kanto region, many trainers are talking about it. After all, the Pokemon list is for the whole world. The Kanto region is known as the strongest region, but in the rankings, there are very few trainers on the list, which makes them really embarrassed. Fortunately, people in the Kanto region didn't have to wait long. The Pokemon God list has changed again. 13th, Kingdra. Trainer, Lance. Level Strength, Champion Senior. Ranking Reward, Champion Stone 3 plus Shiny Stone 3 plus Draco Plate Replica *3. The reward for this top ranking is really rich. When Lance saw this, he nodded slightly, his eyes beaming with joy. With so many powerful rewards, he believes that after he digests the rewards and improves his strength, he will definitely succeed in challenging region champion again. Next, let's look at Dragonite. According to its strength, there is no problem with the top 10, it depends on the specific number. Lance's eyes flashed with confidence. As a genius descendant of the Yulong family, he dare not say anything about other Pokemons, but for the cultivation of Dragon-type Pokemons, he believes that he is no worse than anyone else. And his closest partner, Dragonite, has also reached the limit of strength. Even the mighty elite Pokemon and champion Pokemon are powerless against it. Therefore, he is very confident in his Dragonite. While he was thinking so, the leaderboard continued to be released. 12th, Garchomp. Trainer, Cynthia. Level Strength, Champion Peak. Ranking Reward, Exceeding Stone. After use, Pokemon can break through to the Ultimate Beast level. Huh? That little girl Garchomp from Sinnoh region actually reached the pinnacle level of champion. Lance was a little surprised, he hadn't reacted yet. Then the screen flashes again. In an instant, Lance was stupid. 11th place, Dragonite. Trainer, Lance. Level Strength, Champion Limit. Ranking Rewards, Exceeded Stone plus Ending Stream God Beast Qualification Dratini. My Dragonite is only ranked 11th. Lance looked surprised and was shocked inside. He didn't expect that the Ace Dragonite, which has reached the limit of Pokemon, could not even enter the top 10? What kind of existence are the top 10 Pokemon? Kneeling for support. Asterisk. Chapter 7, are the top 10 all divine beasts? Chapter 7, Are the top 10 all divine beasts? At this time, the Pokemon God list is on top. A picture condensed. It was Lance's Dragonite. This champion-level Pokemon looks majestic, with sharp eyes and a strong physique. Even Dragonite's two cute little wings have a lot of muscles, showing domineering. At a glance, this Pokemon is extremely powerful. However, the people of the Pokemon world were also dumbfounded when they saw that such a powerful Dragonite was only 11th on the leaderboard. What a joke! This Dragonite should be Lance's trump card. How come there is only 11th place? Johto Champion, Kanto Elite, Lance's main dragon Pokemon can't even make the top 10. It's outrageous. Who are the top 10 people on this list? For a time, countless trainers were dumbfounded. Extremely shocking. This is not normal. Can there be a stronger dragon trainer than Lance? At this time, Sinnoh region. Cynthia combed Togekiss' feathers thoughtfully. Not even Lance in the top 10. She also received a reward from the Pokemon God list just now, and she was very surprised and quite depressed. Her Garchomp is also a top dragon Pokemon. Originally, she thought she could rank well. But I didn't expect that it would only be ranked 12th in the Pokemon God list. And the famous dragon messenger Lance didn't even make it into the top 10. This made her very surprised. Elite and Champion have all been on the list. But the ranking list has not yet announced the top 10 strongest dragon trainers. That kind of existence, I am afraid it only exists in those ancient forces that have been passed down for countless years. Cynthia guessed in her heart. Those ancient forces are mysterious, but as a region champion, she knows something. In the Sinnoh region, there is an ancient heritage such as the Aura Warriors. Presumably other regions will not have nothing. Among these ancient inheritances, it is likely that there are some very powerful Pokemons that have been passed down for thousands of years and have survived to the present. Their trainers no longer exist, but they may follow the descendants of their own trainers back then. Only the Pokemon of these ancient inheritors can overwhelm these elite champions and occupy the top 10 rankings on the God list. With that in mind, Cynthia felt that this should be the only explanation. At the same time, the Alola region. Nightshade sat in the Kanto Pavilion, watching Lance's ranking, and fell into contemplation. I thought that in the realm of dragon-based Pokemon, Lance should be at the forefront of everyone. As a result, on the Pokemon list, he can only rank 11th. The red-haired young man was amazed. Hoenn region, MT. Drake frowned. Lance didn't even make the top 10. This dragon elite is a little shocked. He has seen the champion of Johto, and he is extremely powerful. Originally, Drake estimated that Lance was at least the top 5 among dragon trainers. Results rank so low? Shaka from Sangyong Gym, Doricina from Celestic Town, Kalos champion Diantha. The top elite champions are all surprised and even shocked. Lance's Dragonite, who doesn't know? That is a powerful existence that convinces the top powerhouses of them. But actually ranked 11? And it's not just the champions who are wondering. The expression of Professor Oak, who was standing beside Lance, was also full of confusion. Lance, only got 11th. It shouldn't be. Professor Oak was amazed at the contents of the Pokemon list. As a leader in the field of Pokemonology research, Professor Oak is known to have a wide range of friends and is familiar with some of the ancient families in the Pokemon world. There is no doubt that the Royal Dragon family is the #1 in the world in the cultivation of dragon Pokemon. And Lance is also the most talented junior in this family for hundreds of years. There is simply no one in the world who can surpass him in terms of dragons. This is the conclusion drawn by Professor Oak's vast experience. But the content on the list of gods completely denies this. It's not impossible if there are several people ranked above Lance. But there are 10 places, which is too exaggerated. If it weren't for the amazing performance of the previous Pokemon list. Professor Oak even suspects that the list is wrong. He is quite stunned and confused. And Lance himself gradually calmed down after being dumbfounded at first. Professor Oak, thank you for acknowledging me. The ability of the Pokemon God ranking is mysterious and unpredictable, should not be wrongly ranked. There must be a Dragon-type Pokemon bred by 10 trainers that is better than my Dragonite, he said firmly. As the top powerhouse who almost became the double champion of the Kanto-Johto region, Lance has his own ego. 11th place? If you lose, you lose. As for why it is said to be 10 trainers, it's also very simple. Lance judges that a Dragon-type Pokemon that can exceed the champion's ultimate strength, no matter how powerful a person is to have one, it is already considered a person with a very strong level of cultivation and good luck. Like the previous situation where several Pokemons are listed at the same time by one person, there will never be in the top 10. At the same time, Lance was not discouraged. He didn't think he would be much different from the top characters in the Dragon Trainer ranking. Even if the top 10 Dragon-type Pokemons have broken through the champion's limit, and the ability to rank among the third-level mythical beasts, it is estimated to be the lowest level. I'm still young, and with the support of the Yulong family, I'll have a chance to catch up soon. Lance talks about it, and looks very confident. For a moment, let alone Professor Oak, the 3 elites on the side were also stunned, and then a feeling of inferiority rose. He is indeed the strongest descendant of the Yulong family. If it was them, facing a possible third-level mythical beast-level powerful opponent, it is very likely that they would not even have the mind to fight. But Lance dared to rise to the challenge. Lance, you can do it? Professor Oak also had a smile on his face, looking relieved. This is the future of Kanto. Lance's expression was extremely determined, and he once again cast his eyes on the Pokemon leaderboard above the champion arena. I want to see what kind of characters these top 10 can hold down Dragonite. At this time, in the Pokemon world, countless powerhouses also cast their attention on the gods list that is about to change again. Those Dragon-type elites and champions, as well as countless gym leaders, superior trainers, and even villains such as Team Rocket's Galaxy Corps, looked at the upcoming 10th list with a look of extreme curiosity and anticipation. The previous news was too shocking. Lance is recognized as the strongest dragon in the world, and his ace, champion's ultimate Dragonite, is only 11th. Could it be that the 10th Pokemon on this list is at least a level 3 mythical beast? For a time, countless eyes converged on the list of gods. Finally, the Pokemon God list has changed again. Asterisk. Chapter 8, Divine Beast? Fragments of the Law. Crazy Champion Elites. Chapter 8, Divine Beast? Fragments of the Law. Crazy Champion Elites. The golden text on the leaderboard is constantly twisted, and finally presented. 10th place, Super Ancient Dragonite. Trainer, Yechen. Level Strength, 3rd level God Advanced. Ranking Rewards, Dragon Law Fragments. At the same time, the image of the Ultra-Ancient Dragonite was also condensed. Is this the 10th Dragon-type Pokemon? It's too strong. It's like the Dragonite that crosses the elite, there's no way to compare it with this one. It's so strong, I feel like this is the most powerful Dragon-type Pokemon I've ever seen in my life. Yeah, compared to this Dragonite, Lance's Dragonite really doesn't compare to it. Seeing the image of the super ancient Dragonite, countless people were suffocated in an instant. What kind of huge terrifying beast is this? The size of the super ancient Dragonite can be compared to the large lighthouses along the coast. This body shape alone gives people an extremely powerful and shocking feeling. Moreover, the powerful dragon origin power in the ultra-ancient Dragonite is also fully manifested under the power of the gods. Even ordinary people can clearly sense it. The strength of this Pokemon far exceeds that of Lance's Dragonite. At this moment, they understood that Lance's Dragonite was ranked below it, and it was indeed not wrong. When shocked by the power of the super ancient Dragonite, everyone was also curious about its owner. Who is this Yechen? How can he conquer such a powerful Pokemon? Yeah, the famous powerhouses announced in the Pokemon Alliance don't have this name. Could it be that Yechen is a powerhouse who has been hiding himself? I guess this person must be a descendant of those ancient forces, otherwise it is absolutely impossible to conquer Pokemon at the level of divine beasts. It makes sense. Trainers from all over the world immediately started talking. Everyone was moved by the appearance of this mysterious Yechen. But in such a big Pokemon world, there is really no one who can give the true identity of the other party. This situation made everyone curious about this Yechen. The reward for the 10th place in the Pokemon God list is actually a fragment of the Dragon Law. At this time, not only those ordinary trainers, but also Lance, the strongest Dragon-type elite, was extremely shocked. He wasn't shocked that the super ancient Dragonite, a beast-level Pokemon, was on the list. After all, when his champion limit Dragonite ranked 11th, he was already mentally prepared that the 10th place might be a mythical beast. Therefore, when the divine beast really appeared, he was surprised, but not strong. What really surprised him was the 10th place reward is actually a fragment of the law against the sky. To know. This is a fragment of the law, a god-defying artifact that can create a god. Although, the ultra-limited stone he obtained before also has the possibility of helping hand Pokemon to break through the divine beast, but it can only reach the 3rd level god realm at the highest. Compared with the strength of the dragon-type law fragments, that is the difference between clouds and mud. If you can get the fetish such as dragon law fragments, Lance has absolute certainty that his Dragonite will break through the 3rd level god in the short term, and even in the future, it is not impossible to hit the 2nd level god or even higher. And he has that confidence because he and the other elite champions know a few secrets. In the past, these top powerhouses and many Pokemon professors have jointly studied the growth limit of Pokemon many times. Based on their many studies and discussions, they finally came to a conclusion. A Pokemon, just by strengthening and improving its strength, can reach the limit of a 3rd level god. But the 2nd level gods and the 1st level gods above. With normal battles and resource cultivation alone, it will never be possible. In order for Pokemon to reach that level, Pokemon must understand the laws of their own attributes. But is this easier said than done? In the field of law, it is mysterious and mysterious, it cannot be pondered, it cannot be speculated. If there is no chance against the sky, no matter how talented you are, no matter how hard you work, it will be difficult to get in touch. So far, there has been recorded content in history, and no trainer has really made the Pokemon in his hand understand the law. But the Pokemon God list gives the 10th place reward, but it can let a Dragon-type Pokemon directly obtain the Dragon-type law fragments. Once Absorb understands, it is no exaggeration to say. Even the shame of a dragon with low combat power like Druddigon can reach the sky in one step, and will expand his strength to the realm of a 3rd level god at a very fast speed. Even in the future, there is still the possibility of progress. However, it is such a heaven-defying law fragment, but it was given out as a reward for the 10th place on the god list. How could Lance not be shocked? Sinnoh region. Cynthia was also stunned, not even holding Togekiss for a long time without any movement. Shards of the Dragon Law. Is it actually given out as a reward? Her brain is buzzing. Really scared. Cynthia's Garchomp, although still at the peak of champion, has a chance to break through the champion limit, and even gradually cultivate it in the future to reach the realm of the 3rd level mythical beast. But those who really want to be promoted are stronger. Without such law fragments, there is no chance at all. The reward of the god list is really getting more and more exaggerated. Cynthia's indifferent face in the past was also full of covet's color at this time. Hone region, Dragon-type Elite Drake, stood in the same place for a long time. God's list can actually give such a reward. Unfortunately, my strength is too weak to get it at all. Anova region. Kalos region. Alola region. Galar region. Many region champion elites were shocked by the appearance of the law fragments. And after the shock, there are all kinds of envy and hatred. After all, their ranking is not far from the 10th place. Among them, Lance is the most. Just one more. Lance has endless depression in his heart. His ranking reward is only 1 point away from the law reward. It's just a little bit, just a ranking, it's like a world of difference, making him miss the law fragments. Therefore, he is now very envious of this trainer named Yechen. However, the strength of Yechen, who can have a 3rd level god level Dragonite, is indeed better than mine. Although Lance envied the other party, he was also convinced of Yechen's strength. By cultivating a Dragonite to the advanced level of a 3rd level mythical beast, he will get a piece of the law, well deserved. As for the identity of the other party, Lance didn't think much about it, he was nothing more than a hidden powerhouse. He guessed that this Yechen probably got some ancient inheritance. However, Lance felt that something was wrong when he looked at the content of the leaderboard. Yechen's Dragonite is already a 3rd level god? Such strength is only ranked 10th. How strong should the top 9 trainers be? Lance thought about it, and instantly showed a somewhat broken look. He originally thought that he was already second to none in the cultivation of dragon-type Pokemon. Now the gods list gave him a slap in the face. There are many people who are stronger than his Lance. And it is far stronger, the last time is the level of the 3rd level beast. And this idea also appeared in the hearts of other champions. The super ancient Dragonite, which is a 3rd level god, is only ranked 10th. What kind of existence is further behind? The same is the 3rd level god advanced? Or is it the peak of the 3rd level god or even higher? At this moment, even the champions who overwhelmed Region 1 didn't dare to think about it any longer. Asterisk. Chapter 9, 2nd level Divine Beast, Yechen again? Who is he? Chapter 9, 2nd level Divine Beast, Yechen again? Who is he? When they were thinking this way, a new ranking appeared on the top of the God ranking. And see this ranking. Everyone was immediately stunned. Look out! I saw 2 Pokemon figures appearing on the top of the God list. These 2 Pokemons are red and blue, and they have a jet-like shape. From the surface, it is impossible to even tell that they belong to Dragon-type Pokemon. Besides, compared with the tyrannical power displayed by the super ancient Dragonite, these 2 Pokemons are beautiful and full of warm and peaceful atmosphere. However, no one dares to underestimate them. Because their rankings and displayed strength levels are far above the super ancient Dragonite. 9th, Latias, tied with 8th. Trainer, Yechen. Level Strength, Secondary Beast Intermediate. Ranking Reward, Dragon Law Fragments *2. 8th place, Latios. Trainer, Yechen. Level Strength, Secondary Beast Intermediate. Ranking Reward, Dragon Law Fragments *2. How is it possible? It's this Yechen again. It's unbelievable, he actually conquered 3 Pokemon at the level of mythical beasts by himself? How did he do it? Unimaginable, incredible. Terror is indeed horror, but I'm curious, what are these 2 so-called secondary gods Pokemon? Why have I never heard of it? It seems that we have never met, do you know? I know a little about these 2 Pokemon. They are the legendary Pokemon of our Water City and the patron saint of our Water City. It turned out to be a legendary Pokemon, no wonder we never met. This Yechen is so terrifying, even the legendary Pokemon can be subdued, and there are only 2 of them, it's simply terrible. At this moment, everyone was shocked. They never thought of it. Among the top 10 rankings, there are actually 3 Pokemons at the level of beasts that belong to the same person. And among them, there are 2 more legendary Pokemon. This was far beyond their expectations. Second level God. The 8th and 9th ranked god is actually the second level god who has learned the power of law in the legend. Who is this Ye-Chen? How did he conquer the legendary Pokemon who realized the power of the law? Compared to those ordinary trainers, the hearts of elite champions from various regions were even more shocking. Ordinary trainers do not know what the concept of a second level god is, but they are very clear. It is precisely because they are clear that they are so shocked to know. Most of the second level gods who have understood the power of the law are taboo existences with responsibilities. Their every move will have a huge impact on a large region and even the entire world. Therefore, this existence must be extremely proud. Humans are no different from ants in their eyes. Even if some of these classes are willing to get close to humans, they will never easily become trainer Pokemon. But now, the truth is before their eyes. Not only are there 2 Pokemons that become trainers, but they also belong to the same trainer. This situation is beyond the imagination of these elite champions. They even doubt whether all this is true or not. In reality, does such a person really exist? Hone region. Champion Wallace looked at the information on the list of gods in deep thought. Just then, someone suddenly came to visit. How did you come? Wallace was a little surprised. It was none other than the former league champion Steven, who was obsessed with collecting stones. Next to him is his iconic Pokemon Metagross. At this time, the young master of the Devon Corporation looked serious. You should have seen it too. Number 9 and number 8 on the Pokemon leaderboard, Latias, Latios. I see, I really can't figure out how this Ye-Chen did it. As soon as he mentioned this, Wallace was in a trance, and the content on the leaderboard surprised him. Latios and Latias are supposed to guard Seoul Do in the water capital. This Ye-Chen can actually get their approval. Steven also has a very unreal feeling. Latias, Latios, the patron saint of the water city, the symbol of the Hone region, the protagonists of countless Hone children's bedtime stories. It turned out that he had been subdued by a mysterious powerhouse named Ye-Chen. This made the 2 top experts in the Hone region extremely surprised and shocked. They were amazed at Ye-Chen's ability. Forget it, let's not talk about this. You are looking for me, you should want me to go to the water capital to verify it. Wallace suddenly reacted and asked Steven. The latter nodded sullenly. Yes, it stands to reason that the Pokemon list can't go wrong. Since it is shown that Latios and Latios were subdued by Ye-Chen, it is probably true. However, the Alliance still hopes that we can check to see what the situation of the 2 mythical beasts are. Okay, let's go now. After speaking, looking at the 3 mythical beasts displayed on the god list, Wallace sighed again. This Ye-Chen has 2 second-level divine beasts and 1 third-level divine beast, and his strength is enough to make people look up. I don't know what kind of terrifying guy exists above him. Hearing his emotion, Steven also nodded and said. It's really hard to imagine, and I have a bold speculation. Based on the current situation, I estimate that the top 7 Pokemon may be legendary Pokemon. Hearing Steven's guess, Wallace nodded in agreement and said, it's very possible. The legendary Pokemon that can overcome the power of comprehension of the law, I am afraid there is only the existence of the same legendary Pokemon. And the one who can conquer this legendary Pokemon, except for this Ye-Chen, I haven't. When he said this, Wallace suddenly stopped. An extremely frightening thought suddenly popped up in his mind. Big. Steven, do you think it's possible that those Pokemons in the top 7 are this Pokemon named Ye-Chen? Wallace looked at Steven dumbly, and said something that even he couldn't believe. No. Impossible. Those Pokemons in the top 7 are existences above the legendary Pokemons, they may all be more advanced legendary existences, that Yechen. Hearing Wallace's guess, Stephen was instantly shocked and instinctively wanted to refute. After all, in his mind, the higher-ranked Pokémons are more likely to exist than the legends of Latios and Latios. And this legendary Pokémon, which comprehends the power of the law, is impossible for ordinary people to conquer. This Yechen can conquer 2 legendary Pokémon. It is rare in the world. How can it be possible to conquer more? But the more Stephen thought about it, the less confident he became. Because it is the legend that Pokémon cannot be conquered by normal people, and this possibility is even higher. After all, this mysterious powerhouse named Yechen has already conquered 2 legendary Pokémon, fully proving that he has this ability. And since it is so, why doesn't he have the possibility to capture more legendary Pokémon? 3, 4, 5. Even the existence of the top 7 in the rankings. Thinking of this, Stephen and Wallace looked at each other, and both felt their scalps go numb. They hadn't thought about it before. But now, the more they think about it, the more afraid, and the more they think about it, the more likely it is. Call. Hopefully we were wrong. Finally, Stephen took a deep breath and said solemnly, "Hope. If such a person really exists, then I really don't know if it's good or bad for this world." Wallace nodded with a complicated expression. Afterwards, the two prepared to go to the water capital with trepidation. But at this time, there was another change in the rankings. P.S. The seedlings of the new book need your great support. Once again, I beg for flowers, I beg for evaluation tickets, I beg for rewards, and I beg for collections *. Chapter 10, is it the first on the list of gods? Chapter 10, is it the first on the list of gods? Insight. I saw a huge, pitch-black Pokémon covered in electric light appearing on the list of gods. And after it appeared, several Pokémon figures appeared one after another. 7th place, Zekrom. Level Strength, 1st level God Advanced. Trainer, Yechen. 6th place, Reshiram. Level Strength, 1st level God Advanced. Trainer, Yechen. 5th place, Qrem. Level Strength, 1st level God Advanced. Trainer, Yechen. Zekrom. Reshiram. Qrem. These 3 dragon-type spirits, whose strength has reached the 1st level God level, just appearing on the God list, make countless trainers feel the great power. Even many less powerful trainers dare not look directly at their figures, for fear of being shocked by the power they exude. Zekrom, Reshiram, Qrem. Isn't this the legendary Pokémon that the Unova region is also known as the 3 dragons of the Dao, and they were actually conquered? This. What is the origin of this Yechen? How did he do it? Kanto region. In the VIP room in the Champion Arena, Professor Oak was horrified. Even with his knowledge and wisdom, he couldn't figure out how this trainer named Yechen conquered such a legendary Pokémon. This. It's not something that humans can do at all. Beside him, Lance also sighed helplessly. In the beginning, when I saw the ultra-ancient Dragonite, I thought I might not be too far from that Yechen. Looking now, how can I be compared with this one? At this time, the elite, who has always been known as the strongest Imperial Dragon Envoy, was hit hard enough. He realized that the difference in strength between himself and Yechen was like a moat. Insurmountable. To say who was least surprised by this Yechen's reappearance, it would be Stephen and Wallace. Stephen, it looks like our guess was right. Wallace looked at Stephen seriously. This is the end of the matter, there is nothing to say, the most urgent thing is to go to the water and find out. As for the rankings, we'll talk about it after everything is confirmed. After Stephen finished speaking, he and Wallace set off for the water capital. At the same time, Unova region, the headquarters of the Galaxy Group. An put down the mythology reader in his hand, and Junyi's face was full of helplessness. No wonder Risharam has been reluctant to be my partner, so. Does it already have its own trainer? His eyes were a little dim, obviously not in a good mood. For a long time, he wanted to create a world where Pokemon were not oppressed and could coexist perfectly with humans. To this end, under the induction of the Plasma Group and his own efforts, he successfully came into contact with the legend Pokemon Reshiram, which symbolizes the ideal. And the legendary dragon driving the pure white fire also responded to N and approved his idea. But Reshiram is limited to using his own power, helping hand. He creates a world where Pokemon and humans coexist. But he was reluctant to officially become N's partner. Originally, N thought that his ideals were not firm enough, and his actions were not enough. Now he knows. Reshiram is reluctant because it already has people who really recognize and follow. It seems that it is impossible to conquer Lexiram. Thinking of this, N can only shake his head and put out the idea of wanting to subdue Reshiram. Legend has it that once a Pokemon approves to follow someone, it will never change for life. So even if I was as firm as N, I gave up the idea of conquering. At least. Reshiram is also willing to helping hand him, that's enough. Being able to conquer Zekrom, Reshiram, and Kyurem at the same time, this Mr. Yechen must be a great man with noble aspirations. N muttered to himself with a longing look, with great respect in his tone. Because only he knows best. The three dragons of the Dao in the Unova region are by no means a Pokemon that can be conquered by force. Think of conquering them, only those who are recognized can do it. Therefore, N has great respect for Mr. Yechen, whose ability and ideals are far beyond his own. I have never heard of Mr. Yechen's deeds and name before, and Lexiram has never said that there is such a great trainer. I don't know, where is this legendary figure now? If I can communicate with him, maybe I can understand the coexistence of humans and Pokemon, how to go. N's heart thought so. Also at this time, the new ranking on the Pokemon God list has been announced. 4th place, Palkia. Level Strength, the pinnacle of first-level gods. Trainer, Yechen. On the top of the list of gods, dragons, and beasts with noble purple patterns all over their bodies, showing their appearance in the turbulent space. Even if it's just an illusion, people seem to see black cracks when they watch it. 3rd place, Dialga. Level Strength, the pinnacle of first-level gods. Trainer, Yechen. Then there's the sapphire blue diamond-like Pokemon, whose backdrop is eerily eccentric and presents countless fragments of history. 2nd place, Giratina. Level Strength, the pinnacle of first-level gods. Trainer, Yechen. In the end, it was a giant beast dressed in white gold with spectacular bone wings, traveling through a world where everything was upside down. Countless people watching the list of gods were momentarily blank, and they were stunned by the illusion. Only those champion and elite level powerhouses can wake up immediately, but their astonish is even greater. In Celestic Town, Doracina burst into tears. This is the Palkia, the Dialga I've been searching for my whole life. They were all subdued by this mysterious powerhouse Yechen. On the other hand, Cynthia's thoughts in her mind were extremely chaotic. The Pokemon from our Sinnoh mythology has also appeared. And Yechen is their trainer. This young champion feels that his 3 views have been reshaped. This news is really amazing. However, when the strong people look dazed one by one. Ordinary people have yet to break free from the phantom coercion of the divine beast that was in charge of time, space, and reverse world. The leaderboard is updated again. The first place on the list of gods also jumped to the top at this time. P.S. The younger brother is relatively slow. I have just completed the 10 chapters of the task. It is too difficult. So here again I beg all readers to support me a lot. Flowers, evaluation tickets, collections, rewards, even a comment in the comment area are the greatest support, asterisk. Chapter 11, Creation Level Rayquaza. Chapter 11, Creation Level Rayquaza. First place, Colorful Rayquaza. Strength, Quasi-Creation God. Trainer, Yechen. Reward, Draco Plate, contains complete Dragon Law, can speed up the comprehension speed of Law after carrying, completely immune to the damage of Dragon Law. On the Pokemon God list, a flying dragon shining with colorful rays of light stands proudly, and the whole body gathers bright rays of light. Unlike the legendary Rayquaza in the Hoenn region, who has a slender green body, the scales of this Pokemon are gathered with prestige. Even the space in the colorful Rayquaza background is distorted by the mighty power. At this point, there was a moment of silence in the Pokemon world. The God list also simulates the energy and power in the colorful Rayquaza body. The coercion of the quasi-creation God level, even those elite and champion level characters are completely disturbed by the shocking thinking. Almost at the same time, people all over the world were petrified. After a while, someone slowly recovered. Colorful Rayquaza, what's this about? This Pokemon doesn't even exist in mythology. The final ranking was actually occupied by that mysterious Yechen. My god. His strength is too exaggerated. Quasi-creation God level? What is the concept? Does it really have the ability to create the world? The entire top 10 rankings are all Yechen. There are still such powerful characters hidden in the Pokemon world. Kanto region. Johto region. Hoenn region. Unova region. All of a sudden, everyone was brought to astonish by the content on the God list. The name Yechen has also been praised wildly by people. What kind of trainer can be so exaggerated? With the 10 Dragon-type Pokemon under Yechen, it is not difficult to destroy the whole world. Compared to that, the Pokemon League looks weak and pitiful. After the Pokemon God list released all the rankings of the strongest dragon trainers, it fell into silence for a short time. At this time, in the champion arena below the list of gods, countless spectators were still shocked by the power of the colorful Rayquaza. In the Kanto League on the other side, Professor Oak, Lance, Alliance President de Malongi, and the 3 elites walked into a conference room inside the arena with serious faces. After confirming that all the legendary Pokemon on the God list belong to one person, Damarachi, the president of the Alliance, has decided to hold the largest meeting of the World Alliance. Soon, all the staff in the conference room were cleared out, and Professor Oak himself turned on the screen projection equipment. After a while, the big screen in the conference room lights up. One after another, avatars appeared on the screen. At this time, if any staff member accidentally breaks in, it is estimated that they will be stunned by the sight in front of them. Only seen on the projected screen. It brings together elite and champion characters from major regions such as Lance, Wallace, Cynthia, etc. And Professor Oak, Mikasa Professor, Birch Professor, and many other top Pokemon professors. Any of these people are the top figures in the major region alliances. Now gathered together, just because of one person. This person is the superpower Yechen, who occupied the top 10 of the gods list and conquered many legendary Pokemons. In the face of this level of existence, even a behemoth like the Pokemon Alliance would not dare to be sloppy. I think everyone should have discovered something. The strength of that colorful Rayquaza, according to the god list, is a quasi-creation god level. This is a megafield that we haven't touched in our research. Damalan looked at the familiar figures in the video conference, without any politeness or greeting, but directly asked a sharp question. As soon as these words came out, many champion elites in the video conference looked solemn. Yechen is strong, they know it. But more importantly, they don't know anything about this powerful man who is enough to destroy the world. The character of the other party, the person of the other party, the way the other party behaves, etc., all this is a mystery. This situation makes these alliance executives who are in charge of each region very uneasy. Just as the video conference fell into a brief silence, Alliance President Dama Lankai spoke again and raised a question that everyone has been worrying about. This mysterious Mr. Yechen is so powerful. How should we deal with him? No one replied. Logically speaking, this problem is not difficult. For some strong people, the Pokemon Alliance has never been stingy with money and wealth and resources to cultivate Pokemon to win over. But this strong man who shocked the whole world, will lack these things. There are not many resources that we can use to attract such a peerless powerhouse. Steven said sharply. I can't say the same, maybe we can use the human advantage of the Pokemon Alliance. Collecting what he wants for that Mr. Yechen is also an idea. Unova Region Champion Alder has a suggestion. Yeah, if Mr. Yechen has friends and family, he can also start from this aspect. Ghost-type Elite Agatha also thought about it. With the submission of opinions one by one, immediately, the atmosphere of the video conference became high, and more high-level officials participated in the discussion, thinking about how to make friends with the mysterious powerhouse Yechen. But just as the discussion in the video conference intensified, Lance suddenly gave a wry smile. The method you mentioned may be effective, but it has to be viewed by others. That Mr. Yechen's strength is beyond the imagination of the world, and he can't get what he wants? To put it in despair, although our alliance is in charge of the order of the world, we have nothing to do with him. Asterisk. Chapter 12, Recommend to become the league's overall champion. Kneeling for support. Chapter 12, Recommend to become the league's overall champion. In an instant, all the top leaders of the alliance were silent. Can't hold back a word. It's not that what Lance said is wrong, it's just too right. Completely correct. It even gave these high-level and top powerhouses of the alliance a strong sense of powerlessness. Such a level of power. They don't make any difference at all. Later, in the video conference, Unova Region Champion Alder looked even more desperate and pessimistic. And thinking about it badly, if that Yechen wants to destroy the world, we can't do anything. Immediately afterward, the former champion of Galar Region, Masked, also had a solemn tone. We don't know the character and temper of this mysterious powerhouse at all now. Those organizations such as Team Rockets and Galaxy Group can also see the content recorded on the God list. What if they talk about Mr. Yechen? If Mr. Yechen wants to rule the world or destroy the alliance, we can't do anything about it. In a few words, the atmosphere in the video conference is already gloomy and dull. The people present were all the top figures in the Pokemon world, and their words and deeds could inspire earthquakes in all regions, but at this time they were all worried because of Yechen's unknown attitude. I even feel hopeless and powerless. Until, Wallace hesitated to break the silence. I think our worries now may not be too necessary, right? The Hone Region Champion is relatively optimistic. The Latias and Lashios captured by Mr. Yechen are the legendary Pokemon known for their guardian heart. Trainers who can get their approval should not be evil-hearted people. It's hard for Wallace to imagine the ambition to rule the world for a character that the patron saint of the Water City is willing to serve. Seeing this, Cynthia also shines. Yes, Dialga, Palyakia, Giratina, these Pokemon are also gods who maintain time, space, and reverse world. The trainer they choose should also be someone who is willing to protect the order of the world. In the legends of the Sinnoh region, the three mythical beasts who were given life by the god of creation are not gentle, but they will perform their duties staunchly. How can someone with a bad mind have the chance to subdue Dialga, Palyakia, and Giratina? And the powerhouses of Unova region are waking up like a dream. Super Elite Catla is said like a treasure. Reshiram, Zekrom are legendary Pokemon that only follow heroes. Symbols reality and ideal respectively. Yechen can make them follow. The only explanation is that he is an extremely pure and noble person. And it's also extremely persevering in mind. It has both the ability to change the world for a better place and a lofty ideal. The eldest lady who came from a famous family was talking. Not only did she have no previous worries, but her eyes lit up slightly, and she was full of curiosity and yearning for that mysterious Ye-Chen. That must be an amazing person. Katla thought longingly. She had heard the legend of Sanjiang since she was a child. And Ye-Chen, who can be recognized by Risharam and Zekrom, must be the hero that Unova region is looking for. The powerhouses in the video conference were stunned for a moment, and then they immediately felt that the ideas of the local people from the three regions of Hon, Sinnoh, and Unova were quite reasonable. I think Miss Katla's analysis is correct. The probability that Mr. Ye-Chen is a kind-hearted person is much higher. Professor Birch said seriously. Then the responders gathered. The divine beast that symbolizes guardianship, the divine beast that symbolizes order, and the heroic beast that changes the world. If all the three legendary Pokemon follow one person, we still have to doubt Mr. Ye-Chen's character. Isn't that ridiculous? The leader of the alliance, Damalankai, was even more excited. Maybe there are some vicious and greedy people among humans, but Pokemon is the most pure and flawless creature. People who can be recognized by them must have extremely high aspirations, and their hearts must be extremely clear. Professor Oak also hesitated, and even a smile appeared on his face. Then think about it carefully. It's a good thing that Mr. Ye-Chen was exposed by the God list. At least his existence can deter many underground organizations that are just around the corner. Yeah. We should trust the eyes of legendary Pokemon. Maybe the reason why we don't know Mr. Ye-Chen's existence is because he has been silently guarding our world. The elites and champions from each region in the video conference spoke in succession, and basically all agreed that Mr. Ye-Chen is a kind-hearted person. Even everyone is overjoyed. You must know that underground organizations like Team Rocket's Team Magma have made a lot of big noises, and they have even woken up mythical beasts and caused charred deeds. With such a Mr. Ye-Chen hiding behind the scenes as a guarantee, the entire Pokemon world will be much safer. However, it is confirmed that Mr. Ye-Chen is a good person. What shall we do now? Lance suddenly asked a question in the video conference. Ye-Chen, the mysterious powerhouse, has extremely terrifying strength, to the extent that he cannot even match the strength of the superior alliance. If he did evil, the whole world would be powerless to resist, and he could only bow down and beg for mercy. But if the other party is a good person, there is still no way for me to influence the other party. Just pretend that Mr. Ye-Chen doesn't exist. Since he hides himself, maybe he doesn't want to be disturbed. Hone Champion Wallace spoke tentatively. However, the head of the alliance, Damalanchi, put forward the opposite opinion. No, I propose to send someone to find Mr. Ye-Chen now and elect him to be the overall champion of each region of the Pokemon League. Lead all regions. This is the most basic respect for this mysterious powerhouse. Furthermore, if Mr. Ye-Chen is willing to lead us, he is also lucky for the Pokemon Alliance. He directly initiated a vote of action, whether he was willing to find Mr. Ye-Chen and accept his leadership. In just an instant, the video conference was unanimously approved. The champions and elites of each region are very clear, and what Damalan said is completely true. Ye-Chen's strength and the state of mind of being recognized by the legendary Pokemon are more than enough to lead the entire alliance. Even, if this mysterious powerhouse is really willing to accept the title of champion, he can make his strength skyrocket with just a few pointers. This is a mega boss who has cultivated a quasi-creation god level. These top powerhouses in the Pokemon world even fell into reverie. How lucky they would be if they got to know Mr. Ye-Chen. Asterisk. Chapter 13, The Legendary Dragon Envoy. Chapter 13, The Legendary Dragon Envoy. However, it wasn't just those in the Pokemon Alliance who were determined to find Ye-Chen's trail. At this time, the dark side of the world also began to move. Viridian Jim, Giovanni commanded in a deep voice to Archer and Athena who were kneeling in front of him. Now immediately mobilize everyone to search for the trace of Yechen, the number 1 in the god list. First try to please him as much as possible. I allow you to mobilize all resources. Yes. As ordered. The 2 Team Rocket's cotters simply took over the task, each with extremely serious and solemn faces. They also watched the list of gods and knew that Yechen was probably the strongest trainer in the world. Archer and Athena understand that this action is extremely important. And Giovanni also gave them all the resources of Team Rockets. The level of attention is also the highest ever. Watching the 2 high-level executives gradually drift away. Giovanni, on the other hand, looked confidently at Mutuo hidden in the armor. It's up to you after that. As long as you get in close contact with Yechen, you immediately hypnotize him and make him surrender to me. He was extremely excited. After seeing the description of the strength of Yechen's Pokemon on the god list, the leader of Team Rockets was also really frightened. The quasi-created god-level combat power can easily defeat his ace Mutuo. But Giovanni, after all, was a hero of his generation. After a brief restlessness, soon he felt keenly that maybe this was an opportunity. According to Giovanni, Yechen controls so many legendary Pokemon, but the main body is just a human. If you catch a flaw yourself, you will have the opportunity to capture it. After that, Team Rockets can easily dominate the world. However, although Giovanni felt that his plan was flawless, there was an inexplicable fear and anxiety in his heart. It made him sweat unknowingly, as if he was making some wrong decision. Unova region, the headquarters of the Plasma Corps. Kuei Kisi looked at En who was kneeling beside him respectfully in the study, and said slowly, "You should have seen the content on the list of gods. Our Unova region's 3 dragons of Deo was actually subdued by a mysterious person named Yechen." Kuei Kisi had a surprised expression, and then he made a fake smile. Mr. Yechen must be a great person to be recognized by Zekrom Lacey Ram. En, don't worry about these things at hand now. Find that Mr. Yechen, and the coexistence of Pokemon and humans can be achieved earlier. Really, can I go? En looks extremely surprised. In his opinion, Mr. Yechen is able to subdue Reshiram, Zekrom, and even Qrem, who is said to hate humans. Surely this is a person with lofty ideals and the ability to change reality. En was extremely fascinated by this person before. He is naturally willing to accept Kuei Kisi's assignment. And Kuei Kisi looked at En with a sneer in his heart. His idea is simple: to rule the Unova region, he must gain the power of Qrem. If the other members of the Plasma Group were to find Yechen, the hero recognized by the 3 dragons of Deo, Kuei Kisi felt like he was going to die. Only En is really kind-hearted. Even Reshiram approves. With the help of En and Yechen's good relationship, I may have a chance to win the 3 dragons of the Tao. Only. For this plan without any risk, Kuei Kisi felt an inexplicable chill. It's as if something is staring at it. Feeling hairy all over. Hone region. Team Magma, Water Fleet. Sinnoh region. Galactic Cluster. One by one, the underground forces sent their subordinates to look for the existence of Yechen. Their ideas are also strikingly similar. Now, the best way to satisfy their ambitions is to have a good relationship with this mysterious powerhouse first. Then there is a chance to control Yechen, or wait for an opportunity to take his legendary Pokemon. Once successful, it is easy to control the world. When these forces were dispatched, the entire Pokemon world suddenly surged. But, at a time when other elite champions in the Pokemon League were also looking for Yechen, Lance did not search the world, but drove Dragonite back to the family residence of the Yulong family. Mr. Yechen has conquered so many dragon legend Pokemon. The Ace's colorful Rayquaza is also a dragon. Obviously, Like our Yulong family, he is a trainer specializing in dragons. Maybe there will be some clues about this powerhouse within the clan. While thinking, Lance walked quickly to the family library. In addition to various dragon-type Pokemon materials and training methods, the library of the Royal Dragon family also has the most complete information on dragon-type trainers. If there is a place in the world where information about Yechen is most likely to be found, this is it. However, he rummaged through those ancient books, but found nothing. Lance, if you're looking for information about that Yechen, I know a little bit. At this moment, a voice sounded behind Lance, and the person who came was Yulong Pendant, an elder of the Yulong family. The elder also saw the picture in the previous god list, so it was easy to guess the purpose of Lance's return. Elder Fallen, do you really know? Lance looked at the other party in surprise and said. Hearing this, Yulong Zui nodded and said slowly. If it weren't for the fact that the top 10 on the god list were occupied by the trainer named Yechen, I really can't remember this story. It was my grandfather who told me that. The elder's tone seemed a little nostalgic and low. He didn't give a shit and started telling the story directly. It is said that it was still in ancient times, and Sinnoh should not exist at that time. People in ancient times called it the Zhuai region. Zhuai? Lance was a little curious. He felt as if he had heard the name. That's right, people in Zhuai have passed down the story of a dragon envoy. It is said that all dragon-type Pokemon will easily surrender to him, including the legendary Pokemon. Yulong Pen opened his mouth to spit out a shocking news. Asterisk. Chapter 14, Ancient Secret Fortune. Chapter 14, Ancient Secret Fortune. Dragon Envoy. Lance chewed the name in his mouth, feeling an inexplicable emotion in his heart. Incarnation of the Dragon God. The Messenger of the Dragon God. What an extraordinary title. There are many deeds of the Dragon God Envoy. It is said that in the Zhuai region, Dialga and Palyakia had a great battle. And in the void, in the upside-down world, the Dragon Envoy controls Giratina, instantly quelling the anger of the god of space and time. Even, Dialga and Parukia chose to follow the messenger after the battle to bring blessings to the land of Zhuai. While talking, Yulong Pen crossed Lance and rummaged through a dilapidated bookshelf in the corner of the library, and found a few quaint scrolls. Spread it out, it is a wonderful picture. Above the sky, the dragon of Karen soars recklessly, standing in the middle of the gods of time and space, and it seems to be howling mournfully. And above Giratina's white gold crown, a vague figure stood proudly, making a weird gesture. The scrolls in the back are Dialga and Palyakia, retreating and surrendering in an instant. Just a gesture to stop the subduing of the two gods. This should be just a legend, right? Lance's face is full of disbelief. The royal dragon pendant was non-committal, just spread out the last scroll. It is still the figure of the dragon angel, but he is standing on top of a Pokemon that looks like Rayquaza. The weird thing is that there is a halo-like pattern around this mythical beast, which makes people feel unclear. In addition to the Pokemon that looks like Rayquaza, there are one after another of the legendary dragon-type Pokemon, all of them kneeling down, throwing their 5 bodies towards the dragon god. Reshiram, Zekrom, Kyurem, Latios, Latias. Nearly exhausted dragon-type beasts in the Pokemon world. Together they worship the one and only sovereign. Not real. The dragon god envoy is real. Yulong Pendant looked into Lance's eyes, word for word. Our royal dragon family exists because of the blessing of the dragon envoy. He awakened us to the ability to control dragon Pokemon. And our ancestors saw with their own eyes the scenes of countless dragon-type divine beasts surrendering to divine envoys, and they left the picture scroll we see now. In an instant, the shocking news made Lance dumbfounded. Too much information. He felt like his brain was shut down. Dragon God Envoy exists. Dragon Angel can really control all dragon Pokemon. The Yulong family was also created by the blessing of the dragon envoy. Oh my god. Lance feels like this is the first time she has been scared like this since she was a child. What kind of dragon family is the master of the dragon-type Pokemon? It can only be regarded as the servant of the dragon god envoy, and the so-called strongest dragon trainer in history, compared with that dragon god envoy, is as small as dust. Yulongpen looked at the younger generation in a daze, waited for a while, and said meaningfully, "The reason why our Yulong family wants to keep the bloodline pure is for the blessing of the dragon envoy. Remember, today's secret blessing must not be told to others. If it wasn't for the appearance of Yechen in the list of gods, he didn't plan to reveal the family's secrets at all." Seeing the elder's words, although Lance's mind was still a little pale, he immediately reacted and nodded yes. "Of course, I'm not stupid. How can you talk nonsense about these things?" And Lance was stunned, as if he had thought of something. "Elder, do you mean that this Yechen is the dragon god envoy?" His lips were dry, his throat was sweet, and he was extremely nervous, feeling as if he was about to reveal a big secret. Yulongpen looked at the picture scroll he took out earlier and just shook his head. "My first reaction was the same as yours. Risharam and Zekrom were supposed to be the incarnation of the conflict between reality and ideals, and they were conquered together. Who else is there except the legendary dragon angel? However, Zekyoi region, that was thousands of years ago, right?" The elder sighed. "Dragon gods are also human, and their lifespan is limited, and it is impossible to live to the present." Lance nodded, feeling like he had just gotten too excited. "That Yechen is so amazing. Could it be that he is the new dragon envoy? Still got the inheritance of the dragon god envoy? The dragon elite guest? I think it might be the latter." Yulong Pendant thought. "Does the dragon god really exist? There is no such legendary Pokemon. It's said to be the messenger of the dragon god, but from what I see, the world-shattering figure thousands of years ago, most of them rely on their own abilities to convince the dragon-type Pokemon. Therefore, Yechen, who ranks first on the list of the strongest dragon trainers and swept the top 10, has a higher probability of getting the inheritance of that legendary figure." The elder's analysis is eloquent. Lance followed thoughtfully. "Indeed, such an explanation is perfect. Yechen's unknown reasons are also reasonable. He got the inheritance, and the process of conquering the dragon legend Pokemon went extremely smoothly. There will be no fighting and destruction. So much so that people in the Pokemon world don't know at all the deeds of the inheritor of the dragon god." But Lance always felt something was wrong. On the scroll that Yulong Pendant took out, the divine beast that resembles Rayquaza under the dragon god envoy is obviously the strongest Pokemon of the man who lived 10,000 years ago. Could this Pokemon be Yechen's colorful Rayquaza? I have heard of it. Kalos region seems to have developed a special way of evolution, and even some mythical beasts can use this to change their form. If the guess is true, wouldn't Yechen conquer the dragon god envoy's strongest trump card? A person who accepts inheritance can achieve this level? It is almost the same as the dragon god envoy himself. After thinking about it, Lance finally laughed. "Forget it, my guess is even more unreliable. How could someone live that long?" Asterisk. Chapter 15, The Huge Influence of the Gods List, the World Ushered in the Dragon Fever. Chapter 15, The Huge Influence of the Gods List, the World Ushered in the Dragon Fever. Kanto Region Pokemon Alliance Headquarters. Alliance leader Damalan helplessly looked at the information gathered from the major regions. Hone region, no trace of Mr. Yechen was found. Unova region, no trace of Mr. Yechen was found. Kalos region, no trace of Mr. Yechen was found. It's impossible. Damalan had a creepy and weird feeling in his heart. You know, the Pokemon Alliance has forces all over the world, and it's not difficult to find someone. And Yechen, this mysterious powerhouse, has not been found at all. As if it never existed in the world. It's like a god who has only heard its legends, but can't really witness it. At the same time, Team Rocket's headquarters. Giovanni stands in the laboratory. Several elderly people from the water capital of Hone region were kidnapped. By Giovanni's side was Mutuo, who had taken off his restraining armor. This Pokemon is unleashing confusion in full force. Giovanni sensed Mutuo's thoughts, and his eyes became more and more surprised. In the water capital, for more than 100 years, no outsider has come into contact with Latios. The leader of Team Rockets is stunned. So how did Yechen conquer these two legendary Pokemon? The most direct explanation is that he made Latias and Latios surrender more than 100 years ago. Can human lifespan do this? Giovanni pondered, suddenly trembling slightly, with a creepy feeling. It seems that he has inadvertently peeped into a great existence. Forget it, suspend the investigation, he said to Archer and Athena, who were kneeling. The leader of Team Rockets somehow felt that he was tracking down Yechen, and he would bring disaster. Sinnoh region, Dianyuan mountain. Cyrus' face was full of surprise. You mean no one has taken Dialga, Palkia, and Giratina? Their temples haven't been used for hundreds of years. The three divine beasts also haven't appeared for hundreds of years. The head of the Galaxy Group had a solemn expression and an inexplicable unease. He faintly sensed Yechen's identity, which was probably far beyond his initial guess. Is the other party really just a trainer who has captured the legendary Pokemon? Could he be some kind of supernatural being himself? The more Cyrus thought about it, the more irritable he became. Even your own intuition madly calls the police. If you continue to investigate, you will bring a huge disaster for yourself. In the end, the hero was silent. Cyrus said with some difficulty to the members of the Galaxy Group who were respectfully waiting for instructions. Don't continue to investigate Yechen's matter for the time being. After saying this, Cyrus felt relieved, as if he had lifted a heavy burden. By great coincidence, Plasma Corps, Team Magma, Water Fleet. The underground organization seemed to have made an appointment, and at the same time suspended the investigation of Yechen. Only the Pokemon Alliance NN are left, still exploring the existence of this mysterious powerhouse. However, the investigation of Yechen has nothing to do with most of the people in the Pokemon world. After the Pokemon God list selected the strongest dragon trainer, it fell into silence. The various fluctuations in the world also gradually subsided. Elites and champions still need to guard the major regions, and gym leader and superior trainers have also stepped up to work. Regular folks and Pokemon continue to support each other. Countless travelers also set foot on the road again. The only and biggest change. It is the status of a dragon trainer. Especially those who are on the list, the strength has been greatly expanded. There was even an extremely bizarre scene in the Johto region of the League. In addition to being a dragon trainer, Yanmo gym leader Claire, who successfully entered the Pokemon God list and got rewards. The remaining 7 gym leaders. All were picked by the dragon trainer. If it is not stipulated by the Pokemon Alliance, only one gym leader of the same attribute can exist. There will even be a weird scene where there are 8 dragon-type gyms in the entire Johto region. At the same time, the dragon elites in each region have also become the strongest under champion. Even if it wasn't for Wallace to have Kingdra, Cynthia to have Garchomp, Diantha to have Strange Jaw, it's impossible to say that the champion position will change hands. In addition, underground gangs such as Team Rockets and Bounty Hunters are also operating like crazy. You know, as long as you are on the leaderboard, the lowest is a Pokemon with quasi-elite qualifications. And the higher level items such as Elite Stone and Shiny Stone are of inestimable value. In the black market, the rewards given by the Pokemon God list are all sky-high prices. And those greedy people also think very clearly. Even some elite champion level powerhouses can't move. But some trainers at the bottom of the leaderboard are different. They have the opportunity to kill and snatch their ranking rewards. A quasi-elite Pokemon can be sold for a price that even an organization like Team Rockets can run for years. How can we not let these underground gangs who do evil in themselves not go crazy? Asterisk. Chapter 16, Dragonite, Who Broke the Limit, was born. Chapter 16, Dragonite, Who Broke the Limit, was born. The Kanto region, where the Yulong family resides. Lance sat in his house, looking at Dragonite in front of him with a smile. Shiny stone, really useful. You've become a lot stronger. This Pokemon is the very champion Dragonite that made Lance the 11th best dragon trainer. At this time, although its body shape has not changed, its skin color has become a lot darker. The surface of the skin is even more faintly shimmering. Apparently, the current Dragonite is already a shiny Pokemon. The improvement of Shiny Stone to Dragonite is not low, and the special attack, speed, life, and defense of this Pokemon have increased a lot. But it still failed to break through to the realm of the 3rd level Divine Beast. Lance is not surprised either. Follow Professor Oak's research. In history, there has never been a record of a trainer raising an ordinary Pokemon to a level 3 Divine Beast. If the God-level Pokemon was so easily broken by him, he felt abnormal. With this in mind, Lance solemnly took out the reward for the 11th place on the Pokemon God list from his pocket. Ultra Stone. Treasures that allow Pokemon to push the limits of champion. This is an extremely crystal clear object. Lance spread out his palm, and he could even see a huge force flowing slowly inside the spar. With the ultra-limited stone, I will become the first recorded trainer to cultivate a 3rd level Divine Beast. There was a confident smile on Lance's face. Of course, he didn't get carried away. Compared to Yechen, who accepted the inheritance of the Dragon God Envoy, his power is too small. This gap. Even if Dragonite successfully breaks through to the 3rd level God realm, nothing will change. Lance shook his head, putting the thoughts out of his mind for a while. Lift the limit stone and slowly place it on Dragonite's forehead. Roar. And this dark orange shiny Pokemon seemed to realize something and growled excitedly. The ultra-limited stone is slowly integrated on Dragonite's forehead. The huge power is also poured into this Pokemon's body inch by inch. It didn't take a moment for Lance's ace Dragonite to have an evolution. Constrict is covered with colorful light. The entire body is also improved and optimized in the light. What a strong aura! Lance couldn't help but took a half step back. The energy in Dragonite's body has completely broken through the limit of Champion's limit. The transition to the level of life has been completed. And as the colorful brilliance slowly dissipated, Dragonite's posture changed dramatically from before. Look out! I saw that every muscle line on its body became more smooth and harmonious. The tentacles on his forehead are faintly flashing a strange light. The sharpness of the 4 minions has also been greatly improved. Just the appearance. It gives a very powerful feeling. But more importantly, Lance can feel that there is a unique temperament in his ace Pokemon. Just standing next to it gives people a feeling of trembling and wanting to worship. All in all are showing that Dragonite at this time has broken through the limits of the race and reached the realm of God-level Pokemon. Roar! Dragonite is also extremely excited and shouted to the sky at this time. It stuck at the champion limit for too long. Under the vibration of the sound waves, the surrounding earth trembled slightly, as if a small earthquake had occurred. It took several minutes for Dragonite to vent its excitement. I saw it take a few steps obediently to Lance's side, and some charm rubbed against his trainer. It knows that without the transcendental stone of crossing, it will always be stuck in champion, and it will not be able to reach this otherworldly realm. Okay, I know you're happy. Lance also smiled reassuringly. He has always hoped to take his ace Pokemon a step further. Now I finally got my wish with the rewards given by the Pokemon God list. In this way, one Pokemon played for a while. Lance took the Dragonite back to the Pokeball. Then he opened the safe in his room. The original grooves were empty, and the remaining grooves were filled with spar that contained powerful power. It is at the outside price that you can buy an Elite Stone in a shopping mall. However, the Elite Stone is not very useful for the current Lance. After all, with his current strength, one more and one less Elite Pokemon is not a big difference. As for the shiny stones other than the Elite Stones, there are 4 Lance Stones, all of which have been used up at this time. One of them is used on Dragonite. The other 3 are used on Aerodactyl, Charizard, and Gyarados respectively. With the help of shiny stones, these Pokemon have been elevated to the pinnacle of champions. The reason why Lance didn't use it for Kingdra, the hero this time. It is because in terms of comprehensive strength, Kingdra is no match for Aerodactyl, and the improvement of using shiny stone is not as great as that of the latter. Besides, Lance also considered that there is a high probability that the God list will open lists of other attributes in the future. If the flight department is opened, then, Aerodactyl, whose strength has increased greatly, will be ranked very high, and the rewards obtained at that time can make up for Kingdra. For the processing of this wave of rewards, Lance considers himself in the atmosphere. 1 Tier 3 God, 3 champions, and 2 champions. With my current overall strength, apart from Yechen who can easily defeat me, no one should be my opponent. With that in mind, Lance intends to challenge the Kanto champion once again. Not becoming the Kanto champion has always been a big regret for him. Now that his strength has greatly increased, he wants to be the strongest in Kanto with absolute strength. It's not too late, I'll start the champion challenge again tomorrow. Asterisk. Chapter 17, Lance challenges champion again. Chapter 17, Challenge the champion again. Lance challenges Kanto champion again. In an instant, the news caused quite a stir. After all, although the shock brought by the previous Pokemon God ranking was great, only 100 dragon trainers really benefited. The heat is also gradually subsiding. In the hearts of people in the Kanto region and even the entire Pokemon world, this second champion challenge is still of great significance. Not only because of the Kanto region, the champion position has not been selected for a long time. It is because Lance itself has attracted the attention of the world. He is on the list of gods, except for the mysterious powerhouse Yechen, the first person. He even got such an outrageous reward as the unlimited stone given by the god list. It can be said that the popularity and attention of this Kanto champion challenge is far more than the last time. So much so that when Lance and Professor Oak walked to the champion arena together, they were frightened by the sight in front of them. The arena seats are full. The picture printed into the eyes of the two of them is extremely spectacular. The champion arena has stands that can hold nearly 100,000 people. This time, unprecedentedly packed. Many tourists simply stood to watch this champion challenge. And before the game started, it was an extremely lively and noisy picture. Countless trainers were discussing and speculating about the outcome of this champion challenge. Crossing Elite got the reward of the God ranking, but the other 3 elites are still standing still. It seems that they will win. I don't know how much the God list will strengthen Mr. Dew's Dragonite. Originally, he was already the first person in the dragon family under the mysterious powerhouse Yechen, and now his strength is definitely more terrifying. The last challenge was a pity, and the elite was only a little short. This time, his strength has increased greatly. I don't think there is any suspense at all. Mr. Dew will win. It's not too bad for the other 3 elites to lose, even if it is a success. On the spectator stand, most of the gym leaders, superior trainers, and even some ordinary tourists firmly believed that Lance would win in the end. This is also the power of the Trust Gold Pokemon God list. The props it gives will definitely increase the strength of the champion of Helping Hand, Johto. However, in this case, there are still some discordant voices. Before the last Champions League, everyone said Lance had to win. Didn't he lose? Lorelei Elite's Ice Element has a great restraint on Lance. Can it be possible to ignore restraint after breaking through from Champion's Limit to the so-called third-level Divine Beast realm? The schedule this time is still the finale of the Lorelei Elite. The Ice Element has a strong suppression force on the Dragon Element. It is still too early to make an assertion now. That's right. There are not many such voices, but such thoughts do exist. After all, most ordinary trainers simply don't understand what the elite state is and what the champion state is. I don't even understand what kind of combat power the so-called third-level Divine Beast has. They know that attribute restraint is extremely important in battle, and such a concept is even more ingrained for them. Lance, someone said you can't win. Professor Oak was joking. On the other hand, Lance's expression was extremely relaxed. I will prove myself. This Dragon-type elite looked proud. He was very sure that in today's world, apart from that mysterious Yechen, no one was his opponent. Dragonite of the third-level mythical beast. Enough to crush everything. Soon, the champion arena echoed the host's impassioned announcement. Thank you to the audience for not far from Norman, who came from all regions to participate in our Kanto event. Dragon Elite, Lance will once again attack the champion position. Surprisingly, this elite chose the exact same challenge order as last time. Continuing with Bruno Elite as the lead and Lorelei Elite as the finale, it seems to be trying to wash away the humiliation of failure. With the host's words to warm up the atmosphere, a frenzied voice sounded in the audience in an instant. Lance must win. Lance must win. Lance must win. There are also a few sporadic sounds. Come on Bruno Elite. Too bad it's almost impossible to hear. In the cheers of everyone, Lance slowly walked to the battlefield. Opposite him is the fighting class elite Bruno. At this point, Bruno looked at Lance a little helplessly. Although the battle has not officially started, he already knows the result. Normal people don't know the difference between ordinary Pokémon and God-level Pokémon, but these elite champions do. Facing Lance with the third-level God Dragonite, they have little chance of defeating. However, as a top powerhouse, the fighting elite wasn't too discouraged. Even if he is destined to lose, he has to show his will to fight. I haven't played against a beast-level Pokémon yet. Go Machamp, let's see how powerful the God-level Pokémon is. Bruno throws the Pokeball. The host's high-pitched voice also sounded again. Wow, Bruno Elite dispatched the ace Machamp as soon as it came up. It seems that this time, he is going to use the strongest will to block the champion battle across Elite. Opposite him, Lance threw the Pokeball calmly. With the flash of red light, Dragonite, who had reached the realm of the third-level Divine Beast, also slowly drifted out in the light. In an instant, the cheers of countless audiences froze for a moment. They were shocked inside. Is this still the original Dragonite? The color of the skin became deeper, as if hiding some kind of great energy. The muscle lines of the whole body are optimized to be perfectly smooth and natural. Tentacles, wings, claws are extraordinary. What's even more terrifying is that as soon as Dragonite came on stage, there was a frightening breath. Countless small Pokémons watching the game with their trainers in the spectator stand were all paralyzed with fright. Even curled up in the arms of the master, not even daring to look at the Dragonite in the field. This is Dragonite at the level of Divine Beasts. My god, is the Pokémon of the Elite crossing this level now? Originally, I thought Bruno Elite's Machamp was also very powerful, but when Dragonite appeared, Machamp's momentum was completely suppressed. The gift of the Pokémon God ranking is also too terrifying. The ace of the Elite has advanced to an unimaginable level. Countless audiences were stunned, amazed, and full of surprise. Even the host of the game was in a daze for a long time before stumbling, and said with a great lack of professionalism, "Dragonite sent by Elite looks very handsome, and it seems that it has made great progress recently. I don't know, Bruno Elite, how to stop such an attack." With the host's nanny, the showdown officially begins. Macamp, billion-ton shock. Bruno sat cross-legged on the ground, and immediately let his ace use all his strength. He wanted to test how strong Lance's Dragonite was. On the other hand, the Dragon-type Elite on the opposite side just said calmly, "Dragonite, use Fire Punch. Fight back. Look down on me so much." A flash of dissatisfaction flashed through Bruno's mind. Fire Punch, used by Dragonite, has neither the bonus of the system nor special effects on the fighting system. With this trick, you want to block Macamp's billion-ton impact? Lance, isn't it too big? However, the picture that appeared in the next second made this fighting elite stunned in place. He is stupid. Asterisk. Chapter 18, The Invincible Third-Level God, Everyone Was Scared Stupid. Chapter 18, The Invincible Third-Level God, Everyone Was Scared Stupid. Look out. I saw 100 million tons of impact and Fire Punch, these two tricks with disproportionate power, collided head-on. Bruno's ace Macamp is full of muscles and blue veins. Even tainted with a red aura, he has already exerted all his strength. Lance's ace, Dragonite, however, is far more relaxed. Even, its coping can be described with simplicity. Dragonite simply gathered fire on its fist. I saw that it threw out a flat punch, hitting Macamp, who had hit him like a meteor in front of him. Boom. In an instant, a violent explosion sounded. On the battlefield, the pieces are broken. Macamp's billion-ton impact exudes boundless energy in the collision. The seemingly unremarkable fire punch used by Dragonite before, also showed the real fangs. The blazing fire spread out. But in the violent energy shock, Bruno's ace Macamp was knocked out without even resisting for a moment. Boom. Its body flew out like a cannonball. In the end, it slammed into the wall on the edge of the battlefield, smashing a huge pit. At the moment when the giant pit was formed, there was also a splash of gravel, which almost hurt the audience in the stands. And Macamp was already lying on the ground, silent. All the audience were stunned. Crackling. Crackling. For a while, the entire champion arena was silent, only the flames created by Fire Punch, the burning sound. And Dragonite stood there, calm and relaxed. After a long while, the host shouted in a trembling voice. One strike. With just one blow, Bruno Elite's ace Macamp was defeated. Lance's Dragonite is far superior to its opponents. Afterwards, the spectators who were aware of it were shouting like a tsunami. The difference in strength is too big. Dragonite who crosses Elite is simply invincible. The gap between the third-level Divine Beast realm and the champion limit is too big. Crossing Elite, invincible. Lance wins. At this time, even the spectators who had previously thought that the challenge was still in suspense were silent. You must know that last time, Bruno's ace Macamp was won by Lance's Dragonite. This time, it was very easy to win. Dragonite's strength has far surpassed other elites' ace. However, the audience was talking, not knowing the situation. Below, on the battlefield, the scene is completely out of control. Bruno Elite didn't mean to delay time, but went all out to send out the remaining Pokémon one by one. However, it is almost pointless. Hitmonchan, fight, and get killed by a Dragon Rage. Shaorung, combined with Dragonite, lost his combat effectiveness. Onyx, successfully unleashing Constrict, dealt a lot of damage, but was defeated by Dragonite with another Fire Punch. The audience was also immersed in the amazement of Bruno's ace Macamp being killed instantly. Fighting Elite's last Pokémon, Steelix, under Dragonite's flamethrower, only lasted for 3 seconds before crashing to the ground. The host is still trying to explain the situation. Steelix is here. It's ready to use Hyper Beam. Steelix is smashed. Fairy Elite, the next elite has been requested to appear. In the end, he was stupid. It's only a few minutes. Bruno Elite was taken down? Almost everyone in the audience has a very shocked expression. This champion challenge is too overwhelming. There is almost no suspense about the strength that Du Elite has shown now. Is the change brought about by the list of gods so big? Many people are still looking stupid at this time, and it is a bit difficult to accept the reality. Elite level powerhouse, hanged and beaten? And what happened next, was also a matter of course. Agatha, the ghost elite appears. Jengar, escape into the shadow, find the gap, and successfully play a combo, confuse Ray plus Shadow Ball plus Hypnosis plus Dream Eater. There are slight black marks on Drago Knight. And Lance is a quiet instruction. Sleep talk. Drago Knight was in a deep sleep, and suddenly it was a move extrasensory, like the ocean-like confusion, which drowned Jengar in an instant. Ghost Elite's trump card, Fiasco. Next, the Arbor was blown out of the field by Hyper Beam. Crobat, when using Air Cutter, was hit by Drago Knight directly by Dragon Rush. The scene is extremely tragic. Again less than 5 minutes. The audience was still stunned the whole time. Agatha Elite is also powerless to fight back. I feel like I'm dreaming. Drago Knight and Duo Elite are too strong. The gap is so big that no tactics can smooth it out. And on the battlefield, the last elite, Lorelei, took a deep breath. She stood opposite Lance, and the entire arena was a little quiet, even depressing. Lorelei knew he was going to lose. No one even cheered her on in the champion arena. The difference in strength is too obvious. But Lorelei still firmly took out Dugong's pokeball. She won't give up without a fight. She knew it wouldn't stop Lance from becoming champion this time around. Because in addition to Drago Knight, Lance has 5 main players that did not appear. In this case, she is no match for Lance even without Drago Knight. But she also has her own fighting ambitions. That is, with the advantage of attributes and the fatigue of Dragonite's continuous battles, defeating Drago Knight, who was promoted to God. However, Lorelei still underestimated the power of the beast. Having completed the transformation of life level, Drago Knight, who has been promoted to Divine Beast, is really too powerful. That kind of powerful. It is far from being able to be offset by attribute restraint and some moderate physical exertion. When the host announces the start of the battle directly presented a one-sided trend. Even, several of Lorelei's main Pokémon did not cause much effective damage to Drago Knight when they did their best, and were easily defeated by the opponent in an invincible posture. That's all. Just minutes into the battle, the last elite in the region champion challenge was defeated. Until the host announced the victory of Lance and became the Kanto champion. Countless trainers onlookers recovered from the shock of Dragonite's inverse attribute easily killing opponents in seconds. How is this possible? Asterisk. Chapter 19, How strong is his Pokémon? Kneeling for data. Chapter 19, How strong is his Pokémon? How is this possible? Drago Knight, the dragon type, easily overturned all the Pokémon of Lorelei Elite. Yeah, attribute restraint can only bring a little trouble to Drago Knight, causing some very weak injuries. Other than that, there is no other effect. The reverse attribute is also an instant kill. Is the strength of the 3rd level Divine Beast so much more than the champion limit? Even if it is evolution once, it will not have such an increase in combat power. Too powerful, this kind of strength is simply incomprehensible. It makes sense. Seeing that Drago Knight quickly pushed the main Pokémon of the 3 elites horizontally, the onlookers were shocked. Before that, They don't know how powerful a Pokemon who has reached the God level realm has. But this time in the Champion Challenge they got it. Below the level of Divine Beasts are all ants. Even with attribute restraint. Even if you can play a subtle tactical coordination. Even if you try your best. Not worth mentioning for Pokemon who can be called gods. Easily crushed. Countless viewers felt like they were almost suffocating looking at the Dragonite on the stage. So strong. Later, some people who didn't support Lance complained and became sour. That means Lance is lucky. The first one on the Pokemon God list is the Dragon type list. If it were the Ice type list, he wouldn't have a chance to win now. That's right. The 11th prize on the God list is too exaggerated. This Champion Challenge is not fair at all. Most of the audience ignores this statement. Lance was already one step away from Champion before, and the chance of winning without relying on the Pokemon rankings is not small. At best it is not as easy as this time. To say that he relies on luck is pure slander. However, these people who slandered Lance gave more audiences a wake-up call. A level 3 Divine Beast could make Lance the strongest champion. Isn't that Pokemon in Yechen's hands even more terrifying? Hearing this sentence, the onlookers were stunned for a moment, and then the atmosphere immediately boiled. FK, what you say is true. The more I think about it, the more terrifying it is. You must know that this invincible Dragonite is the last in Yechen's team. It's terrible, that Yechen is really terrible. Indeed, his strength is beyond imagination. Thinking of Yechen's terrifying strength, the audience in the stands looked horrified and shocked. Before that, they know that the third level Divine Beast is very strong, but they don't know how strong it is. But now they know. Ordinary Pokemon, even elite level Pokemon, are vastly different from Tier 3 Divine Beasts. What tactics? What property restraint? In the face of the absolute strength gap, any external factors can make up for it. And the third level Divine Beasts are so powerful. So what about the stronger secondary gods? What about the first level gods above the second level gods? As well as, what about the quasi-creation gods who are above the first level gods? Thinking of this, the audience at the scene instantly felt their scalps go numb. It was only now that they understood. Yechen, the mysterious man who dominates the god list. His true strength. I am afraid it has already exceeded the limit that ordinary people can imagine. Not to mention them ordinary trainers. Even the elite champions of various regions are vulnerable like children in front of him, right? This moment. The trainers watching had never seen Yechen with their own eyes. But his invincible strength has been deeply imprinted in their minds. Everyone, let's congratulate Elite on becoming the Kanto region champion with warm applause. When everyone was shocked by Yechen's strength, the host on stage had announced that Lance became the region champion. Congratulations! Under the stage, the onlookers burst into bustling applause, not as enthusiastic as they imagined. Because these people have not recovered from their shock. Rumbling. At this moment, a sudden loud noise woke everyone up. Immediately after, they all looked towards the source of the sound. The loud noise just now came from the gods. Look, everyone, the list of gods has changed. Seeing the source of the loud noise, everyone was shocked. But before they could say anything, what happened next stunned everyone. Look out! I saw the golden light shining on the god list, and the whole sky was brilliant. The strange and quaint characters on it are also changing, eventually forming new characters. The ranking of the strongest psychic trainers will be released in 3 days. Damn it, the god ranking is finally going to release a new ranking list. Mass, why is the new list psychic instead of fire? Ha ha ha, great. This time it's finally our psychic rise. There are only 3 days left for the release. Is it still time for me to grab a psychic Pokemon now? This moment. Seeing the new list released by the god list, the minds of trainers all over the world were once again affected. Among them, some people feel extremely depressed about the release of the new list. Because of this list, they missed it again. And some people are ecstatic. Because they are both psychic trainers, the main Pokemon in their hands are all psychic. But no matter what kind of trainer, they all have the highest expectations and attention for the new list to be released in 3 days. Asterisk. Chapter 20, Psychic List, Confident Giovanni. Chapter 20, Psychic List, Confident Giovanni. The world of Pokemon is shaking again. When the ranking of the strongest dragon trainers was announced last time, there were still people who would be skeptical. But now, the strength of the dragon trainers who were previously on the list has skyrocketed. Status and power are at your fingertips. No one has long questioned the authenticity of the God list. At this point, countless psychic trainers fell into ecstasy. Psychic. God help me too. We must hurry up and train Pokemon. As long as the leader is at his peak, he has a chance to be on the list. Before, those dragon trainers were lucky and overwhelmed us. After the release of the God list, we can far surpass trainers from other trainers. This time, are the rewards on the God ranking the same as those on the Dragon ranking? All I need to do is get to the bottom of the rankings and get a Pokemon with quasi-elite qualifications. We Psychic are about to rise. Even, under the extreme excitement, the brilliance of confusion was poured into many cities. It's the performance of those Psychic who can't control their excitement. Once you get the reward of the God ranking, you will definitely increase your strength. Who can calm down here? Saffron City, in the Super Gym. Sabrina sensed the news released by the Gods list, looked excited, and threw a few weird ragdolls aside. A leaderboard. I don't know what ranking I can get. At least it's in the forefront. There was a bit of arrogance in her tone. Obviously, he is sure that he will be on the list, and even the ranking is not low. And her confidence comes from being a psychic herself. Powerful psychic players have unique advantages in cultivating psychic Pokemon, and Sabrina's psychic is the strongest in the entire Pokemon world. Sinnoh Region, Pokemon Association Building. Lucian, put down the scroll in your hand. There was a glint of joy in his eyes. This middle-aged man, who has always been calm in the face of trouble, can't calm down for a long time now. As an elite who specializes in superpowers, I must have a place in the psychic list this time. Even my ranking may be higher than those of the elite champions on the dragon list. After all, there is only one super powerful person like Ye Chen, and such a person will never appear on the psychic list. Meanwhile, among Viridian Gym, Giovanni is the most excited. The leader of Team Rockets is always smiling and calm. Now his face is flushed with excitement. Ha ha ha. Psychic rankings. God help me too. This time the top spot will only be me, Giovanni. Seeing that the psychic list was opened this time, even with Giovanni's deepness, he couldn't help laughing at this time. Because his Mewtwo is psychics. In psychic, Giovanni never believed that any Pokemon could surpass Mewtwo. After all, Mewtwo is the strongest Pokemon that Team Rockets has used the most cutting-edge biotechnology technology, combined with Mew's genes, to manufacture over several years. It's powerful. It has even surpassed Mew. Who is Mew? That is the ancestor of all the legendary Pokemon, the legendary Pokemon with the strength that rivals or even surpasses the ordinary first-level gods. But even this kind of Pokemon may not be able to match his Mewtwo. From this, it can be predicted how powerful Mewtwo is. Say without hesitation. In Giovanni's heart, let alone ordinary Pokemon, Mewtwo's strength is definitely among the best among those legendary gods. Therefore, for number 1 on the psychic list this time, he is bound to win with Mewtwo. If I can get the top reward this time, Mewtwo's strength will skyrocket again. When the time comes, use it to control that Yechen and take the Pokemon in his hand for my use. Then I will be the sole ruler of this world. Thinking of this, Rao couldn't help being emotional because of Giovanni's deepness. He already had a premonition that in the near future, his long-held dream would come true. Team Rockets. This organization he created will truly dominate the world. Of course. The premise of all this is after Mutuo topped the list and won the God List reward. Before that, he wouldn't take the initiative to expose Mutuo, let alone provoke that Yechen easily. After all, with the current strength of Team Rockets and Mutuo, it is not enough to deal with the Pokemon League and that Yechen. All things will have to wait until Mutuo's strength has increased significantly after winning the top spot. Everything, just wait for Mutuo to reach the top of the psychic chart. Giovanni's face filled with confidence and calm at the thought of the wish that was about to come true. All he has to do now is to wait for the list to be released, and then get the top reward. As for whether someone will rank higher on the list than the one who owns Mutuo, Giovanni never thought about it. Because, in this world, there is no psychic Pokemon stronger than Mutuo. So on the psychic list, Giovanni has absolute confidence in himself and Mutuo. Even that Yechen would never want to compete with him for the top spot on the psychic list. Asterisk. Chapter 21, this time, will Yechen dominate the list? Chapter 21, this time, will Yechen dominate the list? Indigo Plateau, Champion Arena. At this time, the building that was originally used for the league competition was once again crowded with people. Even if there are no events, the body of the Pokemon God List is located here. This alone has attracted tourists and trainers from all over the world to make pilgrimages. On the top of the list of gods, there are already a large number of strange words. Glittering dazzling brilliance. Anyone who casts his eyes on it will immediately feel the sensation in his heart. Ranking release countdown, 03:11. Top psychic trainer ranking will be announced soon. Countless trainers, either in the champion arena, or in other places to follow the leaderboard. They are all looking forward to the upcoming ranking of the Pokemon God List. Almost people all over the world put down what they were doing and paid attention to the content of this list. Hundreds of thousands of spectators in the champion arena were also excited to discuss. I don't know who will be on the psychic list this time. Lorelei Elite in the Kanto region should be fine. Her Jinx also has the attributes of psychic. Lorelei Elite should be able to get a good ranking, but in terms of training psychic Pokemon, psychic people are too advantageous. Although Sabrina, leader of Saffron City, is young, her superpower Pokemon strength is not low. This time there should be a great place. Unova region's Catlia Elite should be the top one, right? Her psychic Pokemon is one of the best in Elite. Just when everyone was recommending the strong people who they thought could be on the list, a voice suddenly came from the crowd. You said, this time on the psychic list, will the mysterious powerhouse named Yechen top the list again or even dominate the list? Hearing this, everyone was stunned. Then, countless viewers joined the topic. This situation is impossible. I admit that Mr. Yechen's Pokemon is very strong, but it is only specific to the Dragon-type Pokemon. Indeed, Mr. Yechen is undoubtedly the strongest in terms of Dragon-type Pokemon, but the cultivation of Dragon-type Pokemon and Psychic are not the same concept at all. He who specializes in Dragon-type Pokemon cannot achieve much in Psychic. Yeah, if Mr. Yechen's Latias and Latios can make it to the superpower list, there is still a high possibility, but I guess the God list should not let a Pokemon be on the list twice. I guess the biggest possibility is that Mr. Yechen will use his powerful strength to subdue some good psychic Pokemon. It is normal for them to be on the list, but the position must not be too high. That's right, being able to occupy the Dragon ranking is already the limit. If you want to occupy the Psychic ranking at the same time, it is very unlikely. Everyone went through a heated discussion about your words and my words. In the end, a point was made. That is, the mysterious mega powerhouse Yachen is the strongest dragon-type Pokemon trainer. But on this psychic list, people are not optimistic about his ranking. Not only ordinary trainers, but also many strong people think this way. In the Kanto Alliance VIP room, Lance and Professor Oak and a few elites sat in the VIP room, thoughtful. Naturally, they also heard the comments from the outside world. Among them, Lance was the first to nod his head in agreement. This psychic ranking should have little to do with Mr. Yachen. The new Kanto champion is very determined. After all, others don't know the details, but he does. The reason why Yachen was able to conquer so many legendary Pokemon of dragons is because he inherited the inheritance of the dragon gods. But the dragon god made this inheritance. It is only limited to helping hand Yachen to conquer the dragon legend Pokemon. Other legendary Pokemon. But he won't easily recognize him because of his status as the dragon god envoy. Therefore, Lance also concluded that Yachen would not have a high ranking in this ranking. Lance said it well. With Yachen's strength, it shouldn't be a problem to conquer a few powerful psychic Pokemon, but it is said that Pokemon can't be conquered by force alone. Professor Oak also added. He has specifically studied the problem of capturing the beast-level Pokemon. Like Moltres, Zapdos, the third-level divine beasts that exist in the form of ethnic groups, why are they rarely owned by trainers? Conquering a mythical beast and conquering a powerful Pokemon are completely two concepts. God will never drop their proud heads to mortals easily. Therefore, he also thinks that the probability of Yachen owning the psychic legend Pokemon is almost zero. Yes, it is estimated that this time, Mr. Yachen, it would be good to have one or two psychic Pokemon on the list. The situation like the last time I won the top 10 will never happen again. In the end, several elites such as Lorelei also expressed their views and opinions. Buzzing. When everyone was thinking about the ranking of the gods, the countdown of the gods had already reached 0. Countless bright golden and simple words are hidden. Although people in the Pokemon world are watching with their eyes, it seems that there is a solemn voice in their hearts. The ranking of the strongest psychic trainers has begun to be announced. Conditions for listing: among all regions, the top 100 psychic Pokemons that have been subdued will be included in the list. The Pokemon on the above list cannot be listed repeatedly. The God list prompt is the same as before, except that there is one more Pokemon that cannot be selected multiple times into the ranking list. This doesn't matter to most trainers at all. But it made those psychic strong men breathe a sigh of relief. That's great, the God list really won't let a Pokemon be on the list twice. Seeing this situation, many psychic powerhouses felt joy in their hearts. Before that, they guessed that a Pokemon might not be on the list twice. But that's just speculation after all. Now confirmed. This means that Yachen's mysterious powerhouse Latios and Latias cannot be on the list. Thus, they directly lost the two big mountains that were pressing on their heads. Not to mention, they ranked at least 2 places. The reward gap is huge. This time the ranking is less than the unreasonable existence of Yachen, the ranking should be much normal. Thinking of this, all the powerful psychic trainers felt a lot more relaxed. P.S. Begging for flowers, evaluation tickets, collections, and rewards. Asterisk. Chapter 22, Reward Upgrade, Psychic Trainer Crazy. Chapter 22, Scary Rewards, Crazy Psychic Trainers. On the Pokemon God list, the strange and simple words are constantly condensed. It didn't take a moment for the last rank psychic trainer to appear. People in the world of Pokemon, hold your breath and look forward to it. Ranking announced. 100th place, Rapidash, Galar. Strength, Leader Peak. Trainer, Lu Weng. Reward, Quasi-Elite Berry, a strange berry with powerful power. When consumed by Pokemon, Pokemon can quickly reach quasi-elite combat power. When the information and rewards of the last place on the list appear, in an instant, countless psychic trainers went crazy. Horrified cries can be heard everywhere. My God! How can this reward be better than the last dragon ranking list? Quasi-elite berry. Elevating a Pokemon directly to the quasi-elite level is much more valuable than a high-quality Pokemon that needs to be cultivated. The strength of the list is still the peak of the leader, but the reward is too good. Damn it! Dragon-type trainers have lost a lot. With the same strength, Psychic's ranking reward is much better. It seems that our psychic trainers are the chosen ones. The treatment given by the gods far exceeds that of dragons. Psychic trainer, almost collectively insane. This Pokemon list is really awesome. The difficulty of making the list remains the same. It is still the selection of the 100 strongest trainers, which can be rewarded several times better than the previous dragon list. A quasi-elite qualified Pokemon, trained to quasi-elite, needs a lot of resources. Even an ordinary trainer can't complete the bankruptcy and can only waste the talent of Pokemon. There's even a risk of the Pokemon dying halfway. It can be described as a lot of shortcomings. And the quasi-elite berry directly makes a Pokemon break through to the quasi-elite state. No cost. There is no chance of failure. To put it mildly, from the current point of view, the reward value of the top 100 in the psychic list is more than 10 times that of the dragon list. Countless psychic trainers are even more proud. Before, let the group of dragons get the benefits first. As a result, we have gained even more. That's right, after the Pokemon world, our psychic status is expected to rise. The value of a quasi-elite berry is no less than that of an elite qualified Pokemon. The rewards after the God ranking will be even better. Our psychic is about to rise. They are all excited. Judging from the rewards currently given by the Pokemon God list, psychic will definitely be able to dominate the entire Pokemon world. Once the elite and champion occupy a high position, they are all psychic based. The Pokemon Alliance will also give priority to the development of resources for cultivating psychic Pokemon to meet the needs of those top powerhouses. At that time, even ordinary psychic trainers can benefit a lot from it. In Viridian Gym, Giovanni laughed even more. He gently stroked Persian next to him, overjoyed. Well, the rewards on the psychic list have actually increased. It's better for me. Giovanni is very happy now. His Mewtwo is the strongest psychic mythical beast. He will also be able to take the first place in the ranking of the strongest psychic trainers. This time, the better the reward of the God list, the greater his benefit. And, if I remember correctly, Sabrina is also a strong psychic. She has also cultivated a group of psychic people in the organization. In Team Rockets, you can also get a lot of ranking rewards. Giovanni nodded with great satisfaction. The last time on the Dragon ranking list, a huge Team Rockets, no one was on the list. Dragon-type Pokemon are indeed too rare. How can someone who can be reduced to join an underground organization have it? But, this time on the psychic list, Giovanni is sure that Sabrina and her men will be able to occupy a lot of rankings, plus the first place booked by Mewtwo. His Team Rockets will be the biggest winner of this release. Also at a time when Psychics trainers were extremely excited. The Pokemon God ranking is still ranked slowly in a solemn form, unmoved by the hustle and bustle of the world. 99th, Sun Eevee. Strength, Leader Peak. Trainer, Sunair. Reward, Quasi-Elite Berry plus Perfect Quality Sunstone. 98th, Alakazam. Strength, Leader Peak. Trainer, Emmer. Reward, Quasi-Elite Berry plus Perfect Quality Confusion Spoon. Number 97, Hypno. Strength, Leader Peak. Trainer, Lou Foster. Reward, Quasi-Elite Berry Plus Perfect Quality Psychic Gems *10. As the rankings were announced one by one, the dragon trainers became more and more annoyed. It's not just that the Quasi-Elite Berry is stronger than the Quasi-Elite qualified Pokemon. The God ranking has also started rewarding perfect quality items earlier. Yes, Confusion Spoons and Psychic Gems are props that can greatly improve combat effectiveness. They are much stronger than the 1 or 2 skills inherited from the dragon rankings. Shenbang's reward this time is too strong, it's unfair. With the advancement of the rankings, the trainers of the dragon system have already affirmed that this time the universe origin reward is much stronger than the first dragon ranking. All of a sudden, the jealous eyes turned red. Why, I'm not psychic. Get the ranking reward in advance, but the quality is so much worse. Blood loss. And just when everyone was amazed that the reward was more powerful, another ranking was announced on the top of the God list. 84th, Wobbuffet. Strength, Leader Peak. Trainer, Sabrina. Reward, Quasi-Elite Berry *2. FK, it's Saffron City Gym Leader Sabrina. Seeing Sabrina on the list, the Kanto region is also boiling. This demon from Saffron City is also on the list. It's broken. After getting the reward of the God list, I don't know how many people will be killed by Sabrina. It's over. Originally I was going to challenge Saffron City Gym. How dare I now? Sabrina must be more brutal than before. Sabrina is on the list. No, it's Wobbuffet. Not her Alakazam. Sabrina's ace has another chance on the list. Sabrina is already extremely talented, so she can be on the list at least twice this time. Doesn't she want her strength to skyrocket? Alas. Although Sabrina Gym Leader is indeed a bit eccentric, she still has strength. Once the gods list comes out, she will definitely take off. Quite Elite Berry, still too. The reward is too exaggerated. I really envy Sabrina Leader. She has gained so much from this list. Among the countless emotions, some are happy and some are sad. Some even shivered. It was those unlucky bastards who once challenged Saffron City Gym. Although most of these people are Alliance trainers, it does not prevent them from thinking of Sabrina with some anxiety and fear. After all, this psychic leader has a history of turning challenge losers into dolls. After getting the reward of the God ranking, the strength has greatly increased, and it is estimated that he will be more willful. However, more people from the Kanto region are still honored. They know that Sabrina is going to get huge benefits just by being on the list once. What's more, Wobbuffet isn't her ace yet. After that, Alakazam is very likely to get a better ranking. It is no exaggeration to say that the gym leader of Psychic becoming an elite-level powerhouse is very promising. Asterisk. Chapter 23, Reward Against the Sky, instantly reach elite level. Chapter 23, Reward Against the Sky, instantly reach elite level. At the same time, in Saffron City Gym, Sabrina looked at the 2 crystal clear berries suddenly condensed in the void. Feel the surging power in it. Even with her usual iceberg-like demeanor, she was also full of surprises at this time. The reward of this god list is actually better than expected at the beginning. With 2 quasi-elite berry, my Wobbuffet and Mr. Mime can break through from the peak of the leader to the quasi-elite level. Sabrina is extremely surprised at this time. There is also a fighting gym in Saffron City. Although it has not been officially certified by the Alliance, it has always been extremely incompatible with Sabrina's Super Gym. Friction on both sides. In the past, Sabrina just held down this gym at most. And now with the bonus of 2 quasi-elite berry, she can drive this fighting gym out of Saffron City. A wish of Sabrina was fulfilled. She is naturally in a great mood. Leader, congratulations. Next, your ace, Alakazam, is estimated to be on the list again. Our gym has also risen. Several psychic people around Sabrina crowded up, Obviously they were in a good mood. The leader's main force is listed once, and 2 quasi-elites combat power has been added. Ace Al-Kazam, you can get even better rewards. The stronger Sabrina's strength is, the more alliance funding Jim gets, the higher the tide will be. They gym members can also profit. I don't know how many names my Al-Kazam can get. Sabrina didn't care too much about the touts of the gym members. She closely watched the changes on the list of gods, looking forward to it. Above the list of gods, the text and pictures change again and again. 83rd, Giraffarig. Strength, Leader Peak. Trainer, Lugal. Reward, Quasi-Elite Berry * 2 plus Move Machine, Trick Room. 82nd, Zaytu. Strength, Leader Peak. Trainer, Lugal. Reward, Quasi-Elite Berry * 2 plus Move Machine, Psychic. 80th, Wabafay. Strength, Quasi-Elite Junior. Trainer, Carl. Reward, Quasi-Elite Berry * 3. The ranking is rising rapidly, and there are more than a dozen psychic trainers, and the harvest is huge. However, it did not surprise people too much, but they are all looking forward to whether there will be more precious rewards after the ranking rises. Finally, after the ranking of the gods was released, the Pokemon world shook again. 70th, Solrook. Strength, Quasi-Elite Intermediate. Trainer, Xiaofeng. Reward, Elite Berry, a strange berry with great power. When consumed by Pokemon, Pokemon can quickly reach elite level combat power. 69th place, Moonrock. Strength, Quasi-Elite Intermediate. Trainer, Xiaonan. Reward, Elite Berry. These are the 2 gym leaders of Moss Deep City. In an instant, the people in the Hone region started to get excited. These are our 2 gym leaders in the Hone region. Xiaofeng and Xionan are lucky. They just happened to be in the ranking of the reward upgrade of the God ranking. They got the Elite Berry. They made a lot of money. The last time on the Dragon ranking list was around 70, and the quality of rewards has suddenly risen to a new level. The same is true for this Psychic ranking. These 2 gym leaders are considered lucky. I really envy them. With these rewards, 2 elite-level Pokemon can be formed in an instant. The Green Ridge Gym is about to become the most terrifying one in the Hone region. Some people are excited that Hone region finally has a well-known powerhouse on the leaderboard, and they are honored. And more people are envious and jealous. Elite Berry, instantly raise 2 Pokemons to elite level. What concept? Almost instantly, Xiaofeng and Xionan became top powerhouses. The benefits of being on the God list are indeed terrifying. At this time, Hone Elite Drake was sitting at home with a happy expression on his face, and he sighed with emotion. Good. Good. Just got an Elite Berry, not bad. In this way, the Hone Alliance can add 2 more top powerhouses. Although he is somewhat regretful that the Dragon rank list is not as rewarding as the Superpower list. But he is still happy from the bottom of his heart that the 2 leaders, Feng and Nan, have won awards. After all, these 2 are the official gym leaders of the Alliance. They've grown so much, and that's good for the Hone League as a whole. At the same time, among the Green Ridge Gym, Xiaofeng and Xionan held hands and cheered. Wow, it's just a little bit, our ranking is a little lower, and it is estimated that we can only get a quasi-elite berry. Great. The strength of Moonrock and Solrook can also increase a lot. Although they have become gym leaders, Xiaofeng and Xionan are still children at heart. Can't contain the joy in my heart. Elite berry. The effect is overbearing. Although the 2 of them are young, they also know that Pokemon is not easy to cultivate. Normally, Solrook and Moonrock will take more than 10 years to advance to the elite level. And with a random reward on the Pokemon God list, Helping Hand Xiaofeng and Xionan can easily get their long-cherished wish. How can they not get excited? Asterisk. Chapter 24, Team Rocket's Chief Cotter. Chapter 24, Team Rocket's Chief Cotter. Hone region cheers for Moss Deep City gym leaders listing. And the powerhouses of other regions are also on the list. 64th, Reissue, Alola. Strength, Quasi-Elite Intermediate. Trainer, Deksha. Reward, Elite Berry plus Perfect Quality Psychic Gems *20. People in Alola cheered. This is Sycamore Professor's assistant. He has a good ranking. Number 60, Blimwin. Strength, Quasi-Elite Advanced. Trainer, Peter. Reward, Elite Berry plus Quasi-Elite Berry *2. Someone in the Galar region soon shouted excitedly. It's the gym leader of the dance arena. He got 3 berries. His strength will skyrocket. 57th place, Super Espar. Strength, Quasi-Elite Advanced. Trainer, Ge Jiwa. Reward, Elite Berry *2. Many people in the Kalos Alliance noticed the picture on the God list. It's the fortune teller of Bake Gym. The ranking is so high. With 2 elite berries, Ge Jiwa is destined to become the strongest gym leader in Kalos. For a time, elite from major regions, psychic powerhouses below champion, appeared one after another, occupying many seats on the leaderboard. Countless people cheered for these powerhouses on the list, lamenting their huge gains. And above the God list, another ranking was announced. 55th, Alakazam. Strength, Quasi-Elite Peak. Trainer, Sabrina. Reward, Elite Berry *3. After this ranking appeared, it set off a lot of waves. Sabrina from Saffron City is on the list again. On the list twice, our super gym leader in the Kanto region is really amazing. 3 Elite Berry. What concept is this? A new psychic elite is about to be born. Sabrina has been on the list twice? As expected to be one of the strongest psychic people. The rewards are too generous. People all over the world sighed. People in the Kanto region are naturally proud. But more people are extremely envious. The harvest of 3 Elite Berry, Sabrina is really only one step away from Psychic Elite. Among Viridian Gym. Master Giovanni. Good news. Miss Sabrina, she has won 2 rankings in a row, her strength has skyrocketed. Our Team Rockets are up again. Archer sat on his knees and congratulated the leader of Team Rockets. The cotter looked ecstatic on the surface, but he was already extremely jealous in his heart. Why didn't I major in Psychic? Moreover, the rewards given out on this superpower list are very good. Cheap is occupied by Sabrina. Now her strength is estimated to far exceed other cotters including herself. Even the first person under Giovanni. Although Archer said congratulations, his heart felt like blood was dripping. Giovanni, on the other hand, smiled admiringly. Yes, Sabrina has indeed improved a lot this time. I've decided to appoint her as chief cotter. Giovanni finished speaking and glanced around casually. He naturally saw the expressions of Archer and other cotters beside him, obviously full of unwillingness. Giovanni could also guess what they were thinking. Nothing but jealousy of Sabrina's benefits from being on the list. However, the opinions of these people are simply irrelevant. Giovanni's idea is clear. Strength is the last word. Anyway, Team Rockets has gained a boost in combat effectiveness, so it's worth rejoicing. However, Giovanni didn't dwell on Sabrina's question for too long at this point. He just looked at the gods list with great anticipation. The Team Rockets leader had a very clear idea in his mind. Although Sabrina's strength is good, compared with her Mewtwo, it is completely the gap between Firefly and Hauyu. Rao is so. The newly appointed Chief Cotter can immediately get 3 elite-level Pokémon with the help of the ranking reward. And when the list of gods is released to the end, how good is the top reward that you get with Mewtwo? At this point, Giovanni had a calm look under his hands. But in my heart, I couldn't wait for the God list to announce the top ranking of the psychic list. That way, not only will he be able to show his best work in front of the world, but he will also receive incredible mega rewards. It not only made a name for itself, but also obtained a huge increase in strength. At this time, the Pokemon God list is still being released quickly. A group of trainers who are at the peak of the quasi-elite level are also on the list. 50th place, Huawuniao Quasi-Elite Peak Trainer, Canary. 48th, Gardevoir Quasi-Elite Peak Trainer, Liwei. 44th place, Swobot Quasi-Elite Peak Trainer, Jiatian. Although the listing of these people has caused a lot of waves, the discussion is not too much. First, most of these people are hermits and strong people, and not many people know about them. Second, these trainers who are ranked in the 40 or so, the rewards they get from the God ranking are still mainly elite berry, and there has not been much improvement. So it didn't attract much attention. But when seeing the latest rankings, the whole Pokemon world is boiling again. Asterisk. Chapter 25, Feast of Super Elite. Chapter 25, Feast of Super Elite. At this time, the elite level powerhouses in the major regions on the God list finally began to list one by one. The top strongmen of the major regions, you can sing and I will appear. Even directly occupy dozens of rankings on the list of Psychic's strongest trainers. 40th, Executor Elite Junior Trainer, Kazuki. 39th, Sun EV Elite Junior Trainer, Lucian. 31st, Sigilif Elite Junior Trainer, Cattleya. 23rd, Gardevoir Elite Intermediate Trainer, Kazuki. Number 19, Musharna Elite Intermediate Trainer, Cattleya. 15th, Reuniclus Elite Advanced Trainer, Cattleya. The world is buzzing again. The reward on the God list is still Elite Berry. But the number is increasing. My God, these Pokemons aren't the trump cards of the major region elites. The rankings are already very good. The Psychic elites are taking off. They still have a chance to be on the list. Has anyone noticed that Miss Cattleya from Kalos region has been on the list 3 times? It's outrageous. She is the big winner of this list. She has already won 10 Elite Berry. On the Psychic list, the quality of the rewards is high, and elites have been on the list more often. It seems that the Psychic in the league will be the dominant one. Why? We didn't choose Psychic in the first place, and it took too much advantage. Most people watch these elites on the list, but they are truly shocked. This time, these Psychic powerhouses took a big advantage. It is no exaggeration to say that the strength of the team is very likely to double directly. This still doesn't take into account the increase in the strength of elites ace on the list. If you count those, the increase in strength will only be more terrifying and exaggerated. Everyone can see that in the days to come, the super elite will become the most valuable and strongest one in the major leagues. And as long as there are some strong powerhouses, all of them are jealous with red eyes. Outrageous. All of them are extremely regretful of themselves. Why are they not Psychic's trainers? Why not raise a Psychic Pokemon? The rewards for this ranking are even better than the last Dragon rank list. Anytime you make the list, you will earn blood. Now they can only be extremely annoyed. As for those Psychic elite powerhouses who have repeatedly appeared on the list, one by one they were ecstatic. However, he could barely keep his sanity. Because they know the real surprise is yet to come. Your own ace will soon be on the list to get the final reward. Finally, as the Pokemon God list radiates bright rays of light, the rankings are back. 14th place, Zaytu. Strength, Elite Advanced. Trainer, Kazuki. Reward, Champion Berry, a strange berry with great power. When consumed by Pokemon, Pokemon can quickly reach champion level combat power. Immediately, Johto region, bang. At this time, Kazuki has not yet become a Kanto elite, so the people in his hometown of Johto region are happy for him. God's list is so great, it directly gives us Johto's Kazuki an extra champion level combat power. I'm so envious. Kazuki's attack on the elite, I guess it's a sure thing. And Kazuki himself was watching the gradually condensed champion berry at home. Almost crazy with joy. With berry and champion level Pokemon, it's time to look for even more excitement. His eyes are frantic, and he is extremely grateful to the gods. 13th, Miss Goth. Strength, Elite Peak. Trainer, Catlia. Reward, Champion Berry plus Elite Berry *2. In the Battle Chateau, Unova region, countless superior trainers are cheering. Long live Miss Catlia. Great, finally got the Champion Berry, and 2 more Elite Berry. Huge harvest. And Catlia in the center of the castle is also smiling. Couldn't contain the joy in my heart. In addition to the previous ranking rewards, a total of more than 10 Elite Berry can instantly pull up 2 Psychic Elite. This is the most suitable reward for me. Catlia was very excited, she was the heir of the big family. In addition to his own strength, he has also been committed to improving the ability of his family. And so many Elite Berry can definitely make the power of the tribe skyrocket. How could this Psychic Elite not be happy? 12th place, Gallade. Strength, Elite Peak. Trainer, Lucian. Reward, Champion Berry *2. Sinnoh region, Water Vessel Library. Although absolute silence was required here, suppressed cheers could still be vaguely heard. Lucian Elite. It seems to be one of the top-ranked elites. Yeah, it seems that so far, our Sinnoh region is the real big winner. 2 Champion Berries. Equivalent to 2 Champion Pokemons. In a corner of the library, Lucian, who was reading a special form of Pokemon in the popular science region, also outlined a smile on the corner of his mouth. Sure enough, after discovering the appearance of the Dragon Elements list, the idea of giving Araludo special training is correct. Although they are both at the top of Elite, Miss Catlia, I'm sorry, but I'm still better. In the end, I got an extra Champion Berry. In addition, the Champion Berry or Elite Berry given by the Pokemon God ranking list, what kind of principle does it rely on to make Pokemon's strength soar? I'm really curious. Lucian closed the book, he didn't have the time to continue reading now. As a scholar, Lucian didn't just want to get the Champion Berry and improve the Pokemon. I want to see more, the material composition of the God ranking reward, and the principle of its effect. Lucian looked at the 2 Champion Berries gradually condensed around him, and couldn't wait to go to the laboratory. His heart is extremely happy and eager. Asterisk. Chapter 26, could it be? Psychic also has mysterious powers? Chapter 26, could it be? Psychic also has mysterious powers? However, after the elite level powerhouses took turns appearing, people in the world of Pokemon are even more emotional. Last time, the 11th place in Do Elite got the Super Limit Stone that broke through Champion to the level of the 3rd level Mythical Beast. Will it be the same reward this time? People are guessing and looking forward to it. Afterwards, on the top of the list of gods, the light shines. 11th place, Jenks. Strength, Champion Junior. Trainer, Lorelei. Reward, Ultra Stone plus Extreme Berry, a strange berry with powerful power. After taking it to Pokemon, Pokemon can quickly reach Champion's extreme combat power. The moment the ranking reward appears, countless people showed extremely envious expressions. FK. It's really an ultra-limited stone. Could it be that another 3rd level god Pokemon is about to be born? This time, not only ordinary trainers, but also the champions are jealous. After all, who doesn't want a fetish that can help the hand Pokemon break through to the 3rd level Divine Beast? After being extremely envious, someone said sourly. Lorelei Elite is just good luck. If this strength is placed on the dragon list, it would be enough to be in the top 20. No way, who makes the dragon trainers unlucky? I met someone like Yechen beyond imagination. That's right, I feel bad for a wave of dragon trainers. I used to envy their first open list. Now it seems that they are the ones who suffer the most. Don't say these words, there are quite a lot of people who have done it. After all, that's what it is. Also the 11th. On the power list is Champion Junior Lorelei. On the dragon ranking list, however, is Lance, the champion at the limit. The same ranking and different strengths make many people feel distressed for dragon trainers. In addition to being distressed, many people are speculating on who can top the psychic list. According to the fact that champion can be ranked 11th in the junior level, there should be no mysterious powerhouse like Yechen on the psychic list. Indeed, the list this time is relatively normal. If there is no accident, the top of the list should be the champion of a certain region. I guess first place goes to Steven from the Hone region. His metagross has been famous for years. It is possible that his metagross reached champion level many years ago, and now he must go even further, and he has a good chance of winning the first place. It's not always the case. Diantha from Kalos region has a good chance of winning the first place. Her Gardevoir strength is also quite terrifying. I also think that Diantha's Gardevoir should be the strongest psychic Pokemon. There must be a chance to win the first. Everyone is talking about each other. Opinions are divided as to who will be at the top of the psychic chart. At a time when everyone was looking forward to it, a new ranking appeared on the top of the gods list. 10th, Gardevoir. Strength, Champion Peak. Trainer, Diantha. Reward, Limit Berry *2 plus Exceed Limit Stone. 10th, Metagross, tied for 10th. Strength, Champion Peak. Trainer, Steven. Reward, Limit Berry *2 plus Exceed Limit Stone. After the list appeared, two Pokemons appeared on the God list. One is a four-clawed Pokemon made of metal. It has a huge body and a cold light shining all over it, giving people a strong sense of oppression. Another. It is the appearance of the graceful and calm Super Queen, and Constrict is radiating a strange light all over her body. They are Steven's Metagross and Diantha's Gardevoir. The powerful Pokemon at the peak of the two champions, although the aura is extremely powerful, makes many strong players in the Pokemon world lag behind. But most people have no time to worry about the power of two Pokemon. When they saw the rankings of Metagross and Gardevoir, their first reaction was astonish. How is it possible? What is the situation? The two strongest psychic Pokemon owners in the Pokemon world just took this position. Steven and Diantha tied for 10th. Don't even deserve 9th. That's outrageous. Are you kidding me? I was thinking just now, apart from Steven and Diantha, who have reserved the top 2, who will be in the remaining 8 rankings. As a result, the two of them are only 10th. Am I wrong? Countless trainers, gym leaders, and even elite champions are horrified. They didn't expect this situation at all. Psychic's Pokemon, Diantha, and Steven's Ace are the best. But the ranking published on the God list completely denies this. 9 more powerful psychic trainers than these two champions. Everyone is extremely dumbfounded and surprised. At this time, Devon Corporation. Steven looked at the ranking on the God list and was stunned. He even dropped a nice evolutionary stone/ite he was holding in his hand. My Metagross only finished 10th. Then Steven took another look at the rankings and was even more surprised. Diantha also only tied for 10th with me. What's the matter? There is no one in the league who can stabilize me in the cultivation of psychic Pokemon. He really can't understand. I often go to Meteor Falls for psychic trainer workouts. Metagross can devour all kinds of stones with strange power to improve its strength. Under two conditions, the ranking is just the same. Stephen pondered how great his metagross advantage was. At first, he thought that Diantha was unlikely to compete with himself for the number 1 position of the strongest trainer in Psychic. The result was only a 10th ranking in the end. Stephen can only be dumbfounded. Kalos region, Lumio City, in Rising Sun Cafe. Diantha even looked at the ranking on the god list, and it was a little difficult to accept. Gardevoir is the strongest ace in my hand. And it ended up being a mere 10th. I would understand it if Stephen was crushed on the head, but where did 9 psychic trainers who are far superior to me appear? Diantha just felt dizzy in her head. Everyone froze in place. Silly. However, the 2 champion-level powerhouses were confused, but they soon came up with a relatively reasonable explanation. Could it be? Stephen pondered. At about the same time, Diantha was also thoughtful. After thinking for a long time, they came up with an amazing guess. Could it be that there is also a mysterious powerhouse like Yechen on the dragon ranking list? Asterisk. Chapter 27, How is it possible? Is it him again? Chapter 27, How is it possible? Is it him again? This is what Stephen and Diantha pondered. On the list of gods, Metagross and Gardevoir have disappeared. The new ranking slowly condensed out. 9th place, Celebi. Strength, Level 2 God Intermediate. Trainer, Yechen. Reward, Fragment of the Law of Psychic. At this time, on the top of the list of gods, a small emerald green creature evolved, with big eyes and a very lively and lovely appearance. Is this a 2nd level divine beast? Looks so weak. However, Celebi really doesn't have the power of a dragon-type Pokemon, and the image shows nothing more than a quirky little guy. However, in the next second, it was as if the god list had the ability to read minds. A detailed introduction to Celebi appeared in everyone's heart. Celebi, the god of the forest who can travel through time. Wherever he goes, there are lush foliage. He has the ability to change history and resurrect the dead. According to legend, once he appears, he will guide people to a bright future and a path. In the Pokemon world, countless people were instantly shouted by astonish. FK. What mythical beast is this? Time travel? Resurrect the dead? Guide to a bright future? It sounds like it's very powerful. And its strength is not bad. The power of the 2nd level divine beast must be very strong. What a powerful ability, completely invisible. Did no one notice the trainer's name? It's him again. It's Yechen again. What's the situation? Shouldn't this mysterious powerhouse named Yechen be a dragon boss? Why does Psychic also have a 2nd level divine beast level Pokemon? Isn't it outrageous? This Celebi should also be a legendary Pokemon, right? Isn't it said that the legendary Pokemon only needs to be approved by trainers to join his team? Yechen can get the approval of the dragon-type Pokemon, and he can also get the forest god. Approval, so exaggerated. At the beginning, most people were shocked by the incomparable power of Celebi after the introduction on the god list. Able to transcend reincarnation and control the power of life and death. This seemingly cute Pokemon is indeed a worthy secondary god. But what they didn't expect was that such a powerful psychic Pokemon was actually conquered by that Yechen again. Didn't they all say that Yechen is the top expert in the dragon element? Why is it so fierce in the field of psychic? This situation is completely beyond their imagination. And the other side? In the VIP room of Champion Arena, Agatha asked with a dull expression. Lance, what's wrong with you? Have you been in a daze since the ranking was released just now? Looking at Lance with a wrong expression, the ghost-type elite asked kindly. No, nothing. And faced Agatha's concern. Lance just shook his head and said nothing. The Yechen thing on the leaderboard. With the secrets of the family, Lance can only hold back all kinds of emotions in his heart. But in fact, this Kanto champion has already been overwhelmed in his heart. Ye Chen is the expressive inheritor of the dragon god envoy. That's why he can conquer so many powerful dragon-type legendary Pokemon. Even the quasi-created god-level colorful Rayquaza has surrendered to him. But how do you explain the current situation? Becoming a dragon god has an affinity for dragon-type Pokemon, but this has nothing to do with Psychic's divine beast. Then, how did Celebi get caught by Ye Chen? Lance felt like a mess in his head. For Ye Chen's conquest of the psychic legend Pokemon, his accident was far stronger than that of ordinary people. He couldn't figure it out anyway. How did Ye Chen, who obtained the inheritance of the dragon god envoy, receive the psychic legend Pokemon? Not just Lance. The champion elites from all regions of the Pokemon world almost had their eyeballs popping out at this time. This Ye Chen again. Steven leaned back on the sofa weakly. Second level god, middle level, Metagross is far more powerful than me. I'm not wrong 10th. But Ye Chen, a master of the dragon system, actually subdued Psychic's divine beast. What's this called? Steven himself, as a steel-type peak powerhouse, believes that the reason why Ye Chen can have a quasi-creative god-level Pokemon must have reached the limit in the dragon type. How could there be another divine beast to recover Psychic? He couldn't figure out how such a person could exist in the world. In the cafe, Diantha looked at Celebi, who was ranked 9th, and became more and more confused. Obviously it is a dragon specialization, but there is a powerful psychic legend Pokemon in the second level god realm. This Ye Chen, how did you do it? Things are really getting more interesting. Lucian temporarily put down the research equipment at hand. If psychic Pokemon is a symbol of transforming the world with thoughts, the dragon system is simply a domineering release of energy, destroying all obstacles. It's two completely different styles. How can this trainer named Ye Chen be recognized by the psychic beast at the same time when the dragon line has come to an end? At this time, the elite champions of each region were also puzzled. And to say who was most shocked and surprised by Ye Chen's listing on the list. Neither Lance nor the two champions Diantha and Steven. Instead, he has always been certain that he will be the boss of Team Rockets, who is the number 1 superpower list, Giovanni. At this time, seeing Ye Chen, the legendary dragon trainer, appear on the superpower, he is really panicked. Asterisk. Chapter 28, Giovanni, Mutuo is invincible. Chapter 28, Giovanni, Mutuo is invincible. Ye Chen, it's this Ye Chen again. In addition to the dragon legend Pokemon, he can even conquer the psychic legend Pokemon. How did he do it? Seeing the familiar figure reappearing on the god list, Giovanni's expression was extremely shocked. He didn't think of it anyway. This mysterious figure who has reached the extreme in the dragon family can actually conquer the legendary Pokemon in the psychic field. How on earth did he do it? Giovanni was puzzled. Could it be that the situation on the dragon ranking will be repeated on the superpower ranking? While shocked, Giovanni became more and more worried. Because what's happening now is so similar to what happened on the dragon list last time. The same champion-level top powerhouses are ranked at the bottom. The same legendary mythical beast appeared to crush the audience. Next. Is it another group of psychic mythical beasts? And then dominate all the leaderboards? Is it? Thought here. Giovanni felt a sudden chill in his heart. Will Mutuo's number 1 be taken away by this Ye Chen? Thinking like this, Rao, because of Giovanni's nature, couldn't help but feel fear in his heart. That fear is uncertainty about the future. If it is someone else. Even if the other party has a very strong psychic legend Pokemon, Giovanni will not take it seriously. Because of his Mutuo, he fears no one. But only. This Ye Chen is an exception. Because the strength of the other party is too powerful, even to the point where it is beyond the imagination of human beings. Control many first-level peak gods, as well as the colorful Rayquaza that surpasses the first-level gods to the quasi-creation level. In the face of this transcendent existence, even if he had Mewtwo, the strongest artificial Pokemon, he couldn't possibly be the opponent's opponent at all. Unless he can get the top of the psychic list, and get the god-level items on the god list to increase Mewtwo's strength again, there is still a possibility. But now, this Yachen also appeared on the psychic list. And the strength of the opponent. This is the number 1 superpower list that he had originally reserved. Can it still be his? Thinking of this, Giovanni's heart was suddenly filled with fear. But at this moment, Giovanni suddenly thought of something. No, it's me who fell into the blind spot of thinking. I don't need to contend with his powerful gods at all, because here is the psychic ranking. The thought came to mind and gave Giovanni hope again. He thought that this is not the dragon list. It's the psychic list. In this list, the opponent's powerful first-level gods and quasi-creation level combat power cannot enter the rankings. On the other hand, his Mewtwo does not have this limitation at all. And in the field of psychic, Giovanni believes his Mewtwo is invincible, even stronger than the legendary Pokemon ancestor Mew. As such, even if he is as strong as this Yachen, he cannot compete with him in the psychic list. The other party may be able to reproduce the Dragon List Grand Occasion, with many psychic legend Pokemon dominating the list. But it's different from last time. This time, the first trainer of psychic is not Yachen, but Giovanni. Ha ha ha. In this way, it's a good thing for Yachen to be on the superpower list or even occupy the superpower list. If I can suppress the other party on this list, my existence will be famous in the world, and in this way, it will be more beneficial to the future development of the organization. Thinking of this situation, Giovanni swept away the haze before and was in a good mood. He is now extremely looking forward to the continued distribution of the super list. He was even fantasizing. When they saw that they were above the mega powerhouse Yachen, what was the reaction of the top leaders of the alliance? In the case of this kind of attention from all parties, several new rankings were successively released on the top of the list of gods. 8th place, Jiraiya. Strength level, Secondary Beast Intermediate. Trainer, Yachen. Jiraiya, every 1000 years, he will wake up because of the pure singing, and he has the power to realize all wishes. 7th place, Victini. Strength, Level 2 Divine Beast Intermediate. Trainer, Yachen. Victini, the beast that symbolizes victory. It can emit infinite heat, and it is said that the trainer who owns it will not encounter any failures. 6th place, Lunala. Strength, First Class God Advanced. Trainer, Yachen. Lunala, the beast inviting the moon in ancient times, it is said that it can take away all light and summon the creatures of other worlds. 5th place, Solgaleo. Strength, First Class God Advanced. Trainer, Yachen. Solgaleo, the rumored god who can devour the sun, is enough to release the light that illuminates the entire world. 4th place, Necrozma. Strength, First Class God Advanced. Trainer, Yachen. Necrozma, a god who eats light, can easily control the power of Lunala and Solgaleo, and control the evil god of dawn and dusk. When this string of rankings is released, on the list of gods, several terrifying figures emerged. The powerful aura dedicated to the beasts has swept the whole world. Countless trainers stared at the list of gods, their faces sluggish, and their shocked minds were blank. Asterisk. Chapter 29, Mew. Only in 3rd place? Chapter 29, Mew. Only in 3rd place? This. What did I see? It's really this Yachen again, and he dominates the list again. My god, I feel like I'm dreaming. What is the origin of this Yechen? You can't get around him for 2 consecutive rankings, right? There are so many divine beasts who are extremely powerful just by looking at the introduction. And it's Yechen's Pokemon. How strong is he? Seeing the appearance of these mythical beasts, countless people were frightened. Although they had a hunch when Celebi debuted earlier. Maybe this mysterious powerhouse named Yechen will have the same domination behavior as the last dragon rank list. But now it's become a reality. Countless people are still in disbelief. How can there be such a strong person in the world? In the case of conquering so many dragon-type mythical beasts, can you still conquer a group of such powerful psychic mythical beasts? What monster is this? Not only these ordinary trainers, but also the elite champions were shocked. How is that possible? Yechen, is he the descendant of the dragon envoy? If not, why is he able to subdue so many powerful dragon-type divine beasts? But if so, how did he conquer so many psychic legend Pokemon? Kanto region, Lance looked at this situation with shock and doubts in his heart. Who is this Mr. Yechen? How did he get so many psychic legend Pokemon approvals? Sinnoh region, Cynthia looked at the Pokemon on the god list in disbelief. I'm afraid this time, we have to hold another World Alliance meeting. Hone region, Wallace and Stephen looked at each other and saw the shock and helplessness in each other's eyes. Unova region. Kalos region. Alola region. Galar region. Similar scenes have appeared in various region alliances. Jiriki, the god who can make wishes come true. Victonai who can bring victory. The legendary god of the moon and the god of the sun. And special divine beasts that can manipulate them. There are so many psychic legends Pokemon that can be met but even more unattainable. How did Yechen conquer it? Inside the rocket hideout at Viridian Gym. Every time Giovanni saw a ranking, his heart couldn't help but be shocked. He thought that he had overestimated that Yechen. Before the god list was announced, it was already guessed that the other party might conquer many psychic mythical beasts. But when he actually saw it, he couldn't help but feel a huge shock in his heart. Because of these legendary psychic Pokemon, each is incredibly powerful. Even some of them have special abilities that make him extremely coveted. So he couldn't figure it out anyway. How could Yechen be able to use so many god-defying beasts for his own use? It turns out that there are so many psychic Pokemons as powerful as me in this world, in addition to the Mew that Giovanni kept talking about. But, why do they all follow that human named Yechen? Is there something special about him? Just as Giovanni wondered. What he didn't know was, Mewtwo, who is not far from him, has learned about the leaderboard by reading his thoughts. At this time, the strongest artificial Pokemon was also extremely confused. It doesn't understand a mere human being. Why does it get so many endorsements for a powerful Pokemon like it? What is so special about him that can make those who have survived for endless years follow him? Mewtwo who can't understand the mystery. He is also full of curiosity about this human named Yechen. The other side. Giovanni thought for a long time, but couldn't get the answer he wanted. Forget it, if you can't figure it out, just don't want to. Although it is amazing that Yechen can conquer so many powerful psychic legends Pokemon, but from the current situation, it has also confirmed that Mewtwo is indeed an invincible existence in psychic. The more important thing now is to wait for Mewtwo to top the list. After recovering from the thought and shock, Giovanni continued to focus on the list. He was really shocked by Yechen's power. But Mewtwo has not appeared since the list was released, which also confirmed that his idea was right. Mewtwo is in psychic. It is indeed a powerful and even invincible existence. Even its opponents. It is the most powerful first-level god in the legend, and it is no exception. With this thought in mind, Giovanni continued to look at the list of gods with anticipation. And at this time, the list of gods announced a new list. Third place, Mew. Strength, the pinnacle of first-class gods. Trainer, Yechen. Reward, Psychic Law Fragment *3. When the list of gods was announced, a little pink Pokemon swinging his slender tail, appearing on the god list, looks really cute. Mew, all the magical beasts with all Pokemon genetics, known as the ancestor Pokemon, can use all Pokemon skills and moves. FK, you have all Pokemon genes, and you can use all Pokemon skills. Is this the ancestor of Pokemon? It is very likely that the introduction to the gods list said that it is the ancestor of Pokemon. It's too strong, there is such a Pokemon in this world. Cow, this Pokemon is really awesome. Seeing the appearance of Mew, everyone exploded the pot again, and the voices of discussions resounded all over the world. But compared to those ordinary trainers who didn't know it, Giovanni's heart was more shocked and surprised. How is that possible? Dream. Mew is only ranked 3 RD. It's the source of all Pokemon genes. In this world, besides Mewtwo, is there any psychic Pokemon stronger than it? Seeing that Mew only came in 3rd, Giovanni was really dumbfounded. In his heart, Mew and Mewtwo are just the strongest psychic Pokemon. It should be in the top 2 on the list. But now the inexplicable Mew is only the 3rd? This situation immediately caused a very strong sense of unease in the heart of the Team Rocket's leader. Giovanni couldn't even imagine where a psychic Pokemon came from. Can beat Mew. The more he thought about it, the more worried he became, and the more ugly he looked. Giovanni even trembled slightly all over his body. He was worried about an extremely terrifying thing. That's his Mewtwo, shouldn't he not be able to get the number 1 ranking this time? And just at this moment on the Pokemon God list, the screen changed again. Giovanni cast his gaze with a look of fear and anticipation. Asterisk. Chapter 30, the strongest? But the second place? Chapter 30, the strongest? But the second place? On the top of the list of gods, there is a ranking that appears impressively. Second place, Mewtwo. Strength, the pinnacle of the first-class beast. Trainer, Giovanni. Reward, Psychic Law Fragments *2 plus Mewtwo Exclusive Evolutionary Stone /id X plus Mewtwo Exclusive Evolutionary Stone /id Y. A purple and white humanoid Pokemon slowly appeared on the god list. Different from the quirky temperament of the third-place Mew, Mewtwo's image is completely full of violence. Mewtwo, a creation that combines human technology and Mew genes, the theoretically strongest psychic Pokemon. In an instant, after Mewtwo appeared, countless people were shocked by the image displayed by the gods. The powerful aura and the ferocity in Mewtwo's eyes made people extremely uneasy and stressed, and then the Pokemon world boiled again. My god! What Pokemon is this? The aura alone feels much stronger than the previous psychic mythical beasts. It's more than strong. It feels like this Pokemon's appearance is completely made for fighting. I just looked at it and trembled all over, it was horrible. Mewtwo is even more stressful than the dragon-type beasts on the last list. At the same time, some people have noticed the key points of the introduction. No, didn't you pay attention to the introduction? That's the point. The artificially created Pokemon, do we humans have such technology now? The pinnacle of the first-level god. What is the concept? I feel that Mewtwo can easily destroy a city. How could such a Pokemon be created? The technology has reached this level. Awesome, no matter which force made it, they have indeed created a new history. Countless people sighed with excitement. First, Mewtwo looks incredibly powerful. Compared with other Pokemons like Mew and Victini on the previous list, it is obvious to the naked eye. It even gave people a shivering momentum. It's shocking. But what surprised many trainers even more was that such a powerful Pokemon was still artificial. Doesn't this mean that humans can conquer the gods with their own technology? Did you even create gods? If it wasn't for the exposure of the god list, no one would know that there was such a force to accomplish such a feat. How can you not make people's hearts, admiration? However, compared to the shock of the ranking of the list itself, many people's attention is on the other side. Mutuo isn't Yechan's. His dominance has been broken. Giovanni, I've heard of it. Viridian gym leader, who actually beat Yechan, really gave us Kanto region a face. Someone can actually win the second place from the mysterious powerhouse Yechan. Does this also mean that the first place after that might not be Yechan anymore? Many people are extremely surprised. Shocked that Yechan's dominance can be broken. Could it be that in the field of psychic, someone can surpass this mysterious powerhouse? At this time, in the VIP room of the Champion Arena, Lance looked at Mutuo on the god list, and couldn't calm down for a long time. Damn! He shouted in a low voice, the appearance of artificial beasts is not a good thing. The rest of the elite also looked ugly. The existence of Mutuo really shocked these people. The pinnacle of a god. It's an artificial Pokemon. Compared with ordinary people, they can sigh the progress of human technology. These top experts in the Kanto region realized that this was probably not a good thing. In addition to the Pokemon Alliance, the only criminal groups in the major regions have the technical strength to create artificial mythical beasts. Even the scope can be further reduced. Except for Team Rockets, which has such a technical reserve, the other galaxy groups and Team Plasma have no such ability at all. The existence of Mutuo itself means that the Alliance is a great threat. And there's a weird problem. Mutuo's trainer, why Giovanni? How could a gym leader like him be followed by an artificial Pokemon? Sure enough, Giovanni has a problem. Bruno sneered. And Lorelei is even more serious. I have just contacted Interpol, and it is true that Viridian Gym has had a number of large shipments with unknown directions. In addition, this Mr. Giovanni was also photographed with Team Rocket's cotters, and those cotters had great respect for him. I think it's quite possible that Giovanni is the head of Team Rockets that the League has been looking for. I will immediately contact the Alliance to investigate. Lance couldn't sit still, he thought Lorelei's speculation was quite reliable. As the Kanto champion, he didn't have the heart to continue watching the announcement of the final ranking of the God ranking. Instead, he immediately set off to contact the inspection unit within the Alliance. Check out Viridian Gym quickly to see if there is anything wrong. However, except that the elites in the Kanto region were extremely nervous, realizing that Mutuo was probably related to Team Rockets, and immediately went to investigate. The top powerhouses in other regions were surprised by another thing. The most powerful psychic Pokemon in theory. Unova region Alder chewed the sentence with a confused expression. Since it is the strongest, why is Mutuo only ranked second? Beyond the strongest is the stronger, what exactly is a Pokemon that can do this? Hone region, Wallace frowned. He knows the legend of Mew, the mythical beast with all the Pokemon genes. With Mew as the mother, Mutuo combined with human technology. It is very reasonable to win the first place in the God list. Even the Pokemon God list itself has named it the strongest, but there is still a Pokemon holding down Mutuo. Cynthia, Leon, Diantha. These top powerhouses are also extremely surprised and puzzled. He could only stare at the leaderboard with great curiosity in his heart. Looking forward to the announcement of the first place. Asterisk. Chapter 31, Super Demon God, Hoopa. Chapter 31, Super Demon God, Hoopa. At this time, the most difficult to accept the reality is undoubtedly Giovanni, the leader of Team Rockets. Bang. He was extremely rageous punch on the chair he was sitting on. How is this possible? Unbelievable is written all over Giovanni's face. And intense anger. The first place in the list of gods is gone. Who to replace? Can you breathe out? At this time, it was not only Archer and other Team Rocket's cotters who were kneeling on the side, they didn't dare to take a breath, for fear of offending their boss. Even Giovanni's favorite Persian shivered and hid behind him. Why second? Why? Giovanni was trembling now. He saw what was written on the Pokémon list. Introduction to the theoretically strongest psychic Pokémon, the emotions are completely uncontrollable. Since it is the strongest, then you give me the first place. Why is it only the second place? The leader of Team Rockets is full of great unwillingness. Even a face full of collapse. Missing it by an inch is worse than Norman. The second-ranked reward is not unreasonable, enough to make his mutuo strength skyrocket. But after all, there is still a gap between it and the first-ranked reward. Giovanni had been Rage's low growl, which lasted a while before gradually regaining his composure. He knows that no matter how powerful his energy is, it is impossible to affect the Pokémon list. Just accept this reality. Giovanni sighed after half a day. Never mind. The number one on the list of gods may be destined to miss me. But then he had a very strong curiosity. Since Mutuo with the strongest theory is only rank second. So what should the first Pokémon be? And the trainer for the number one Pokémon? Will it be Yachen? Giovanni looked at the content on the list of gods again, but this time he no longer had the confidence that he thought he was the first, only the bitterness and unwillingness of passing by the first. And in the god list, the last ranking has finally evolved. First place, Super Demon God Hoopa. Strength, Quasi-Creation God level. Trainer, Yachen. Reward, Super Slate. A giant Pokémon takes over the sky. The body is covered with multiple golden rings, and there are several hands and feet floating around the body. At the chest is a strange hole that seems to devour everything. It looks mighty. Super Demon God Hoopa, after being influenced by Yachen, the legendary Pokémon of complete liberation. Without being restrained by punishment, his strength has skyrocketed to the Quasi-Creation God level. After this Pokémon appeared, it appeared like a colorful Rayquaza. Whether it is a top powerhouse like Elite Champion, or ordinary people, they are all shocked by the power of Hoopa. Several minutes passed before some of the top powerhouses came to their senses. What a terrifying power! Is the number one psychic's strongest trainer also a quasi-creation god? Sure enough, the first place is still a quasi-creation god? Mutuo only won the second place just now, and I have a hunch. The first trainer is still Mr. Yachen. In fact, I'm really not surprised at all, because other than him, who else can conquer god-level Pokémon? Not only is the strongest in the dragon category, Mr. Yachen is also the strongest in psychic. It's too scary. It can only be said that after these two rankings are down, if there is another ranking with the next attribute that is dominated by Yachen, I think it is possible. Surprisingly, people in the Pokémon world weren't too surprised. The strength of the Super Devil Hoopa, the Quasi-Creation God, is on the same level as the strength of the last dragon ranking 7 color Rayquaza, and he deserves the first place. As for Hoopa's trainer Yachen? Many people think that this is a sure thing. Not this mysterious powerhouse, who else can conquer such a powerful Pokémon? After being shocked by Yachen's repeated performances, people have gotten used to it. No matter what kind of miracle this mysterious powerhouse creates, everyone thinks it is reasonable. Because Yachen is the strongest. At this time, the Hone region has made a lot of waves because of the last ranking announced, and the Super Devil Hoopa has made a lot of waves. Stephen, Wallace, 2 champions, came to Petalburg City Gym impatiently. Found Norman, who was also shocked. Norman leader, you should have seen the introduction to Hoopa on the god list, right? The 2 champions asked anxiously. Yes, how is this possible? The above shows that due to the influence of the mysterious powerhouse Yachen, Hoopa can remain in a state of liberation forever, and his strength has greatly increased. And Norman is even more incredible. He quickly told the two champions everything he knew. When he contacted Hoopa and recaptured Rayquaza together with this Pokemon, he felt that this Pokemon was also the strength of a first-level god. After parting with Hoopa, Norman has also researched the legend of the super god. It is said that this Pokemon originally had extremely powerful powers, but it remained in the form of punishment for a long time because of being imprisoned. But now the meaning of Hoopa's imprison on the god list has been solved, so its strength has skyrocketed to a quasi-creation god level. We don't need to discuss this for now. According to the meaning of the god list, Hoopa was influenced by Yechen to unlock the imprison. Doesn't this mean that Yechen, even without the power of Pokemon, is extremely terrifying? Imprison's quasi-creative god-level Pokemon's mysterious existence is restricted. It can be lifted by this mysterious powerhouse. The horror on the faces of Stephen and Wallace. At first they thought Yechen was the trainer who had mastered the powerful Pokemon. But even the few words that came out of the list of gods made them feel more and more that this mysterious powerhouse was hiding too much. It is very likely that this Yechen possesses these powerful abilities. At this time, the two champions were already extremely shocked and surprised, and even had fear in Yechen's heart. Who will know how powerful this mysterious powerhouse is? Asterisk. Chapter 32, Who is he? Chapter 32, Who is he? At this time, among the Viridian Gym, the atmosphere was gloomy and gloomy. Giovanni finally closed his eyes helplessly. Quasi-creation god level. It's a quasi-creation god level again. He sighed. Giovanni's face was extremely unwilling. But the hero finally chose to accept the reality. Mewtwo is really strong. The pinnacle of the first-level god, but compared with the Super Devil Hoopa that was announced at the end, the gap in strength is obviously not small. It was impossible for me to be number one from the very beginning. What if you don't accept reality now? Giovanni just kept mumbling. Yechen. Yechen. Who exactly are you? Why is it so powerful? He was extremely confused and curious. Team Rockets has been searching frantically in the Johto region of the Kanto region, and there are also some spies placed by Giovanni inside the Pokemon League. But the problem is that about Yechen, I still don't know anything about it. This mysterious powerhouse seems to have appeared out of thin air. Giovanni was already a little guessing. Could it be that this Yechen is a descendant of humans and divine beasts? That's why he is so powerful. Or is it a super ancient person? Has technology beyond today's? He pondered over and over again, guessing the reason why this mysterious figure was so powerful. And Mewtwo, who was hidden in the armor beside Giovanni, was also constantly thinking. What kind of human is Yechen? How can you get Mew's approval? Although I haven't met, the mother of my genes should be a carefree guy who doesn't like being bound by others. Also, the so-called super demon god Hoopa is just an image simulated by the gods, and it puts a lot of pressure on me, and it should be far stronger than me. Why would it submit to a human being? Is that Yechen very strong? Or is there something special about him? Mewtwo quite doesn't understand Hoopa and Mew following. In its opinion, although it is Giovanni's Pokemon, it is not comfortable. Always being forced to do things you don't like. Just because Team Rockets created themselves. Mewtwo chose to stay. But Mew and Hoopa are supposed to be free by nature, they have no reason to follow a human. Mewtwo was even shocked that there was an existence like Yechen that made the quasi-creation god-level Pokemon surrender. It hides in the armor, thinking. However, Mewtwo was more concerned about another issue at this time. Yechen, what kind of person is he? Maybe he has the ability, help me solve some confusion. What's the point of my existence as a cloned life? Have you been fighting for Giovanni and Team Rockets? Or I can live for myself as freely as any other Pokemon. Maybe I should find a way to find that Yechen and ask him for the answer. This legendary Pokemon, which has only been copied, is extremely confused. Giovanni is already the top powerhouse in the human world. But in Mutuo's view, the leader of Team Rockets is vulgar and only wants to satisfy his own ambitions, and there is no answer at all to communicate with him. Giovanni will only ask endlessly of himself to serve him. And Mutuo has to admit that human wisdom is still better than this kind of question of the meaning of existence. There was no way he could ask for help, other Pokemon that might exist. And Yechen is the strongest among human beings, which aroused Mutuo's great curiosity. This mysterious figure even subdued his own mother. Mutuo has a hunch that perhaps this wonderful powerhouse will give the answer that he has been pursuing. However, this Pokemon did not act rashly at this time. He looked at the shard of the supernatural law and the two bizarre evolutionary stone/ites that Giovanni had in his hand, and a strong covet rose in his heart. Mutuo didn't move. It knows that Giovanni can only give itself evolutionary stone/ite and fragments of law. So I thought to myself, forget it, after all, Team Rocket still has a great deal of love for me. I will continue to serve them until Yechen appears. I don't have any particular place I want to go anyway. At this time, Sinnoh region. Cynthia watched the light of the god slowly shrink. It finally fell silent again. But the Sinnoh champion's mood couldn't calm down for a long time. So many psychic mythical beasts have also surrendered to this Mr. Yechen. He is by no means a powerhouse with a single attribute specialization. It is very likely that his strength is far beyond our estimates and guesses. Cynthia was a little shocked and amazed at Yechen's domination again. However, perhaps this result was already expected by her, and at this time, she was more emotional about Yechen's strength. However, Cynthia didn't feel uneasy about Yechen's terrifying strength. Fortunately, Mr. Yechen convinced the powerful legendary Pokemon to make the list. He must have been quite a remarkable man. It must be a person with extremely lofty beliefs, otherwise he would not be able to get the follow and surrender of so many legendary Pokemon. Cynthia thought about it, with a hint of curiosity and a hint of longing. Although she is already a champion of mythology, she is still a young girl after all, and it is the time to worship such heroic characters. Jingle bell. At this moment, Cynthia's personal phone suddenly rang. She picked up the phone. Remarks, Rowan Professor. Immediately, the Sinnoh champion sat on the line and got on the phone. Professor, what's the matter with you? Cynthia asked. On the other hand, the calm and even serious Rowan Professor on the opposite side was filled with uncontrollable joy. Miss Cynthia, we found a hidden ruin in Dianyuan Mountain earlier. Now that the result is out, we have deciphered some information, which is likely to be related to Mr. Yechen, who has reached the top of the god list this time. These words seem to partly explain why so many psychic legendary Pokemon surrender to the hands of one person. What? In an instant, Cynthia's expression changed drastically. Could the psychic divine beast captured by Yechen be related to the legend of ancient ruins? So what is the identity of this mysterious powerhouse? Ancient people? Or use the power of traveling through time and space to leave a record? The more Cynthia thought about it, the more frightened she became. In shock, he quickly said on the phone, I will be right over. She hung up the phone, rummaged through the bedroom, changed clothes, and ran out of the house not long after. Cynthia threw the Pokeball, summoned the Togekiss, and made her Pokemon use the flying spell. Take her to the place where the ruins are. Asterisk. Chapter 33, The Ancient King. Chapter 33, The Ancient King. Dianyuan Mountain. Cynthia hurriedly arrived at the research institute at the foot of the mountain with a group of Alliance superior personnel. Professor Rowan and a group of Pokemon researchers are already here waiting for her. After the two parties met, there was hardly any polite greetings, and they went straight to the topic. Professor Rowan, you said that behind the mountain, some of the words in the hidden ruins discovered a while ago have been deciphered. And it is likely to explain why the mysterious powerhouse Yechen can conquer those powerful psychic Pokemon. Cynthia asked expectantly. On the top of Dianyuan Mountain, there are some secret legends about Dialga, Palyakia, and Giratina, the three mythical beasts. Cynthia is very interested in these things, not to mention that she has a relationship with Yechen this time. You'll know when you come with me. Professor Rowan was also unequivocal, and directly gestured to keep up. Leading Cynthia and a group of superior personnel of the Alliance to the hidden ruins found in Dianyuan Mountain. The location of the ruins is not far from the foot of the mountain. About 10 minutes later, Cynthia came to a temple that looked very grand, but was hidden inside the mountain. And Professor Rowan stood on the far left of the temple, waving at the crowd. It's here, you see. This is. Cynthia and a group of Alliance personnel turned their heads and watched curiously, in the direction that Professor Rowan pointed. It is a group of murals with some complicated ancient characters engraved underneath. And Professor Rowan took out the prepared materials and explained while reading. Most of the text under the mural was written using the power of strange totems. I contacted the Johto Pros and they did some remote hacks for me. Then he pointed to the first mural. A figure sitting on a throne. There is a halo around it, and there are various images of Pokemon around, but they are all kneeling on the ground or being overwhelmed by the halo. The meaning of this painting and the text below it should be to say that in ancient times, there was a king with a very strong psychic in our Sinnoh or Zakyoi region. With his psychic alone, he has suppressed countless Pokemon and even divine beasts. Professor Rowan explained. The king? This image should be human, right? Cynthia, on the other hand, looked at the mural a few times and asked in surprise. Yes, according to the deciphered content. The king has indeed unleashed these tyrannical and terrifying psychic as human beings. Suppressed all Pokemon. Professor Rowan responded. Really? It should be a fairy tale. How can human beings have such a strong power? The strongest psychic player in the world can compete with the leader's peak-level Pokemon at most. The legends of people in ancient times are true and exaggerated. For a while, Cynthia led the group of superior personnel into a somewhat surprised discussion. In their opinion, use psychic to suppress a large number of Pokemon? Impossible. This group of people didn't believe the content on the mural at all. Only Cynthia looked at the mural without saying a word. Somehow, she had a feeling in her heart. The content on the mural is not necessarily fake. And Professor Rowan didn't care about himself. He was just a researcher, not a religious person who admired myths and stories, and just continued to interpret the following murals. Afterwards, these words recorded that although this king had these powerful abilities, he was ultimately lacking in clones. So the ancient king activated another ability of his own. With a powerful psychic, he can control all Pokemons that control psychic, including divine beasts. Then, the ancient king manipulated these powerful psychic beasts under his control to establish order in various regions and maintain the peace of humans and Pokemon. Professor Rowan explained. Cynthia and others also watched the frescoes. The content is, in order, that the king stands on the top of the mountain, the ocean, and the plateau. And in each mural there is a different psychic legendary Pokemon kneeling at the figure's feet. The power of one person can overwhelm the world. This is also a character that can only exist in mythology. Cynthia sighed slightly, even though she knew that the contents of the murals might have been exaggerated a lot. She could see the pictures of the ancient king crushing countless Pokemon and divine beasts. She still has a feeling of admiration and wanting to bow down. The rest of the people are similar, all of them have a kind of shocking feeling. Then they continued to look at the rest of the mural. It was a scene of the beasts surrendering. Including Celebi, Mew, Solgaleo, Lunala. Huh. Cynthia suddenly realized something. The legendary psychic Pokemons on the frescoes, by coincidence, are similar to the Pokemon that Yechen dominates the list. Could it be? Cynthia looked at the mural, and guessed a lot in her heart. What is the connection between Yechen and the figures on the murals? At this time, Professor Rowan followed suit. We also found a rather interesting place. The legendary Pokemon that appeared on the mural is exactly the Pokemon that Mr. Yechen is on the psychic list, so I'm just letting you know. Cynthia also nodded in thanks. Thank you for your helping hand, Rowan Professor. I didn't expect that there were such people in ancient times. Use psychic as a human, control countless legendary Pokemon and maintain peace in the world. Even if there are exaggerations in myths and legends. The ancient king himself must be a very powerful psychic. A powerful trainer who has conquered nearly all psychic legend Pokemon. He is also a hero who protects the world. I hope there is only admiration and shock in those eyes. And now she had understood something. It's been said that Pokemon don't generally approve of someone easily. So did Yechen get the inheritance of this ancient king? Or simply the descendant of this ancient king? So much so that Pokemon like Celebi surrendered and followed him. It eventually led to Yechen's dominance on the list of Psychic's strongest trainers. The more Cynthia thought about it, the more reliable it became. And her conclusion, the Alliance superior members present also nodded in approval. Suddenly, Cynthia showed a smile. No matter what, the news about Yechen that the entire league has been pursuing has finally caught on. And Professor Rowan said something casually. It's just that it's still uncertain whether the legend of the ancient king has anything to do with Yechen. It's just speculation. After all, there are at least dozens of groups of various murals and legends in this temple, and we haven't even cracked the most basic first group. If you can decipher more murals later, maybe you will know something about Yechen. Professor Rowan smiled. He pointed to the last of the nearest row of murals. The text below, I haven't thoroughly studied it with Johto's experts. Cynthia also cast her gaze curiously. The scene in the last mural shows a figure with outstretched hands, and below is a picture of a Pokemon seemingly lifted from the imprison, showing a real gesture. And that Pokemon image? Cynthia hits casually. It is exactly the same as the Super Devil Hoopa that appeared on the list of gods. She didn't think about it. If Hoopa is also the Pokemon of the ancient king, then Yechen, as the inheritor or descendant, is very reasonable. After confirming that Yechen may be the inheritor of the ancient king, Cynthia and the League's management staff are also not interrupting Professor Rowan's work. Everyone sorted out the data, and those who were in contact with other departments of the Alliance also took out their mobile phones and started making calls. Cynthia walked absent-mindedly in the middle of the line. She always felt that she had overlooked a certain point, until she had walked out of the whole ruin. Shiroan suddenly felt like something exploded in his mind. An idea suddenly popped up. The introduction of Pokemon God list is influenced by Yechen, Hoopa liberates the real gesture. And the content on the mural seems to be describing the ancient king, helping hand Hoopa to lift the imprison. It stands to reason that it doesn't take twice to disarm imprison. Or, the list of gods and the murals are likely to refer to the same thing. Yechen is really just the inheritor of the ancient king, or descendant. Could it be me? Cynthia felt a buzzing in her head. She didn't wait for her to figure things out. Sudden. Jingle bell. Dash. The phone at hand rang again. From the Alliance leader Damalankai. Miss Cynthia, there is an emergency meeting within the Alliance now. Ah. Good. Good. Cynthia had no choice but to temporarily hide the inexplicable speculation in her mind. In fact, she also felt that her own ideas were unreliable. What age is the ancient king? It is estimated that he has been dead for tens of thousands of years. And Yechen should be the relationship between the inheritance and the inheritor at most. Or hurry up and report Rowan Professor's findings to the Alliance. Asterisk. Chapter 34, Mutuo. Only he can deal with it? Chapter 34, Mutuo. Only he can deal with it? Cynthia threw the previous idea out of her head, then used a laptop projection to start a remote video conference. She was also a bit tongue-tied, and it was another meeting of region champions, elites, and top political missions. In the past, such a grand event would not have happened once in a few years. But it's been less than a month since the God list appeared, and 2 meetings have been held. What is this called? At this time, the leader of the Alliance, de Malenkai, was the first to speak at the meeting. The psychic list for the second time is over. There will be some changes in the rankings of major regions, gym leaders, and elites in the future, which will just follow the practice of previous years. He first said a few words to ease the atmosphere. Then he raised a point with a very serious expression. According to the search by Kanto Region Lorelei Elite and Lance Champion, we can confirm that Giovanni, the owner of the artificial mythical beast Mutuo, is the head behind Team Rockets. Regarding Giovanni, in fact, we in the Kanto region had already suspected it and conducted many investigations. The fact that he's the head of Team Rockets doesn't really affect the league. Viridian Gym has always been excluded from the Kanto Power Center. But the existence of Mutuo was something we didn't notice. This powerful first-level divine beast, its strength cannot be handled by the Kanto Alliance alone. During the video conference, Lance's avatar lights up. He first explained the situation calmly, and then raised the core of the problem. We didn't expect that Team Rockets could really create a beast, and it was a powerful existence like Mutuo with the pinnacle of a first-level god. Team Rockets with this terrifying Pokemon now have the ability to threaten the entire alliance. Kanto Champion finished speaking. Immediately the atmosphere in the video conference is not right. Team Rockets can't let Mutuo continue to have Mutuo. Having this powerful beast in their hands is like putting a ticking time bomb on the entire Pokemon world. Yeah, with this divine beast at the peak of the first-level god, they can easily cause huge damage to the Kanto Alliance. We must take immediate measures. That's right, with Team Rocket's style of doing things, he might use Mutuo's power to stir up the storm at any time. Hearing Lance's words, the expressions of many elite champions changed. A little nervous inside. Obviously with Mutuo, Team Rockets are a huge threat. I suggest hunting down Giovanni immediately. Release Mutuo to freedom, or the Alliance will make arrangements. Otherwise, there will be endless troubles. Wallace spoke first. The Hone Region's Team Magma and the Water Fleet are an organization with extremely bad intentions. They want to swallow the ocean with the land, and they want the ocean to submerge the land. These 2 actions are almost equivalent to destroying human beings. Therefore, Wallace's attitude towards these underground organizations has always been clear. Just to destroy them all. In the video conference, the atmosphere was dull for a while, and most people made a decision. I agree with Wallace. Yes, Team Rockets are really getting more and more rampant. They must reduce their power, otherwise they don't know what troubles will happen in the future. Capture Giovanni first, free Mutuo, and destroy Team Rockets if necessary. The top bosses in the Pokemon world quickly made a decision to gather the power of the entire league and take Mutuo from Team Rockets. At the very least, this divine beast must be kept out of the control of this evil organization, otherwise it is equivalent to putting the whole world in danger. However, Wallace, the man who initially proposed targeting Team Rockets, spoke with a frown. But the problem is that when we can drive Mutuo, Giovanni's power can't be dealt with by our alliance. What should I do now? The Hone Region champion was upset. After the others heard this, they were eagerly discussing how to deal with the momentum of Team Rockets, and they instantly became miserable. Yeah, Mutuo really can't deal with it with the current alliance's means. Or can we get all of Psychic's elite absorbers to join forces to encircle and suppress them after receiving the rewards of this god list? It's not enough to join forces to encircle and suppress it. The combat power of a first-level god can't be piled up with numbers. The meeting room suddenly became noisy. For Team Rockets, it's not hard to beat them with the power of the Alliance. But the problem is that Mutuo, who is at the peak of the first-level god, can't handle it. Even if he was rewarded by the Pokemon God list, it would at most give the Alliance the power of a group of third-level divine beasts. Mutuo, which is the peak of the first-level mythical beast, is really far away. Thinking of this, these powerhouses who are considered top-notch in the world are really helpless for a while, and they are really helpless. In the end, it was the leader of the Alliance, Damelan, who came out to end this topic. The biggest problem of the Alliance right now is the lack of combat power. We really can't defeat Mutuo, the peak of the first-level divine beast. So we can only continue with the previous plan, find a way to find that mysterious and strong Yechen, and ask him to help us rescue Mutuo from Giovanni's hands. After speaking, Damelan felt a little sigh in his heart. The original league realized that there was a strong man like Yechen and wanted him to be the league's overall champion. Just out of a rainy day idea. There really is no enemy that threatens the peace of the whole world. The existence of this mysterious powerhouse can at least guarantee the peace of the people in the Pokemon world. But Yechen hasn't found it yet. Team Rockets has already given the league a headache. The power of Mutuo can't handle it. Therefore, finding Yechen and letting him lead the entire alliance is an urgent matter. The elite champion in the video conference can naturally understand Damelankai's idea. They also followed with helplessness. Yeah, it's just that this strong man is really good at hiding. We didn't find any trace of his existence at all. Mr. Yechen is probably reclusive, we won't have a chance to find him in a short time. You can only continue to try your luck. If Mr. Yechen is the league's chief champion at this time, Mutuo is actually nothing to worry about. A weird scene happened. A group of top leaders of the Pokemon world, faced with a huge problem, can only do, extremely covet find Yechen. Consider it your only hope. Asterisk. Chapter 35, is it? He has two ancient heritages. Chapter 35, who is Yechen's successor? Okay, please explain to each region, have you found any clues about Mr. Yechen? Damelan didn't have any hope in his heart, but he still asked. But to his surprise, the harvest really came. Kanto region. Royal Dragon family residence. Lance was about to say something when suddenly he noticed Cynthia's avatar lit up during the video conference. The Sinnoh region champion said with a bit of joy on his face. I found some news about Mr. Yechen. Okay. Real. Very good. Instant video conference. Many people's eyes were cast on Cynthia. The Sinnoh champion doesn't suffer from stage fright either, she talks eloquently. Professor Rowan and the others discovered a hidden shrine near Dianyuan Mountain before. They deciphered the message of a set of frescoes in the temple. It tells that there was a mysterious king in ancient times with an extremely powerful psychic. You can even overwhelm the beast with your own abilities. And this king also has a strong control over all psychic Pokemon with his psychic. Therefore, he captured the legendary Pokemon of the quasi-creation god level, including the super demon god Hoopa. And the legendary Pokemon in the mural are exactly the same as Mr. Yechen's Pokemon on the psychic ranking. I think it is very likely that this Yechen is the inheritor of this ancient king, or a descendant. Cynthia simply finished introducing the message. In an instant, the video conference was full of excitement. Finally found some traces, great. The inheritor of the ancient king? Mr. Yechen is really amazing. Finally there is some information, as long as you find Mr. Yechen, all the difficulties will be solved. Everyone at the meeting was very excited. Under the pressure of having Team Rocket's Mutuo. Even a little bit of news from Ye Chen. It is a big happy event for the high-level executives of these alliances. The top minds in the Pokemon world were all excited about the video conferencing. However, there was one person with a very solemn expression. Because he gradually realized that something was wrong. This person is Lance. Ye Chen, shouldn't he be the inheritor of the Dragon God Envoy? Why did you become the inheritor of the ancient king again? He was bewildered. Looking at the excited people in the meeting, Lance quickly spoke. Etc. I also have some news about Ye Chen here. Lance doesn't care about any family secrets anymore. And the legend of the pure dragon god, as long as it does not mention the fact that the other party gave the Yulong family the power to control the dragon-type Pokemon, it will not have much impact. Mainly after Cynthia's guess, Lance realized that Ye Chen could not be the inheritor of the dragon god envoy. He had to exchange information to determine Ye Chen's true identity. Lance spoke during the video conference. I learned from the family's books and the introduction of the elders that Mr. Ye Chen is likely to be the ancient Sakuai region, the inheritor of the dragon god envoy. Because that dragon god envoy was born to subdue all kinds of dragon-type Pokemon, including divine beasts. This can well explain why those top dragon-type mythical beasts are willing to follow Mr. Ye Chen. Originally, I thought this guess was inseparable. But based on Miss Cynthia's guess, it's a little strange. Could it be that Mr. Ye Chen is both the inheritor of the ancient king and the inheritor of the dragon god envoy? Lance looked extremely strange. Although logically it is not impossible. Even more reasonable. In this way, Ye Chen really has the ability to convince the Pokemon of the dragon and superpowers. But when you think about it, it's a little ridiculous. The ancient inheritance is so easy to get. Ye Chen directly accounted for two. However, after hearing the news, the elite champions are stunned again. Especially Cynthia is stupid. That's not right. I think 99% of Mr. Ye Chen is the inheritor of the ancient king. Others have similar expressions. Actually, a more reasonable explanation is that Mr. Ye Chen is really the inheritor of the two inheritances. Ye Chen may indeed belong to two inheritances, no wonder he is so strong. The power of the two ancient gods is likely to be attributed to Ye Chen alone. Maybe he is a little stronger than the dragon god envoy and the ancient king himself tens of thousands of years ago. This is too outrageous. Whenever we thought we discovered the limit of Mr. Ye Chen's ability, he jumped out to give us a new surprise. Everyone is stupid. Both Lance and Cynthia's speculation about Ye Chen's identity is reasonable. Exactly because it is so reasonable. Everyone had no choice but to accept a terrifying reality. Ye Chen alone is the inheritor of the two great traditions. Absolutely the strongest trainer ever. To be honest, even these top powerhouses who have always been in excellent psychological condition are all shocked and some scalps are numb. Even my mind went blank. It took me a while to come back to my senses. The leader of the alliance, De Malankai, was a little helpless. There are two clues that can be checked now. Dragon Envoy and Ancient King. Although there were clues, he didn't think it was progress. Tracking people from myths is extremely complicated, and now the difficulty is directly doubled. There are too many clues, which means there are no clues. The Alliance seems to be aware of some of Ye Chen's intelligence, but in fact it is still the same as the headless fly, it depends on luck. In the end, Mr. Leader could only speak. Then according to Lance and Cynthia, all regions do their best to search for the trace of this Mr. Ye Chen. He is helpless, what else can he do? Relying on the huge manpower advantage of the Alliance, cast a wide net. No matter how troublesome, no matter how difficult. Looking for it too. Just find Ye Chen, the great man recognized by many mythical beasts. Mutuo's problem is not a problem at all. And the elite champions in each region know the seriousness of the problem. They all agreed. Soon, the video conference is over, and the whole world is in a frenzy. All superior trainers are busy non-stop. Find Yechen. Asterisk. Chapter 36, Mutuo's Strangeness. Chapter 36, Mutuo's Strangeness. At this time, the Johto region. Team Rocket's stronghold. Giovanni looked gloomy. Pokemon God List, it's so miserable for you to fool me. The leader of Team Rockets is furious. He was evacuated urgently from Viridian Gym. The reason is simple. Originally, Giovanni was well hidden. The League was suspicious of him, but not sure if the Viridian Gym leader was Team Rockets. Secondly, the existence of Mutuo has always been extremely secret. Only the core of Team Rockets knows. As a result, the Pokemon God List directly leaked all kinds of information. People in the Pokemon Alliance, no matter how stupid they are, can realize this Mutuo, the artificial Pokemon, is the ghost of Team Rockets. And Mutuo's trainer, Giovanni, isn't the mysterious leader of Team Rockets? Who else could it be? So, Giovanni had to give up Viridian Gym quickly. Just run straight to the Johto region. It wasn't that he felt that without Mutuo, he and the Alliance would not be able to fight. Only. Giovanni glanced at the Pokemon hidden in the armor beside him. The device that Mutuo fully controls hasn't been developed yet. This Pokemon may not always be on Team Rocket's side? Giovanni thought calmly. War with the Alliance at this time? Unwise. After rage for a while, he gradually calmed down. Viridian Gym is not worth much now. It's gone, it's gone. The reward for the second place on the God List is not bad. If the Law Fragments and Evolutionary Stone/Ite are all given to Mutuo, its strength will definitely skyrocket again. Giovanni didn't particularly resent the idea of the Pokemon list, and was satisfied with the current results. After all, compared to the terrifying strength of Yechen's Super Demon Hoopa, no matter how unwilling he is, he can only bear it. Because the current Mutuo is really not as strong as the other party. And taking a gym leader position in exchange for 2 pieces of Psychic Law, and 2 kinds of Evolutionary Stone/Ite of Mutuo. This deal is quite worth it. Even blood earned. But Pokemon is really amazing. Even if it is man-made, it still has the chance to evolve. Giovanni was amazed. He stared at Mutuo, who clearly heard covet for the Law Shard and Evolutionary Stone/Ite. But this hero is not ready to give it now. Just gently flicking towards Mutuo. The reward of the Pokemon God List, our research department needs to investigate whether it will harm you. After all, you are not a natural Pokemon. Don't worry, these things are still yours after all. Giovanni said something nice, but in reality he was just about to delay for a while. Now Mutuo has a faint taste of not obeying orders. No matter how strong the strength is, even this armor can't limit its ability. Wait until the device to fully control Mutuo is developed, then give it the Evolutionary Stone/Ite and the Law Fragments. The hero's idea is simple. He doesn't need a philosopher Pokemon who thinks about the so-called meaning of existence all day long. Just a puppet that obeys his orders completely. Yes, I know. Mutuo responded coldly. Giovanni didn't care either and left the room to deal with other things. While Mutuo hides in armor, all the spirit is locked on in a secret room inside the Team Rocket's stronghold. That's where the 2 Law Fragments and Mutuo's Evolutionary Stone/Ite are hidden. The guys at Giovanni and Team Rockets are getting more and more malicious towards me. I originally wanted to learn more about creating my data. Now, can't stay any longer. Team Rockets created me, but Giovanni used me for too long. Leave them alive for the time being, but the reward of the God List is because it came, it should belong to me. Find a time, take the Law Fragments and Evolutionary Stone/Ite, and get out of here. Mutuo thought, making up her mind. Although it is a man-made Pokemon, It is a piece of blank paper, but Psychic itself has the ability to predict danger. Mutuo faced a situation where she would be made into a puppet. It already has an early warning. On Team Rocket's side, it's because the list of the strongest psychic trainers revealed their boss's identity. Forced to give up Viridian Gym, a little embarrassed. However, the heads of the villain organizations in other regions are in an extremely fortunate state. At the same time, Yantu Mountain. Maxie was sitting beside a strangely shaped machine, her face pale, as if she had just recovered from the Great Terror. Fortunately, in the end, the person who was investigating Yechen was stopped. Otherwise, Team Magma is not going to be hit hard. In Psychic's Pokemon, even a Pokemon like Los Russ has the ability to sense the malice of others. Not to mention the powerful divine beasts under Yechen. If he realizes that our Team Magma has bad intentions against him, it is estimated that he can easily destroy the entire organization. Destroying Team Magma with Yechen's abilities is a breeze. At this time, Maxie's face was full of joy and fear. Sinnoh region, near Dianyuan Mountain. Cyrus put down the telescope. He was here to observe the excavation of a hidden relic led by Professor Rowan on the Alliance side. However, at this time, the head of the Galaxy Group had a chill down his spine. That Yechen has so many powerful psychic beasts to follow. Fortunately, we didn't find any trace of him, otherwise. The idea that we want to control this strong man will inevitably be exposed. Then the other party will be angry. The Galaxy Group will cease to exist. Cyrus had no doubt that if he really found Yechen, his organization would have turned into the dust of history. Now, the head of the Galaxy Group is already soaked with fear. Water Fleet. Plasma Mass. One by one, the underground organizations realized what a stupid thing they had committed before. Terrible. Really provoked that Yechen, the other party's psychic Pokemon, can see all maliciousness. Are these underground organizations still alive? Asterisk. Chapter 37, Escape, Mutuo's Counterattack. Chapter 37, Escape, Mutuo's Counterattack. However, after the release of the list of the strongest psychic trainers, it was not only the top level of the Alliance and the villain who were shocked. A top powerhouse like Yechen is not a category that ordinary people can consider after all. The entire Pokemon world at this time. It's made a big difference because of the rewards given by the Pokemon God list in the Psychic Trainer list. First of all, there is an extremely shocking news from the Kanto region. The famous fighting gym in Saffron City is destroyed. As for why? According to rumors, it was the aftermath of her Alakazam Psychic when that Miss Sabrina was fighting with the fighting gym leader, which directly blew the entire fighting gym to smithereens. This is followed by the Unova region. Champion Alder accepts the challenge of the super-powered elite Cattleya. Lost. With the rewards of the God list, Cattleya directly won the title of champion. Next, it's Johto region. Fighting gym leader ISI was crushed and defeated by a psychic trainer. As determined by the Alliance, that mysterious trainer will be reopening psychic gym in place of fighting gym. For a while. Among the top-level combat powers of the major regions, if there are no psychic Pokemon in the team, many of them will be pulled down by those psychic trainers who have made a lot of money in this Pokemon God ranking reward. And the same goes for gym leader. Regions like Johto Sinnoh that didn't have psychic gym in the first place, instantly had several unlucky leaders who were defeated by psychic gym trainers. Then these challengers opened psychic gym logically. In this case, the Pokemon Alliance, which controls the world, suddenly found out. The psychic list was released in just a few days. The whole world will change. When the Dragon-type Pokemon was released earlier, the Dragon-type Pokemon itself was extremely rare and failed to have a major impact on the structure of the Alliance. But this time, Psychic is the real apocalypse on the rise. Numerous important and key positions have been taken by psychic trainers. After all, they can indeed be crushed in terms of strength. According to the regulations, the Alliance must also give them their due rights. But the result of this is that under the conscious or unintentional promotion of the psychic powerhouses, countless regulations and policies that are conducive to the cultivation of psychic Pokemon have been introduced. Other attributes were instantly suppressed extremely miserably. And the major media, newspapers, and the like are also willing to chase these powerhouses who have made a lot of money in the God list. Reports have been made. Even TV network news is telling the power and beauty of psychic. Sounds very captivate. Countless rookie trainers resolutely gave up their favorite Pokemon and chose psychic. All of a sudden, the entire Pokemon world became the stage for these highly rewarding trainers on the God rankings. As for the trainers with other attributes of the main Pokemon, they are even more envious. I didn't think about it when the rewards were first released before, but now I realize that those rewards are all outrageous, and the worst can create a quasi-elite Pokemon. My god, why am I not psychic? This kind of Pokemon isn't as hard to find as dragons. I cried. Psychic is so cool too. When will the Pokemon God list release our bug list? Please. At this point everyone understood. Psychic trainer, this time the benefits have exploded. So what these people are most looking forward to now is to hope that the God list will release a list of their attributes. After all, work hard to cultivate Pokemon on weekdays. Search for all kinds of exotic treasures. What's better than finding a way to get on the list of gods and get rewards? Just a quasi-elite level Pokemon combat power, this is the real road to a powerful trainer, right? Just a pity. The number of days that the Pokemon God list has been silent this time is longer than the time since the last Dragon list was released. Several days passed, but still no movement. This makes most trainers reincarnate in disappointment and hope every day. However, just when the gods were silent, an extremely shocking news is sweeping the entire Pokemon world. Number 2 on the psychic list. Possess the strength of a first-level god. Mewtwo, known as the theoretically strongest superpower Pokemon. Defection Team Rockets. And also took away the law fragments and the exclusive evolutionary stone/ite rewarded by the god ranking. In an instant, the whole world was in an uproar. Team Rocket's ace beast actually ran away by himself. I don't think it should. In the style of Team Rockets, it can't control Mewtwo in a gentle way. There should be some control device. How can this Pokemon be freed? It's a good thing anyway. It's not a good thing that a powerful Pokemon like Mewtwo is in the hands of Team Rockets. Did Mewtwo escape by himself or did someone let it out? Could it be Mr. Yechen who rescued the controlled Pokemon? Could it be that the Alliance was operating within Team Rockets, and they found a chance to let Mewtwo go? Team Rockets is terrible this time. It is estimated that they cost a lot of money to develop Mewtwo, and now they have lost their troops after losing my wife. People guessed wildly and ate melons one after another. This is really outrageous. A beast created by Team Rockets can also betray it. Countless people feel that they have heard a joke. They are extremely surprised and shocked. Asterisk. Chapter 38, Will Mewtwo pose a threat to humanity? Chapter 38, Will Mewtwo pose a threat to humanity? At this time, the Johto region. Aleph ruins. Lance stretched out his palm and gently wiped the dust from the stone wall in front of him. It is said that many ancient myths were recorded with unknown. However, it seems that there are no legends about ancient kings and dragon gods in the outer layers of the ruins. He ran here, naturally trying to find a way to continue to follow Yechen's trail. At this time, suddenly ding bell bell. Lance frowned and took out the phone. A video conference again. He clicked on the message to check, and his pupils shrank instantly, his face full of shock. Mewtwo escaped from Team Rockets. Lance hurriedly clicked the button on the phone to cast the screen and entered the league's video conference. he was a little surprised to find that he seemed to be the last one to connect. At this time, the representatives of each region in the meeting were having a heated discussion. Hone Champion Wallace had a happy face. "Great, Team Rockets lost Mutuo anyway and now have no ability to fight our alliance. In the past few days, everyone must have absorbed the rewards of the Psychic God list. I suggest to take action immediately and destroy Team Rockets. Now is their weakest period. This powerhouse who loves gorgeous competitions, but at this time is completely murderous." While the other elite champions didn't explicitly support Wallace's opinion, they also had a bit of a smile on their faces. Yes, now that Team Rockets doesn't have Mutuo, the league has a lot less resistance to deal with. Yeah, bad luck for Team Rockets this time. Now is indeed a good opportunity. Team Rockets has always been a curse for Kanto and Johto. The tone of these top powerhouses is somewhat relaxed. Team Rockets has made a lot of noise throughout the Pokemon world. This time it was going to be hit hard, and everyone was very happy. However, at this moment, the Kanto Ice Element Elite Lorelei said, very damaging the atmosphere. "The problem is that Mutuo is also a threat after defecting. I went with Interpol to investigate Giovanni and Mutuo. It is understood that Mutuo was locked in the armor that restrained him for many years in Team Rockets, and was forced to serve Giovanni. In the process, Mutuo may have developed a hatred for humans. Look at this and you'll understand." Lorelei showed a set of photos via video conference of Team Rockets using Mutuo for various missions. The first few photos are probably just the destruction of several buildings, and the damage is not serious. But the more you go to the back, the more terrifying the photos are. Even in the last photo, Mutuo directly blew up an entire island. And there are obviously a lot of people living on this island. Chances are, this Pokemon is venting his anger. We can infer that Mutuo is likely to have great malice towards humans at this time. Lorelei's tone was cold, and she was obviously quite disturbed. The malice of a first-level divine beast. For the entire alliance, it is a great threat. If Mutuo really hates humans, it's a serious problem. Our current combat power can't deal with the first-level beasts. Once Mutuo starts to kill, there may even be tens of thousands of people to sacrifice. Looks like there's no way to deal with Team Rockets now, and Mutuo's problem is significantly more difficult. In an instant, the elites and champions of the major regions denied the previous idea of taking the lead against Team Rockets. This villain group can be eradicated at any time. But if Mutuo really harbors resentment towards human beings, tragedies may happen at any time. Think of these. Even these alliance powerhouses can't help but feel tricky. At this time, the newly promoted Unova champion Katlia had a different opinion, and she proposed. "The problem with Mutuo is really serious, but I don't think it's necessary to be too nervous. The essence of Pokemon is innocence and kindness. Mutuo just got violent because of Team Rockets. I think we should go talk to Mutuo and heal its hatred. If the league has no opinion, I am willing to give it a try." Seeing Katlia speak, Kazuki's avatar in Johto region also lit up. "We psychic people have a natural advantage in communicating with psychic Pokemon, and I am willing to give it a try. I believe Pokemon are not born to be evil." The young man who seemed very cynical on weekdays now has a very solemn expression. After that, there were a lot of echoes in the meeting. "I agree with this approach. After all, Mutuo was created and has been coerced by Team Rockets, and it must have been quite painful. We have no reason to be against Mutuo. Yeah, in the final analysis, it's still Team Rocket's fault. We should still communicate with Mutuo. At least let him maintain peace with us humans, shouldn't it be difficult?" Soon, the avatars in the video conference were all lit up one by one, and almost all of them agreed. When the alliance leader, Damalan, saw this, he also nodded. "All right then, Miss Katlia, the task of communication between Mr. Kazuki and Mutuo is left to you. Our alliance will search for the location of this Pokemon as soon as possible. He clapped. Although Mewtwo is a threat, the alliance's best decision should be to communicate with it and resolve the hatred in its heart. Asterisk. Chapter 39, The Sleeping Victini. Chapter 39, The Sleeping Victini. At this time, the Kanto region, an abandoned island. Giovanni stood on the edge of the island, staring at the ruined institute in front of him, sneering. Do you treat the task I gave you the same way? He was clearly full of anger. The two cotters on the side, Archer and Athena, were so frightened that they fell to their knees. Sorry, Boss Giovanni. We don't know why the potion used to suppress Mewtwo suddenly failed. The two were shivering, knowing that this time the organization suffered heavy losses. The leader will never let himself go. Giovanni, however, seemed to have forcibly suppressed his anger. It's more important now to find Mewtwo's trail than to waste time apologizing to me, he first said coldly to Archer. Giovanni knew that Team Rockets couldn't afford to lose Cotter-level characters at this time. But the ground under his feet cracked inch by inch. This is not the power of Pokemon. It is the embodiment of Giovanni's own Viridian power surging violently. Damn. Damn. Mewtwo not only defected, but also took away the rewards of the gods. Giovanni's heart was not as peaceful as it appeared. His eyes were bloodshot, and his chest even hurt. Being on the list of gods doesn't come without a price. It directly led to the exposure of his identity and was forced to give up Viridian Gym. Originally, it was earned with the compensation of law fragments and 2 Mewtwo evolutionary stones/ite. Now Mewtwo is running. The reward of the god list is gone. The position of gym leader in the Kanto region was forced to give up. It's a huge loss. And the league has become more vigilant about Team Rockets recently. Crazy targeting. Many of Team Rocket's operations have been forced to suspend. The long-term economic losses are also astronomical. In the face of this situation, Rao is the heart of Giovanni. Now I'm in a state of rage, and my mood is extremely broken. However, Giovanni is a generational hero after all. Despite the extreme rage situation, Giovanni suppressed his anger abruptly and gave instructions to another cotter, Athena. I'll leave it to Archer to detect Mewtwo's movements. Team Rockets can't stand the toss right now. And the Alliance's search for us has obviously increased a lot. Now half of the business network is taken back, and all the personnel are dormant first. Wait until the Alliance's vigilance against us drops, and we are going all out to search for Mewtwo's traces. At this time, he also felt a bit sad in his heart. Obviously got the second prize of the gods list, and the device to fully control Mewtwo is about to be ready. Why did it turn out like this? The other side. Unova region, Eindhoek. Inside the Pillar of Earth. Mewtwo looked at the sleeping Victini, looking extremely puzzled. Why is that human Pokemon sleeping here? Shouldn't it follow the trainer? And this crystal? It stretched out its palm to sense it with psychic. It was formed at least several thousand years, right? Mewtwo was stunned. It wandered aimlessly around the world for a while after defecting from Team Rockets earlier. Target again. That is to find Yechen, to find the human recognized by Mew and many legendary Pokemon. Let him help solve the puzzle. What is the meaning of existence as a cloned Pokemon? However, the entire alliance could not find Yechen's trace. Mewtwo single-handedly, even if it has the strength of a first-level god, can't gain anything, so it changed its thinking. It wants to find the traces left by this mysterious powerhouse based on the places where the beasts Yechen conquered and where they once lived or existed. But when Mewtwo finally found the location of Victini, they were surprised to find that this mythical beast was sleeping in the crystal in front of him. Moreover, it has been sleeping for thousands of years. Why is that? Why is Victini, who has been sleeping for thousands of years, captured by that human named Ye Chen. Could it be that Victonai was captured by him before he fell asleep? Doesn't that mean that the person named Ye Chen has survived for at least 1,000 years? Human can really survive that long? Think of these. Rao is the wisdom of Mutuo. I also felt like my brain was a mess. Follow its idea. Since that magical and powerful god ranking ranked Ye Chen, it proves that the other party must still be alive. But how did Victonai, who fell asleep thousands of years ago, be subdued by the other party? The only thing that can be explained is that the other party subdued Victonai thousands of years ago or even earlier. And judging from the situation of the god list, the other party is still alive. But how can humans survive for so long? Mutuo was extremely confused, and became more and more curious about the human named Ye Chen. Finally, it glanced at the sleeping Victonai and thought helplessly. In this case, all the clues in my hand will be cut off. How can I find that human named Ye Chen? Mutuo thought. Standing beside the pillar of the earth, it was silent for a long time. Suddenly its eyes lit up. That Ye Chen should have been actively hiding himself. I'm afraid it will be difficult to find him, maybe, let him come to me on his own initiative. The more Mutuo thought about it, the more reliable it became. In its view, the top 9 Pokemon in the superpower list, except for it, were conquered by that human being. This mysterious and powerful human being must be very happy to take all the powerful divine beasts in his pocket. So it thinks. If you use yourself as bait, you might be able to attract that human to come forward. After confirming this idea, Mutuo quickly came up with a plan. Asterisk. Chapter 40, Confusion Waves Sweeping the World. Chapter 40, Confusion Waves Sweeping the World. Kanto Region, Nyajima. Mutuo floated in mid-air, looking at his masterpiece, nodding in satisfaction. This is a replica of a large arena based on a place called the Battle Open Zone that it found while searching for Victonai's trail in the Unova region. As for the effect, Mutuo suddenly grabbed the Y evolutionary stone/ite in his hand. After a few days of fumbling around, it has figured out how to use evolutionary stone/ite evolution. As the colorful light flashed, Mutuo instantly transformed into a Y form. In this form, its tail is almost completely hidden, but a special cloak-like organ grows on the top of its head and wraps the back half of its body. This form fully strengthens its psychic. And next, what this Pokemon has to do is simple. As soon as its mind moved, an extremely tyrannical confusion burst forth. In just an instant, this huge confusion affected the entire Kanto region. For a time, a mysterious voice sounded in the hearts of countless trainers. Mighty human trainers, I will hold a battle of the strongest trainers in Kanto New Island. You are cordially invited to come. If any of you can defeat me, I'll submit to you. Be your Pokemon. After broadcasting the information, with the help of the powerful confusion of the Y form, Mutuo teleported to the Johto region to broadcast and invite again. After that, the Hone region, Unova region, Sinnoh region, Kalos region. With the powerful confusion after Mega Evolution, Mutuo has sent an invitation to the whole world. Invite them to the new island and decide the strongest trainer. And the winner. Then you can get the surrender and recognition of the peak of a first-level divine beast. For a time, the whole world echoed with such a voice. Is it finally over? After finishing the last broadcast, Mutuo exited Mega Evolution form a little wearily. Launching such a wide range of confusion fluctuations is extremely expensive even after evolution. But it's all worth it. And the reason why Mutuo does this is simple. According to the current situation, as long as that Ye Chen intends to subdue him, he will definitely go to the new island. And you can ask him about the meaning of existence. As for once Ye Chen appears, will he really be subdued? Mutuo didn't care about that. If it was Giovanni who wanted to subdue it, Mutuo can't wait to tear up the entire Team Rockets. But human beings who can be recognized by many legends, their character should symbolize the best side of human beings. There's nothing wrong with being an opponent's Pokemon. Even, Mutuo is looking forward to such a thing happening. After all, that human, not only Mew and that Hoopa, but many other legendary Pokemon. With these beings, it may not be so alone. Also when Mutuo thought so. Throughout the world of Pokemon, the impact of its invitation is growing. My God! The pinnacle of the first level divine beast. Mutuo, the second-ranked god on the list. If anyone can conquer this, wouldn't it be a leap to the sky? What a joke! If you want to conquer, you have to go to that new island to participate in the showdown of the strongest trainers. It doesn't matter to ordinary people. It's so hard to take down Mutuo, not even a hero like Giovanni who created it. Is it possible for us people? Yeah, who can beat the Pokemon at the pinnacle of the first level god? I feel that even those elite champions can't grasp the opportunity to conquer Mutuo in this so-called duel. The only one who can do it is the mysterious powerhouse Yechen. Indeed, only Mr. Yechen can match the Pokemon of the first level god. Countless people were a little surprised at first, thinking that this might be a good opportunity to conquer the powerful divine beast. Then one by one understood again. We have to fight against the strongest and defeat Mutuo again. It's impossible for ordinary people. Even an elite champion is a dream. Except for that Mr. Yechen. Who is capable? Who is eligible? Compared to ordinary people. The Pokemon Alliance was initially stunned at the news, but then overjoyed. They saw Mutuo's intention at a glance. With such harsh conditions for master recognition, who else in the world can do it except Mr. Yechen? It's not so much that Mutuo really wants to start a match against the strongest trainer, it's better to say that it wants to take this opportunity to attract Yechen. Mutuo's motives are unknown though. However, after analyzing the Pokemon Alliance, I feel that Yechen is really likely to come to subdue Mutuo. This coincides with their desire to find Yechen. After an urgent round of deliberation, the Alliance finally made a decision. With the help of the so-called competition held this time in Nyajima. I also tried to find a way to get in touch with that Mr. Yechen. At this point, Vermilion City. Lance was standing by the port with a group of superior trainers. The Kanto champion was a little complicated. Lance himself is actually quite interested in participating in the so-called strongest trainer showdown by Mutuo. There is even a chance to play against a first-level divine beast, which makes this genius of the Yulong family very excited and looking forward to it. However, when Lance remembered what the Alliance leader Damalanji and Professor Oak had told him not long ago, he felt that his champion was too cheap. If you can meet Mr. Yechen this time, you must invite him to accept the position of the league's chief champion. Even if you ask for it, you will ask him to agree. Lance, the hope of the world depends on you. Lance felt helpless at this moment, he gritted his teeth. Just beg, ask that kind of strong person not to be ashamed. If you miss this opportunity, it will be difficult to find Mr. Yechen again. This title of champion must be given away. He also felt a little ridiculous in his heart. Be aware that this title of champion is not just a fictitious title, but a real supreme power in the world of Pokemon. But whether it is him or the entire Pokemon Alliance, I am afraid that the other party will not accept it. After all, that kind of existence really doesn't necessarily look like the so-called League Champion. Asterisk. Chapter 41, The Strong Gather. Battle of the New Island. Chapter 41, The Strong Gather. Battle of the New Island. Leaving the Alliance, Lance and a group of superior trainers soon took a boat to the new island. At this time, trainers from various regions gather here. To Lance's disappointment, however, Mutuo never showed up. It just used a sound transmission method to inform the trainers that the first stage of the knockout must be played first. It will appear only after the real powerhouse is left. As for the list of specific battles, it will be given in the arena on the new island. Looks pretty formal. After Lance digested Mutuo's collective voice transmission, he also noticed the big and incredible arena in front of him. He thought about it and thought it was reasonable. After all, there were too many trainers coming to join in the fun, and it was impossible for Mutuo to show up at this time. Okay, then let me participate in a few knockout matches. Lance took a step forward and walked towards the arena ahead. But to Lance's surprise, the progress of the knockout round was very fast. Just 3 days are over. Most of the trainers who joined in the fun had already been eliminated. The rest, the minimum, is a quasi-elite level trainer. The people who stayed in the stadium are basically well-known powerhouses from all over the world, and there are less than 100 people in total. They were talking very skillfully one by one. Everyone, do you really have the confidence to conquer Mutuo? The speaker was a blonde curly-haired youth in purple clothes. He was Peter from Galler. He had also been on the psychic list before, and his strength had grown a lot, so he stayed in the duel until now. Soon, the powerhouses from the major regions responded to him. Confidence? Where did the confidence come from? I didn't intend to subdue Mutuo. I just wanted to fight against the powerhouses in each region to find a breakthrough. See if my Araludo is more energetic now than before. It has broken through to the quasi-elite state. Sapphire proudly said that as the daughter of Birch Professor, she felt that she could survive the knockout rounds, and she really gave Dad a face. Anyway, it's just a chance. Mutuo can recognize me naturally, but I can't. It's a rare experience for me to come here. Lance said casually among the crowd. Yeah, maybe if you are lucky, you will get a first-level divine beast. It doesn't take much time to run for nothing anyway. If you can get Mutuo's approval, it will be a step to the sky. It makes sense. Take 10,000 steps back and say that being able to come here and play against the major powerhouses has only advantages and no disadvantages. This view is really supported by many people. Everyone has a good idea. However, I just simply hope to see Mr. Yechen. Mutuo's invitation this time may really make Mr. Yechen appear. The speaker was a young man with green hair. He was wearing a clean white t-shirt, and his tone was very gentle. It was N who came all the way from Norman, Unova region. There was hope in his eyes. And N's remarks have also made more and more people agree. Yeah, I'd really like to meet you if I can convince the existence of the guardian deity of Shuadu. I just don't know what that mysterious powerhouse looks like. In an instant, the excitement of the discussion doubled. There are far more people who want to meet Yechen than people who want to seek breakthroughs and take chances to regain Mutuo. A large group of the top figures in the Pokemon world chatted like a fanatical fan star. After all, to be recognized by so many legendary Pokemons, Yechen must be a character with a great spirit and soul. Worthy of following and praise. At this moment, everyone suddenly stopped talking. Because they instinctively felt a strong pressure appear. And when the pressure appeared, a purple light flashed in the center of the arena, and a human-shaped Pokemon appeared. Everyone immediately recognized its identity. Mutuo. The image of this powerful Pokemon once appeared on the God list. Unexpectedly. This man-made divine beast, which is called fighting, has an unexpectedly good attitude. Humans, you are welcome. The promise I made will not change. If any of you can defeat me, I will obey and follow. Mutuo didn't care about the people who were attracted to him. But Mutuo heard their discussion just now. Since they all want to see that human named Yechen. It feels that everyone is like-minded, so the attitude is much better. It's just that no matter how much it looked around, it didn't find the figure suspected to be Yechen, so there was some disappointing guess, maybe that strong man will appear in the final showdown? And a group of trainers on the side nodded again and again when they heard it. Mutuo, thank you for providing us with such a space and stage to play against the strong. A powerful god-level existence, I will show 200% of my strength in the battle with you. Although I know it can't be your opponent, my partner, and I will not back down. The trainers present responded to Mutuo with every word. While talking, they also took out the pokeball in their hands. Because of Mutuo's powerful aura, the pressure is too great. Just standing on the spot will make these quasi-elite level powerhouses tremble slightly. Mutuo, on the other hand, made the gesture of opening her arms. Of course. Everyone, the real game has officially started now. It waved its hands suddenly, and the fence around the arena suddenly opened with a bang. Then, each Pokemon with a powerful breath hidden in his body slowly walked out. Asterisk. Chapter 42, The Mighty Clone Pokemon. Chapter 42, The Mighty Clone Pokemon. Mutuo hovered proudly in the center of the arena. Everyone, just defeat the Pokemon in front of you. You can challenge me. Just need to beat Pokemon? Instead of fighting between trainers. Many people were surprised. At the same time, the Pokemon released by Mutuo has slowly walked in front of a group of elites above the elite level. Soon someone exclaimed. It's an elite level or even close to champion level Pokemon, how can we beat this? Yeah, what are these Pokemons from? Wait, this Pokemon is exactly the same as my Araludo. What's this? Mutuo has us play against the exact same Pokemon we have, what does it mean? Also, these Pokemon seem to have special patterns on their faces. What's that? The quasi-elite powerhouses have some shocking discussions. At first, they lamented that Mutuo had managed to get such a powerful Pokemon out of nowhere. But a closer look makes them horrified. Because they found that these Pokemon and the main force in their team not only have the same species, but also look exactly the same. These bizarre Pokemon are similar to their Pokemon except for the special patterns on their faces. However, Mutuo didn't plan to communicate much with these mostly semi-elite trainers. It just left a few words lightly. These Pokemons are cloned Pokemons that I cloned using Team Rocket's technology from your workhorse. If you can't even beat your own replica, how can you conquer me? I look forward to your performance. Then disappeared again, and the weird Pokemons with patterns on their faces were all aggressive and seemed to attack at any time. In desperation, the trainers above the quasi-elite level can only take out the Pokeball and release their main Pokemon. The battle is imminent. The game is on. Mutuo's indifferent voice echoed in the air. Then the Pokemons that were released by it immediately entered the state and rushed forward. In that case, give it to me. Charizard. The trainers who stayed soon gave their commands and let their Pokemon greet them. Ludo, use the Spirit Cutting. Empoleon, Psybeam. The trainers were in command, but they were a little stunned. The situation is completely one-sided. The Pokemon released by Mutuo also have the strength of the elite intermediate level. Tallest. Even reached the champion junior level. And most of the trainers are only quasi-elite level Pokemon, and they are not opponents of cloned Pokemon at all. The two Araludos made the same mental cut. However, the move of the Pokemon belonging to the trainer was instantly shattered. His Pokemon was also hit hard by the clone Pokemon's attack, and fell to the ground instantly. Two Charizards who also looked tough. The trainers only used Lightning Fist. The cloned one only uses Fire Punch, which does half the damage to the Pokemon of the original line. Boom! As the attacks of the two Charizards collided, the result was that Charizard, the trainer who used Lightning Fist, was directly knocked to the ground by one move, and he lost his fighting ability. Another instant kill. And similar situations, one after another appeared on the battlefield. In just a few minutes, most of the Pokemon of the trainers on the field have been defeated. In this situation, these powerful trainers were stunned. Are all the Pokemon cloned by Mewtwo so strong? Mewtwo is so powerful, it deserves to be the second peak divine beast on the superpower list. You don't have to do it yourself, just a small trick makes it difficult for those of us who claim to be strong. Although I know that it is impossible to conquer Mewtwo with our strength, I never imagined that we are not even qualified to fight it head-on. Watch your Pokemon get defeated one by one. Although these trainers were still a little unwilling. But more of it is amazement and admiration. They knew that Mewtwo, who was at the peak of the first level god, was very strong, but they didn't expect it to be so strong. Just a few random clones of Pokemon that can easily beat their ace Pokemon. However, at a time when most were easily beaten by cloned Pokemon, there was a special case in the southwest of the arena. I saw a Pokemon in the hands of a hooded mysterious trainer calmly commanding. And Mewtwo's clone Pokemon are being beaten by his Pokemon. Aerodactyl. Hyper Beam. The mysterious trainer commanded coldly, and a white light flashed by in an instant, but the target was not the cloned Aerodactyl, but the cloned Charizard on the other side. Unaware of the danger, this elite clone Pokemon was hit head-on by a blazing cannon from the sky. Boom. Following a violent explosion, the cloned Pokemon collapsed to the ground, incapacitated. Later, the mysterious trainer became even more powerful. Dragonite? Use Dragon Rush. His subordinates looked extraordinary, and even the Dragonite with shiny characteristics rushed straight to the sky, rushing towards the clone Aerodactyl with an irresistible momentum. The cloned Pokemon, who wanted to attack Aerodactyl, who had been stunned after releasing the Hyper Beam, didn't expect another attack to come so quickly. It didn't have time to dodge, and was directly hit by Dragonite. Boom. The violent power knocked the clone Aerodactyl out dozens of meters, making the latter directly lose its ability to fight. Compared to other trainers being killed by cloned Pokemon, this mysterious trainer's battle situation is completely opposite. And seeing his great strength, those training receivers who have been eliminated by cloned Pokemon are extremely shocked. Asterisk. Chapter 43, Mewtwo's Terrifying Power, The Crushed Lance. Chapter 43, Mewtwo's Terrifying Power, The Crushed Lance. How is that possible? How strong is this person? FK, I just found out that all the Pokemons under his command are above the champion level. Even the strongest Dragonite seems to be a beast-level combat power. This man is too powerful. Who is he? The main Pokemon are all flying, and the ace Pokemon is the Dragonite of the beast level. If I guessed correctly, he should be. Seeing the powerful strength of the mysterious trainer, everyone present was shocked. They never thought of it. There is such a strong person in the crowd that can completely suppress the powerful clone Pokemon of Mewtwo. Also shocked. They all guessed the identity of the mysterious trainer. Finally, combined with the Pokemon characteristics of the mysterious man, many people from Kanto and Johto region already have the answer in their hearts. This powerful mysterious man is none other than the new Kanto champion Lance. And their idea was soon confirmed. Human, if I remember correctly, your name should be Lance. On the dragon list, second only to the existence of Yechen. Suddenly, Mewtwo's figure appeared on the square. I saw it staring at Lance, with a rare look of interest on its indifferent expression. Obviously, it is still somewhat interested in this human being who is second only to Yechen on the dragon list. It turns out that he is the double champion of Kanto and Johto region. As expected of a strong man who can overwhelm other elites and champions on the dragon ranking list, his strength is indeed strong. After learning the identity of the other party, the trainers of other regions all showed their feelings. If it was that Lance, they wouldn't be surprised at all with such a strong power. With this powerful dragon master here, it seems that Mewtwo will also do it himself. Seeing Lance appear, N, who was hiding in the elimination trainer, nodded slightly. N is deliberately eliminated. His nature does not like fighting. Come this time. It came with the hope that Mr. Yechen might appear. He really wanted to know. Who is the person who can be recognized by the 3 dragons of the Tao and many legendary Pokémon? What kind of lofty quality and charm does he have? On the other side, Lance was identified as Foresight, so he had no choice but to take off his hood to reveal his true face. He knew very well that it was impossible for him to deceive a first-level divine beast. Lance said sternly, "Mutuo, I have no intention of subduing you this time. Just want you to understand that no matter what Team Rockets does to you, please don't frustration other people or hate the world. Because these people, including this world, are innocent." Lance persuaded Mutuo. However, Mutuo doesn't care. "I used to hate humans, I hated this world. But none of this makes sense to me. I just want to see that Mr. Yechen now. He may be able to tell me the meaning of existence." After it was finished, it surprised many trainers including Lance. It turns out that Mutuo held this trainer competition purely to attract Mr. Yechen. I knew that the only person in this world who can conquer Mutuo is Mr. Yechen. Mutuo's actions are not for Mr. Yechen, and who else is it for? As expected of a legendary figure who has conquered many legendary Pokémon, he has never shown his face, but he has already convinced the beast. After hearing Mutuo's words, all the trainers present were extremely shocked. And for Yechen, a powerful existence who has never shown up, he is even more admired. After all, just for the sake of seeing each other, a powerful first-level god can make such a huge movement. Except for Yechen in this world. Who else can do it? On the other side, Mutuo looked at Lance and spoke slowly. "Human, you have defeated the clone Pokémon and are eligible to fight against me. It depends on whether you have the courage." Hearing it, Lance was full of fighting spirit. "Mutuo, I know I'm not your match. But I really want to see with my own eyes just how powerful you are at the pinnacle of the first-level god." "As you wish." Seeing the fighting spirit of Lance, Mutuo snapped her fingers lightly. In an instant, the lights in the arena shine. Then the rocks face the battlefield, rise. Gyarados, go. Lance threw the first pokeball. Then shout out loud. "Use Surf." Gyarados growled. A large number of water-type elements are gathered here. After all, this was an attack from a champion-level Pokémon, and the entire arena seemed to be shaking from the surging waves. Mutuo just watched the scene calmly. Meaningless. It sighed softly. Then he calmly waved his hand. Spiritual cut? A lavender blade outlined by confusion charged forward. Instantly tear the vast surf in half. Roar. And Gyarados on the opposite side couldn't dodge at all, and was directly torn out by Psychic in a huge wound. The mighty Pokémon at the pinnacle of champion, howling and crashing to the ground. Victory and defeat in an instant. The difference in strength between the two is too great. The battle that followed was lackluster. Even though Lance was in full command, he wanted to overwhelm Mutuo with tactics. But, it makes no sense. His Charizard was knocked straight to the ground by Mutuo's Mach Punch. Aerodactyl faces the onslaught of mental disruption. Even if the effect of hard characteristics can't be exerted, it will be instantly killed. The main Pokémon in Lance's hands fell one by one. In the end, only his most trusted partner, Dragonite, who has reached the third-level God realm. The Kanto champion still did not give up, but shouted loudly. Dragonite, use Dragon Rush with all your might. Dragonite, who has reached the level of the third-level mythical beast, rushed into the sky and swooped towards Mutuo tackle. The violent release of dragon energy, and even the disturbed air is distorting. But Mutuo is still standing there. In the middle, it easily created a massive torrent of confusion, rushing straight to the Dragonite wrapped by the power of the dragon. Wow hoo hoo. The next second, as if the meteorite tackled the ocean current. Loud noise. Dragonite is worthy of being the ace of lance. In the ocean of psychic amount released by Mutuo, it lasted for more than 10 seconds. But in the end, Dragon Rush's power was exhausted. Dragonite was hit hard by the powerful confusion that swept in and lost its ability to fight. That's all. Just a few minutes before and after. Lance, the top powerhouse among human trainers, was defeated in an instant in the face of Mutuo, who was at the pinnacle of the first level god. And see this. The trainers who were watching were all shocked. Asterisk. Chapter 44, Mu appears, Yechen doesn't exist? Chapter 44, Mu appears, Yechen doesn't exist? How is that possible? Dangtang Lance was killed so easily. Although I know that Mutuo, who is at the peak of the first level god, is very strong, I didn't expect it to be so strong. Yeah, I thought that Dragonite, a third level god, would be able to resist for a while, but I didn't expect to be killed in an instant. Faced with the existence of this level, I am afraid that only those Pokemon of the same level can resist. That's right, if anyone in this world can conquer Mutuo, I'm afraid it's only Mr. Yechen. Indeed, apart from Mr. Yechen, no one has such strength and qualifications. Seeing that Lance's Pokemon were easily defeated by Mutuo, the eyes of everyone present were full of horror and terror. They knew Mutuo was strong, but they didn't expect to be so strong. Even Lance, who has a level 3 divine beast, was easily killed. In the face of this terrifying existence, who can conquer the other? I am afraid that there is only Yechen who has conquered many legendary Pokemon. Everyone thought so. Mutuo didn't care about the feelings of the trainers below. It stood in mid-air, as if waiting for something. But still no one appeared in the arena. Eventually, Mutuo couldn't hold back. Use your confusion to spread your voice wildly around. The strongest among men, a legend followed by the gods, if you were there. Please show up to fight. If I am defeated, I am willing to fulfill my promise and follow you. The only request is for you to tell me. What's the point of being in this world with a cloned Pokemon like me? Mutuo uses confusion to convey her thoughts, with rare passion and anticipation in her tone. It wants that human to appear. It got the answer it wanted. However, the surroundings were still calm, and no one appeared. Seeing this, the strongest man-made Pokemon had no choice but to continue to transmit. The previous words also echoed repeatedly in the air. Do you think Mr. Yechen will appear? I think it should be possible. After all, this is a promise to exist at the peak of a first-level god. Indeed, even Mr. Yechen wouldn't refuse to follow a Pokemon, a first-level god, right? After Mutuo finished speaking, the trainers below also looked around in anticipation. Although Mutuo did not say who it was. But everyone present knew who it was talking about. Because no one in this world has this qualification except him. I hope Mr. Yechen can really show up. If he's attracted to Mutuo, the league can give him the title of champion. Not just the rest of the trainers. After hearing Mutuo's words, Lance also looked around expectantly. If Mr. Yechen really appeared, I can ask him how to find out how Pokemon and humans can coexist. And not far from him, Anne also has a similar attitude. At this time, everyone present was looking forward to the appearance of the legendary figure. They also want to know. What is it like to be able to convince the existence of many legendary Pokemon? Also in the expectation of the people. Suddenly there was a small cracking sound from the quiet surroundings, as if something was being torn apart. The crowd looked for fame. I saw that in the originally empty mid-air, the space suddenly cracked one after another. It looked like something was about to emerge from the crack. This is. Seeing this situation, Mutuo showed a humanized look of surprise. And Lance and N also stood up and looked around. Finally, under all eyes. In the crack, a pink ball of light ran out. The ball of light wandered in the air, showing a petite and lovely figure. Wonderful! With this lovely figure appeared. Many trainers below were stunned for a moment, and then reacted immediately. This is the third Mew of the strongest psychic Pokemon on the God list. It's really Mr. Yechen's Pokemon. So the one who controls the gods is nearby. Mutuo's plan actually worked, Mr. Yechen is here. We can really see that powerful being. All the trainers looked happy and looking forward to it. It is clearly stated on the God list that Mew is the Pokemon belonging to Yechen. Now the appearance of this legendary Pokemon, doesn't it mean that the person with peerless elegance is also nearby? Thinking of this trip to the new island, everyone was overjoyed to meet the strongest trainer in history. Looking forward to it. Mutuo is even more excited. It floated in front of Mew, and for the first time, its expression was a little complicated. Anyway, I'm made from the genes of the Pokemon in front of me. Is it my father or mother? Mutuo thought about it, and put the question behind him for a moment. Then he asked Mew urgently. Mew, since you have appeared, then your trainer, Mr. Yechen who conquered the gods, must also come. Why didn't he show up? This arrogant Pokemon that used to behave, now has no manners at all. He seemed extremely anxious and nervous. However, after being questioned by such a barrage of cannons, Mew froze in place, just shaking its little head cutely. Wonderful. It's confusing. Mew also conveyed his inner voice through psychic. Who is Yechen you're talking about? It really doesn't quite understand what this same family means. Originally, Mew was just wandering around the world, but when he was passing through the Kanto region, he suddenly sensed an aura from the same origin as him. Mew ran over curiously, and really found that Mutuo was somewhat similar to me, and I was in a good mood. But Mutuo's series of inquiries made this phantom Pokemon a little confused. It can only respond cutely. Trainer. I don't have any trainers. And the Yechen you mentioned, I've never heard of it. Whether the Pokemon present or the trainer, looking at Mew's expression and posture, they are completely dumbfounded, not like a fake. Suddenly everyone was stunned. What? Mew doesn't know Mr. Yechen's existence at all? What's the situation? For a moment, everyone present was completely stunned. Before that, they envisioned several scenarios. But situations like this were completely unexpected. Mew. You don't know your trainer Yechen at all? What's happening here? Mew lied. Not like a. Is that true? Suddenly, a weak voice sounded. It was Sapphire, the daughter of Professor Birch. Could it be that there is a mistake in the list of gods, but there is no such person as Yechen at all? After a short silence, someone soon followed. It's not impossible. It's quite reasonable to explain it this way. The characters who have conquered so many divine beasts have not left any traces in the world. It's impossible to think about it. Although the list of gods is condensed from the origin of the universe, it doesn't mean that it can't go wrong. The trainers talked a lot, and the more they thought about it, the more they felt that this speculation was reliable. Maybe Yechen doesn't exist at all. Lance was also thinking about it. The probability of the ancient king and the dragon god envoy, the two inheritances are gathered in one person, is too low. And so far, our alliance has not found any evidence to confirm the existence of Yechen. With Mew's statement, are we really wasting our time? N also changed his face. He remembered one thing. By the way, if Risharam is really captured, why is he willing to see me often? Even test me sometimes. Seems like he will join my team in the future. Could it be the truth that Mew doesn't know Yechen? Mr. Yechen is just a phantom created by the mistake of the gods. At this time, all the trainers are inevitably a little suspicious. If it is true as the gods say, is there an existence like Yechen who has conquered many gods? Why hasn't the entire alliance found any trace of this mysterious person until now? Why doesn't Mew know about the existence of his trainer? Asterisk. Chapter 45, Two Divine Beasts, Head-to-Head Confrontation. Chapter 45, Two Divine Beasts, Head-to-Head Confrontation. Mewtwo fell silent. A little lost for a while. As a psychic mythical beast, it can even feel that Mew didn't lie at all. I really don't know Yechen's existence. Is it really just a bubble and a phantom that conquered the gods that I've been looking for? Is there really something wrong with the list of gods? Then who else can give me a meaning and answer to my existence? Mewtwo was distraught. It was extremely painful that the only person who could possibly give him the answer didn't exist. But the pain didn't last long before Mewtwo got rid of it. No, the list of gods can't go wrong. I have absorbed the law fragments it gave me, and it really improved my perception of the psychic law. The power of the two evolutionary stones/ites really gave me a breakthrough in my ability. It's so mysterious, and it's a divine object transformed by the original will of the universe. How could there be mistakes? Mewtwo screamed frantically in her heart as if she had caught a life-saving straw. But then, it looked at Mew, who was still in a puzzled state, and felt a chill in his heart again. Because of the appearance of his mother's body, he obviously didn't know Yechen's existence at all, let alone being subdued by that mysterious character. No matter how much he believes that the god ranking can't be wrong, it's useless. Could it be that Mew knew about Yechen's existence and was reluctant to say it? Playing with me? Mewtwo guessed so. But it immediately ruled out that possibility. Because Mewtwo only felt friendliness and kindness in Mew, and there was no emotion that was unfavorable to me at all. No matter how you think, the other party will not deliberately deceive yourself. Although Mewtwo seems to float peacefully in the sky, but his heart is completely chaotic. Wait, could that be a problem with Mew's memory? It was actually conquered by Yechen, but he forgot his trainer. An idea popped into the Pokémon's mind. The reason why Mewtwo makes such a guess is simple. Because he met a clone named Xiaoai when he was a child, and the two sides developed a deep friendship. However, Team Rocket's erased Mewtwo's memory in order to control it. It was not until the last time that he used the Y-shaped evolutionary stone/ite to become a megaform, Mewtwo completely restored his memory with the help of the skyrocketing confusion. Mew, could there be a similar situation? Thinking of this, Mewtwo was a little excited. Reason tells it that the probability of such a thing happening is not high. Because a Pokémon like Mew has been wandering freely between heaven and earth, who has the ability to catch it? And who can set the shackles of memory for it? But Mewtwo feels that even if the chance is small, it wants to try it. Mew, can you let me check my memory? Because of that Mr. Yechen's news, it's really important to me. And in your memory, there may be some information about him that has been tampered with. After the telepathy, Mew was stunned for a moment, and then got a little angry. Wonderful! Wonderful! It circled in mid-air. Express their dissatisfaction. I don't know any Yechen. Why do you keep asking this question? Forget it, I'm leaving now. Mew even opened the space rift and seemed ready to leave. It feels like this Pokémon is very similar to itself, which is really weird. Mewtwo sighed. Seeing Mew's gesture, it was obviously impossible for him to probe his memory. It closed its eyes helplessly. In that case, then I'll come by myself. In an instant, a powerful confusion emerges. Mewtwo shone with purple light all over her body, and she was already showing her full strength. I saw it holding it with one hand, and the space crack created by Mew was immediately crushed by it. Wonderful! Seeing this, Mew finally got some rage. Mew, a legendary beast, has experienced countless battles in its long life. No matter how cute you look, you can't be afraid of challenges. At this moment, it feels that although the Pokemon in front of him is very powerful, his brain may be broken. Not to say that his memory has been tampered with. This is too insulting to one's own strength, and it must be taught a lesson. In an instant, two powerful psychic needles collided with Maymang, and they were about to explode. And the group of trainers below is miserable. Under the oppression of the powerful confusion field, they were shivering with fright, and they dared not move. Mewtwo looked at Mew's figure and took the lead. Even if you are my mother, I can only say sorry. He gathered a few purple rays of light on the palm of his hand, and then the strong confusion turned into a real sharp sword and shot out. This is Psy's Strike. Not a psychic move learned from the genes of Mew, the ancestor of all Pokemon. It's the exclusive skills that Mewtwo has learned from the battles that have been tempered. Purple Confusion Blade rushed to Mew at breakneck speed. Even the friction with the air produced a violent sound that was almost a sonic boom. Where the powerful energy swept past, there were even the slightest cracks in the space being pulled out. Boom. On the other hand, Mew's response was not slow either. With its confusion control, the gravel in the arena quickly gathered together and turned into defensive stone walls. In just one face-to-face effort, a dozen layers of defensive barriers were laid. Under the sharp condensation and compression, these rocks are like fine steel. Insurmountable. This is ancient power. Mew's long existence has given him a wealth of combat experience, and he can even turn his original attacking tactics into defense. Boom rumble. The power of Psy's strike collided with the stone wall. In an instant, it was earth-shattering. The aftermath of the huge power even destroyed most of the entire arena. Countless pieces of rock turned into cannonballs and shot in all directions. The original huge building has become riddled with holes. In the end, the result of this round of fights was unsuccessful. Although the mental breakthrough pierced through dozens of walls made by Mew in a row. But in the end it was the end of the fight. The remaining psychic power was easily blocked by Mew using the light screen. Damn! Mewtwo was eager to hear about Ye Chen. Therefore, it is even more impatient after the attack fails. The fierce and violent genes were imported when Team Rockets was created, how can it be resisted at this time? Boom! I saw Mewtwo quickly jump to the sky. Energy is accumulated. This is Psychic. Psychic's big move. The trainers below even stopped breathing. They witnessed an unforgettable scene in their lifetime. The supernatural power visible to the naked eye, like the ocean, gathered from the entire island to the palm of Mewtwo in mid-air. It even turned into a substantial purple swirl. But in the next second, something even more incredible happened. The psychic energy has been shunted. Mew below actually used the same move. Although she is much smaller than Mewtwo in size. But Mew also gathered a lot of confusion in front of him. Momentum and power are on a par with Mewtwo for a while. In an instant, a strange scene appeared on the new island. The vortex of two energies seems to cover the entire sky and the earth. Fall me down. In Mewtwo's eyes, this purple light flourished. All the muscles in the body are twisted, and all the strength has already burst out. And the confusion in front of it is also like a torrent, falling down. Relatively speaking, Mew is much more elegant. With an easy turn, and with a slap of the tail, the energy ball gathered in front of him is also launched. The energy poured out like a waterfall in the sky. On the ground, however, are more condensed sharp arrows, charging forward. Psychic to psychic. The two forces collided unmatched. Buzzing. In an instant, the purple light scattered from the sky. The trainers below stared blankly at this devastating scene. It wasn't until a long time later that a violent explosion sounded slowly. Mutuo and Mu tacitly placed the place where the energy collided high in the sky. Boom. However, if this is the case, the world is still changing color. The violent aftermath of the energy even nearly tore the entire island apart. Is this going to be a draw? Lance watched the scene in awe. However, the next second, upheaval occurred. I saw Mutuo's psychic in the sky, suddenly shining brightly and multiplying its power. With just a face-to-face effort, all Mu's confusion was defeated with a devastating power. Even the power of the aftermath did not diminish, and it directly hit the first-level divine beast Mu. Doom. Mu's figure seemed insignificant in the torrent of psychic, but after holding on for a moment, he was suppressed by a huge force. The body slammed to the ground. And where it fell, a huge crater with a depth of tens of meters was formed in the collision and explosion. Buzzing. At this time, Mutuo, which had evolved into a Y shape, slowly fell to the ground. It immediately pulled out of the Mega Evolution stance, panting slightly, obviously consuming a lot. In the superpower confrontation just now, Mutuo used Evolutionary Stone/Ite Evolution in a pinch, and briefly reached the limit of a first-level god, so it was able to defeat Mu. But Mutuo wasn't in the mood to celebrate his victory at this point. It just floated silently to Mu's side, grabbed it with confusion, and then covered Mu's forehead with its palm. Let me see what's going on with your memory. After speaking, the powerful confusion was once again inspired by Mutuo. Asterisk. Chapter 46, Mu remembered by imprison. Chapter 46, Mu remembered by imprison. Wonderful. Mutuo pushed his confusion deep into Mu's mind. Want to forcibly check the other party's memory. The process was obviously not particularly comfortable, and Mu struggled constantly. But it had failed in the fight before, and it was powerless to stop Mutuo from doing anything. And Mutuo was also quite nervous at this time. Exploring memory is not an easy thing to do. If it wasn't for Mutuo's experience in restoring memory for herself, she wouldn't be able to do this at all. Does the ruler of the gods, Yechen, exist? Mutuo pushes confusion. Mu's memory fragments quickly flashed through his mind. Mu is quite happy. I really envy it. Mutuo sighed. Most of Mu's memories are of his carefree play around the world. Magnificent scenery on the world tree. The joy of many mythical beasts roaming the sky in ancient times. Everything was fine, except that there was no trace of Yechen. Wait, this is... Mutuo probed confusion into the depths of Mu's mind, and suddenly found a memory that seemed to be held by imprisoned by an extremely powerful force. Is there really a memory of being imprisoned? Obviously this result is what it wants to see most. But at this time Mutuo was a little scared. To know. Even with its strength, at most it is to suppress Mu and explore memory. But if it is imprison's memory, the difficulty will increase exponentially. That difficulty. Even if it uses Evolutionary Stone/Ite to reach the limit of a first-level god, it is far from being able to do it. What kind of terrifying existence is it that made such a powerful imprison? Mutuo was extremely uneasy at this time. Horror even. Because the terrifying existence that can do this kind of thing is far from what it can compete with now. But after hesitating for a while, Mutuo resolutely pointed confusion towards imprison. I can't handle that much anymore. Most of the gods are right, Yechen is Mu's trainer, I have to check this memory. It is extremely firm. At this time, looking for Yechen has become Mutuo's biggest obsession. Thinking of this, after it entered confusion, Mutuo sensed that this was an extremely old and complex imprison. It contains a very powerful force. No matter how much you enter the confusion crack, you can't shake the imprison. Damn. Mutuo had no choice but to drive the Y-shaped Evolutionary Stone/Ite to the Mega Evolution form again. This time the confusion it entered finally responded. Perhaps because of the age, even the imprison set up by a powerful existence was slightly loose at this time. At this time, Mutuo has reached the limit of a first-level god, and with all his strength, he has just reached the threshold for imprison to tear a crack. If you unlock imprison, you will have a chance to know about Mr. Yechen. Seeing this, Mutuo was also extremely excited, desperately pumping out the amount of psychic in her body. Even in the eyes of external trainers, the vicinity of Mutuo is already flying sand and rocks. The mighty power, even though 90% of it was poured into the imprison in Mu's mind, but the slightest leak was enough to cause the sky to change and the earth to shake. And in Mu's mind world, imprison finally tore a crack under Mutuo's full strength. Open it for me. Mutuo suddenly instills confusion. Finally, it dived into the imprison with a little heart. Saw Mu's memory content. However, the next second Mutuo froze. Because the first thing that catches his eye is a pair of eyes. Those are a pair of eyes that are as bright as stars. If you specifically describe the appearance of these eyes, it is nothing more than normal white pupils and dark pupils. But Mutuo felt that there was a galaxy faintly flowing in the eye socket. The whole universe is collapsing and dying. It seems to contain endless mysteries. The eyes just looked at Mutuo indifferently. However, this first-level divine beast seemed to be sluggish. Don't even dare to move. Mutuo feels like all the psychic energy in her body has turned away in an instant. Bow down to the eyes in imprison. Even betrayed the existence of Mutuo itself. Facing the eyes that covered the universe, Mutuo felt as small and powerless as dust. What is this existence? At this time, the trainers in the champion arena panic. Because they seem to have seen a very bad scene. Mu was grabbed by Mutuo, behind his forehead. After a while, he suddenly woke up and turned around. But it is different from the previous kind of quirky, lively, and lovely image. At this time, Mu's whole body was full of black energy that seemed to be constricted. Even, the gentle energy fluctuations in this Pokémon's body have become extremely violent, and it seems to choose someone to eat. Mu's crazy voice of the soul, conducted everywhere. The trainers present couldn't understand what it meant at all. I just sensed a few words. Yechen. Yechen, they hurt you. I will destroy them for you. Destroy everything. Boom. As this voice fell, Mu, who was previously suppressed by Mutuo, instantly burst out with extremely terrifying power. This force even repelled Mutuo, who was still in the form of Mega Evolution, from a distance. And that's just the beginning. I saw that Mu had a strong black breath all over his body. The eyes are red, and the surrounding confusion is also full of violent blood. It moved a finger. This is Mu's most special ability. It awakened the genes deposited in the body, and used skills that should not have been used. A crystallized crystal forms in front of Mu. Then a network of extremely bright rays of light shone on the prism. Like a supernova explosion. Under the brilliance, everything seems dim. The trainers present just glanced at it, and they all covered their eyes and began to wailing. At this time, even the temperature in the entire arena has risen to an incredible level. The air looks distorted in the heat. And that's just a precursor to a Mu attack. It's you hurt Yechen, you must be destroyed. In the next second, the energy beam on the prism blasted towards Mutuo. In an instant, the intense light even shone on the island and even the surrounding waters for hundreds of miles. There is only that annihilating beam of light left between heaven and earth. During the flight, the aftermath cut the entire arena in half. This is a prism laser. Except for exclusive Z moves. The most powerful psychic trick known. Asterisk. Chapter 47, Runaway Mu, The Disaster of the World. Chapter 47, Runaway Mu, The Disaster of the World. Boom. The beam of instant destruction seemed to run through the entire world. The new island was directly divided into two, and the part close to the beam was completely melted under the extremely high temperature, turned into gurgling lava. What power! For a time, top powerhouses like Lance were all scared silly. He even felt that Mutuo had fallen under this move. However, when the light of destruction gradually dissipated, Mutuo just floated in the air a little tired, and his body was intact. At this point, this Pokemon is already using Evolutionary Stone/Itex, transformed into a new form. The purple pattern on Mutuo's body expanded and transformed into a carapace-like structure, and the knuckles of the palm and the muscles of the legs also increased a lot. Obviously, its close combat ability has been greatly increased. This is the Mutuo X form. Has extra fighting attributes. It is also with the help of the extra fighting attributes after Mega Evolution, Mutuo used the two invincible skills of Protection and Cut. Only then did he block the prism laser that Mew shook his finger to urge. However, the explosion and impact still caused Mutuo to be bounced far away. So much so that Mew has recovered from the side effects of prism laser. This phantom Pokemon, after using a big move. Crazy, no less. Mew kept shouting loudly. Destruction, destruction. In an instant, it stimulated the surging of confusion again. Psychic. Compared to the previous attack, Mew's strength in the rampant state is stronger. Clap la la. Under this terrible attack, not only was the entire new island affected, but even the waves in the surrounding waters were surging in a strange, vortex-like state. In between is an almost endless torrent of energy, rushing towards Mew. The location of Mutuo is not far from the center of this whirlpool. It is also very dignified in its heart. After the rage, Mew's power has increased to an unbelievable level. However, the only response Mutuo can make is to face it. It folds its hands together, accumulating energy. This is a fighting style move, infuriating bullets. As powerful as psychic. Buzzing. The ball of light shining pure white slowly condenses. Afterwards, Mutuo faced Mew's surging confusion and made a head-on impact. The strength of the two divine beasts at this time has already reached the limit of a first-level god, and now they are colliding with all their strength. Boom. Psychic vs infuriating bombs. When the moves collide, two energies violently produce a giant explosion. At this time, it was already night, but under the full collision of the two Pokemon, the radiance of the energy was like day. Then, with the new island as the center, the violent energy aftermath blew the entire island into pieces. Those unfortunate trainers, if it weren't for Lance's desperate protection with the Dragonite of the third-level mythical beast, it is estimated that the entire army would be wiped out. What's even more outrageous is that the hundreds of miles of sea around the new island as the core have been evaporated by the huge light and heat. Overseas, a sun rises. The violent energy radiation that followed made the entire Kanto people and Pokemon feel serious discomfort in the turbulent flow of energy. For those with poorer physique, the trainer even squatted down, nausea and retching. Countless buildings quickly decayed and collapsed under the impact. All communication facilities in the Kanto region were paralyzed at the same time. Countless running vehicles cease fire in an instant. For a time, the whole world is like the end of the world. However, this is only what happens in the first instant of collision. Immediately afterwards, the violent explosions produced by Psychic and the infuriating bomb tackle were long overdue. Boom. The violent noise can even be faintly heard in Johto region and Hone region. And after this collision ended, everyone in the Kanto region could faintly hear the collision of two powerful spiritual energies, Mew and Mutuo. You, hurt Ye-chan. To die. Mew's madness intensifies. Mew, wake up, no one hurts Ye-chan here. Mutuo gritted her teeth to persuade, hoping that Mew could calm down. But it didn't work. Mew is just a trick to continue to gather, and Mewtwo has no choice but to fight back in a hurry. Obviously, the two Pokémons are far from winning and losing, and the turmoil and chaos just now is about to repeat itself. For a time, people all over the world turned their attention to this great battle. Is this the power of a first-level divine beast? It's terrifying. Our human homeland is like a toy in front of them. It will fall down when pushed. My God, how long will Mewtwo and Mew fight? If they do this for a few more rounds, the Kanto region will definitely be destroyed. More than the Kanto region? All regions will suffer heavy losses. The scope of the aftermath of the battle is still expanding. The most important thing now is to stop them from fighting, otherwise the Kanto region and the whole world will be greatly affected. Stop? How to stop? This is a battle between two first-level gods. The only hope now is Mr. Ye-chan, only he has the strength to stop it. Yes, and Mr. Ye-chan. As long as he is willing to take action, this disaster can be eliminated. Mr. Ye-chan, please stop this disaster. Mr. Ye-chan. Seeing the apocalyptic vision of Mewtwo and Mew fighting, everyone was terrified. If the two mythical beasts are allowed to continue to fight, the entire region and even the world will fall into a huge disaster. And they will also be turned into powder in the aftermath of the battle. Now their only hope. It is to pray for the appearance of Ye-chan, the legendary trainer who has conquered many divine beasts. Because only he has the strength to stop this terrifying disaster. Ye-chan, will he show up? There are countless prayers on the ground, and Mewtwo has noticed. The Pokémon was breathing heavily at this time, trying to maintain the X shape, and his heart moved slightly. It's all because of me, but I can't quell Mew's anger. I'm afraid now, only he can stop all this. Mewtwo looked at the hugely affected Kanto region and felt extremely guilty. It consumes a lot of confusion in order to break the imprison. The combat power has been weakened a lot. And after Mew's madness, his ability has increased dramatically. After several fights, Mewtwo felt that the energy in his body was about to be exhausted, and he might not be able to suppress this crazy Mew at any time. And once there is no obstruction of your own, Mew will do something. Mewtwo can't even imagine it. So now, he can only pray in his heart that Ye-chan will appear. If not, Mew, who loses his mind, will bring great disaster to the world. Rumbling. However, the prayers of the crowd had no effect. In the sky, still shining with the violent aftermath of Mewtwo and Mew's fight, countless buildings collapsed. Life is gone. The entire Kanto region was crying. Where is Ye-chan's trace? Even Mew's offensive intensified. Massive psychic energy, which cannot be stopped by Mewtwo, blooms everywhere in the Kanto region. Cause more terrifying killings. The vision of extinction is in front of you. Finally people are desperate. Why doesn't Mr. Ye-chan show up? Does he really want to sit back and ignore it? No. I don't want to die, please, who can stop Mew? Why is that? Isn't Mew a peace-loving Pokémon? Why is it destroying the world? It's over. It's over. Seeing the insane Mew attack more violently, all fell into despair. The only hope in their hearts has not yet appeared. Without him, who can stop the crazy Mew? Who else? Can you save the dying Kanto region? Am I going to stop here too? At this time, not only the ordinary trainer, but also Mewtwo was in a desperate situation. I saw that it was out of breath, and it was extremely tired on its face. With a flash of brilliance, it returned to its normal form. Now, Mewtwo has also reached its limit and can no longer support Mega Evolution. I didn't expect that my combat weapon created by Mew's genes would eventually die in its hands in order to prevent Mew from destroying the world. Maybe, this is my destiny. Watch Mew's powerful attack condensed again, Hyper Beam. Mewtwo, who has always been arrogant, also closed her eyes in despair. It knows that under this blow, it will die without much strength to resist. In the face of the threat of death, Mutuo seemed a little free and easy. I start with it and end with it, and try not to be a good destination. Roar. However, just when everyone fell into despair, a loud dragon roar resounded between heaven and earth. Immediately after, a colorful glow broke through the darkness above Kanto, which was shrouded in overcast clouds. Seeing the huge figure that appeared in the glow, all the people in Kanto region showed the hope of crying with joy. Then, that is. P.S. It will be on the shelves at 12 o'clock tonight. I beg you all to support a wave of first orders. Asterisk. Chapter 48, Colorful Rayquaza appeared, Yechen shot. Kneeling and begging for the first order. Chapter 48, Yechen's Colorful Rayquaza, come. That's. Watching the figure appear. Countless people in the Kanto region and even the whole world were stunned for a moment, and then fell into ecstasy. Soon someone shouted excitedly. I recognize this Pokemon, it's number 1 on the Dragon God list. Mr. Yechen only approves the colorful Rayquaza of the Creation God level. Ha 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 ha. We are saved. Don't wait to die. Sure enough, Mr. Yechen took action. He heard our prayers and is coming to end the battle between Mew and Mutuo. Great, I knew Mr. Yechen wouldn't stand idly by. With Mr. Yechen, the quasi-created god of colorful Rayquaza, this disaster is finally over. At this time, countless people cried with joy. The quasi-created god-level Rayquaza appears. Undoubtedly, it was the mysterious powerhouse who took action in order to protect the peace of Kanto. And with the quasi-created god-level combat power, it is enough to easily stop the battle between Mew and Mutuo. They and the entire Kanto region can avoid being destroyed. Therefore, people in Kanto region and even many other regions are full of gratitude to Yechen, the mysterious powerhouse. Even the top elite champions were relieved at this time. Mr. Yechen didn't abandon this world. He really made a move. He is indeed the one chosen by many mythical beasts. Lance and N are extremely excited to hide by Dragonite's side. This mysterious powerhouse, he is indeed the hero of the whole world. Lorelei, Agatha, Bruno, the 3 elites, and Professor Oak with them, are also very excited. Their homeland, the Kanto region, is only a short distance away from destruction. Fortunately, the legendary Yechen shot. And with his strength, once he makes a move, he can easily resolve this disaster. This is the power of the strongest person in the world. Roar. At a time when countless people are extremely excited. Above the sky, a fierce dragon breath came. Just for a moment. Mew's hyper beam, which was enough to tear apart the space, was directly scattered. In the void of the atmosphere, a slender dragon with golden light shining on its scales flew out slowly. It is Yechen's quasi-creation god-level colorful Rayquaza who has topped the Dragon God list. Buzzing. Also after dispersing the hyper beam condensed by Rampage Mew. Colorful Rayquaza attracts colorful rays of light, spreading to the surrounding and even the entire Kanto region. BDBB. Where the sun shines. The pieces of space torn apart by the aftermath of the Mutuo-Mew battle healed. Countless water vapors also condensed the clouds in the sky again. Accompanied by the colorful halo, the surrounding oceans and islands, everything was quickly repaired. The scene that was originally like the end of the sky in the sky turned into a peaceful scene in an instant. Many wild Pokemon who were seriously injured by the battle also regained their vitality and gained new life in the light. Done with this. The colorful Rayquaza hovered over Mew, looking at the latter with a humanized nostalgia in his eyes. Xiao Meng, I didn't expect. It was you who broke the master imprison first. But it's not a good memory for you. Destruction. It's you who hurt Yechen, it's you. However, For Rayquaza's words, Mew, who has been completely run away, did not return to his senses. At this point, it just wants to destroy everything it sees. Mew howled sharply. In an instant, a huge amount of psychic power gathers around this petite Pokémon. The next second, Mew hit Rayquaza like a meteor. This is the psychic moves and headbutt. Buzzing. The air waves caused by this huge energy even shattered the surrounding space. Roar. But in the face of such a powerful attack, the quasi-created god-level Rayquaza just let out a roar. In an instant, a terrifying sound wave swept out, directly knocking the incoming Mew into the air. It is clear. The strength of the two is not at the same level at all. However, Mew, who has lost his mind, doesn't care about that. I saw that after its attack was blocked, it once again gathered the strength of the whole body to launch a powerful attack. Whoa! Whoa! Suddenly, the ocean boils. On the sea level where some dry wine had been evaporated, a violent bubble suddenly appeared. Then the flames shot up from the sky. This is the eruption of lava, the ultimate move of the fire element. Boom! Under the influence of Mew's power, all the volcanoes on the seabed erupted, and endless flames rushed to Rayquaza. This scene is extremely strange, as if the sky is burning. However, Rayquaza didn't care about that. Just opened his mouth and made an absorb gesture. Facing the flame head-on, without dodging or evading, all the violent energy was inhaled into one's body. Mew's massive trick, the end result is nothing but a hiccups for Rayquaza. The battle that followed was completely one-sided. No matter what moves Mew makes, they are easily resolved by Rayquaza. Even the aftermath of the battle was eliminated by it in the process. After a few rounds of confrontation, Mew's stamina was exhausted even under the frenzy. And Rayquaza saw Mew's state and thought it was time. Therefore, the power suddenly gathered, and a beam of energy was ejected from the mouth. It is Dragon Pulse. This is not a particularly tyrannical dragon-type skill, but under the display of the quasi-creation god-level Rayquaza, it has shown a devastating power. I saw in the sky, the majestic dragon energy oscillated and spread, like a sky-penetrating beam of light bombarded towards Mew. The latter instinctively wanted to use his mental strength to fight. But when the power of psychic is surging in the sky, it can't gather at all. The red light in Mew's eyes shone to the extreme, obviously squeezing his own strength and potential with all his strength. But it still doesn't work. It was completely crushed. There is no fighting back. Boom! The torrent of energy created by the Dragon Pulse hit Mew directly. Just one hit. This super Pokémon, which temporarily reached the limit of the first-level Divine Beast, was instantly defeated. When the effect of Dragon Pulse ends, Mew has fallen into a coma and sat on the ocean. Seeing this, Rayquaza directly controlled the airflow to hold up the dazed Mew. Have a good rest, little dream, when you wake up, everything will be fine. Rayquaza looked at the unconscious Mew with some doting, and then looked at Mewtwo not far away. Mewtwo. I didn't expect that, as Yechen said, an existence like you would be born in the world. If what he said is right, maybe this time, the ending will be different. Rayquaza glanced at Mewtwo with a complicated look, and then flew to the clouds with Mew. Also, when Rayquaza left, the whole Kanto and the entire world of Pokémon were shrouded in the joy of the rest of his life. Chapter 49, What? Yechen is injured? Chapter 49, What? Yechen is injured? At this time, countless people in the entire Pokémon world looked sluggish. The mood could not be calm for a long time. We, really saved. It's over. The disaster in the Kanto region has been lifted. My injuries were also healed by the rays of the Rayquaza. I really survived. Rayquaza's strength is far beyond Mew and Mewtwo. Quasi-creation god level and first level divine beast are not the same realm at all. Too strong. Mew has the power to destroy the Kanto region, but is vulnerable to Rayquaza. Colorful Rayquaza, worthy of being one of the strongest Pokémon exposed by Mr. Yechen. This kind of quasi-creation god-level combat power, Mr. Ye's subordinates have been exposed by the gods list. Then, is there some more? Not exposed. Mr. Yechen's strength and background are simply unfathomable. Mr. Yechen, thank you for your kindness and greatness in sending such a powerful Pokémon to save us. It's a pity, I didn't get to see Mr. Yechen, a peerless character, appear in person. Countless people cried with joy in hindsight. Some are excited to feel that they have finally escaped this fatal disaster. Some, shocked by the powerful strength of Rayquaza, even the violent Mew can't resist it for a moment. And more people. They are cheering Yechen's name. Express your gratitude. They know. Without Yechen, the mysterious powerhouse sent his own Pokémon to eliminate the disaster. They, and the entire Kanto region, must be destroyed. And Yechen, who eliminated the battle, is undoubtedly a hero worthy of their admiration and praise. At the same time, Mewtwo, exhausted after the war, was in deep thought as the world cheered. Is what Rayquaza said really true? Mr. Yechen, a human, can actually predict my birth. How can this be? Mewtwo was shocked when she thought of what Rayquaza had just said. To know. For things like future sight, the higher the level of power involved, the greater the accuracy and difficulty. And Yechen, a human, could actually predict his own birth accurately. Does that mean that his power is even far beyond that of a first-level god? How can a human being possess such a powerful force? Thinking like this, Mewtwo's impression of this mysterious powerhouse was heightened again. He originally thought that Yechen was just an extremely powerful and special trainer who could subdue many divine beasts, but he was still an ordinary human being. But now it seems not so simple. The power possessed by this human being may be more terrifying than that of divine beasts? Thinking of this, Rauyi Mewtwo's character couldn't help but shudder. It never thought that such a human would exist in the world. While shocked, Mewtwo felt a little joy in her heart. Since he knew there would be a Pokémon created by technology like me, he didn't stop Team Rockets. So does that mean that he thinks my existence is meaningful? Thinking of this, Mewtwo felt that her whole body was cheering. My own existence is recognized by people like Yechen. Sure enough, my idea of looking for this mysterious powerhouse is correct. He will definitely give me the answer I want. Mewtwo showed a look of great anticipation. Then, just as Mewtwo wanted to make a move, a sharp pain came from her body. It shook its shoulders helplessly and released heal pulse towards the wound, but the effect was mediocre. The residue of Mew's power makes it impossible to heal the body in a short period of time. Forget it, the injury on my body is still too serious now, let's rest for a while. The power of the runaway Mew is really not to be underestimated. Mewtwo forcibly resisted the urge to find Yechen immediately. It knew that Team Rockets must be hunting themselves frantically. If they are caught at this time, it is very likely that they will fall into a situation of being completely controlled and irreversible. Half a day after the fighting subsided. Indigo Plateau, Kanto Union Headquarters, Meeting Room. At this time, all the gym leader elite and champion lands gathered together. And on the huge screen above the conference room, the avatars of the top powerhouses and high-level executives from each region are lit up. Apparently, it's another Pokémon League plenary meeting. Mr. Lance, what happened on this trip to New Island? Why are Mewtwo and Mew fighting? Sinnoh champion Cynthia's avatar is the first to light up. Lance didn't mean to hide it either. I introduced everything I saw and heard on the new island in detail. And when they heard the cause and effect of the incident, everyone present was not calm. What? Mew's memory was taken by imprison. As soon as Lance finished speaking, there was an uproar in the conference room. The new champion of Unova region, Katla said in disbelief. Mu is the strength of a first-level god. What kind of strength can imprison remember? Doesn't that mean the existence of the memory of imprison, a phantom beast? Is it several times stronger than Mu? Then, Sinnoh champion Cynthia seemed to have thought of something and asked. According to Mu's meaning, its fury is purely because someone once hurt Mr. Yechen. But Mr. Yechen is a hero recognized by many legendary Pokemon. Who in this world can hurt him? 4 flowers. After Cynthia finished speaking, Hone champion Wallace also looked puzzled. With what Mr. Yechen has shown now, there are many first-level gods and 2 quasi-creation god-level mega Pokemon, and there may be more in the future. This kind of unimaginable existence, this world still has the ability to hurt him? I don't believe it. I don't quite believe it either. Not to mention, I believe everyone has seen the strength of the colorful Rayquaza, right? Even the Berserk Mew was easily defeated. It is not too difficult for a Pokemon of this realm to destroy the world. Who else in this world can hurt its trainer? Not just Cynthia and Wallace. Elite champions from other regions were also extremely skeptical of this news, and expressed their opinions one by one. They also didn't believe that anyone in this world could hurt Yechen. Lance, did you hear me wrong? Beside Lance, Professor Oak also looked at him suspiciously. 0. Obviously, he also had doubts about someone or something that could harm Yechen. I must have heard it right. That's exactly what Mew said, and I hear it clearly below. As for who it is, I don't know. In the face of everyone's doubts, Lance looked affirmative. Although he couldn't figure out who could harm Yechen, who had so many divine beasts, in fact, there was such an existence. At least, that's what Mew said. Could it be? Is there really an unknown and powerful existence that rivals Yechen in this world? So who is he? What is the reason for being hostile to Yechen? Seeing Lance's sworn appearance, everyone fell into silent thinking. Forget it, it's useless for us to think too much here. Whether it's the existence of imprisoned Mew's memory, or the guy who may have hurt Mr. Yechen. With the strength of our alliance, I'm afraid we won't be able to provoke it. The only thing to do now is to find Mr. Yechen. Then everything will be revealed. When everyone was silent, Alliance President Damalankai broke the silence. Hearing his words, the elite champions in each region also nodded in agreement. Yes, they have no way to answer the many mysteries now. They didn't even understand the specific information of Yechen. Therefore, the most urgent task is to find Yechen. If that's the case, then this meeting is over. After the top figures of these major regions reached a consensus. Soon, the meeting came to an end. The entire world of Pokemon, on the surface, has temporarily calmed down after the end of the Kanto disaster. But secretly, the craze about Yechen's trail is getting more and more exaggerated. Chapter 50, Ends Conjecture, Fiddling with the Terrifying Existence of the Gods. Chapter 50, Ends Conjecture, Fiddling with the Terrifying Existence of the Gods. It's been a week since Mewtwo and Mew's epic battle. The order of the entire Pokemon world is also gradually restored. However, the Alliance is much more busy. Mew's memory is suspected to have been hurt by imprison Yechen, a strong man. Too many mysteries must be found by Yechen to be solved. Kanto region, Professor Oak led the team to the ruins near Red Lotus Island. Legend has it that the super ancient Dragonite appeared there. And this Pokemon is the third-level Dragon-type divine beast under Yechen. Looking here, maybe you can find some traces left by the mysterious powerhouse in the ruins. Hone region, Stephen leads the elite of Devon Corporation to the water capital. I want to find Yechen indirectly by looking for Latias and Latios. Johto region, Lance once again went to the ruins of Aruv alone with 603 to explore ancient legends. Kalos region. Sinnoh region. The major regions have all done their best to send the most elite personnel to conduct search and exploration just to find out the mysterious powerhouse Yechen, even if it is a piece of information. At this time, the Unova region. Dragon Spiral Tower. With a solemn expression, Anne slowly pushed open the door at the top of the tower. He was previously on New Island, after witnessing the epic battle between Mew and Mewtwo. Naturally, he also learned that the phantom Pokemon was remembered by Imprison's message. And after the disaster, I immediately thought of Reshiram's situation, quite similar to Mew. This divine beast that represents the truth does not look like a trainer at all when it communicates with itself and gives tests. So he hurried back to Unova and came to the Dragon Spiral Tower. The content recorded on the list of gods should not be wrong. Lexiram did follow Mr. Yechen. Then, could it be that the Dragon of Truth is in the same situation as Mew, and the memory has been captured by Imprison? Anne was thinking in his heart at this time. With both hands, the door was completely pushed open. What appeared in front of him was a pure white ruin. As a whole, it looks like a temple-like structure, and the surrounding walls are covered with dense and strange characters, which is extremely extraordinary. And the center of the ruins. On a huge white stone, a strange dragon was watching Anne with gentle eyes. This Pokemon is Reshiram, the Dragon of Truth. Reshiram didn't seem surprised to see Anne. It was as if he knew he was coming. Anne, do you have any doubts to ask me? A gentle voice sounded in Anne's heart. And he nodded and asked. Lexiram, do you have any impression of the name Yechen? Anne looked nervously at Lexiram's expression, waiting for the answer. The Dragon of Truth was stunned. Then he made a thoughtful gesture and spoke slowly. In my memory, there is no such person as Yechen. I don't have any impression of him. Lexiram's tone was full of affirmation. He didn't know about this so-called Yechen. Is that so? I see. Anne nodded lightly on the surface. As if the question was asked at random. But his heart has been overturned. The Pokemon list clearly confirms that Lexiram is Yechen's Pokemon. But it has no impression on Yechen. This situation is exactly the same as when Mew denied Yechen's existence at first. It was also remembered by Imprison. If the previous N is said, the accuracy of the god list will be questioned. On the new island, I witnessed Mew violently recovering memory, shouting Yechen's name, and a series of events after the colorful Rayquaza appeared to resolve the disaster. Anne has determined that this divine object formed by the original will of the universe can never go wrong. So he has also been determined. The Dragon of Truth, Ram, whom he believed in, was also remembered by Imprison. Ever what the hell happened? Why is Mr. Yechen's Pokemon remembered by Imprison? What kind of terrifying existence can do such a thing? Thinking of this, Anne's heart was shocked to the extreme. A first-level god peak, a first-level god high-level peak divine beast, will be remembered by Imprison at the same time. To be able to do such a thing, how strong is the strength? So strong. Why are you manipulating Mew and Reshiram's memories again? What happened in between? A series of doubts appeared in Anne's heart. He couldn't figure out what kind of earth-shattering accident happened in the middle of it, so that the memories of two first-level gods or even more divine beasts could be captured by Imprison. At the same time he was shocked. What kind of amazing existence can do such a thing? To know. Imprison and tampering with the memory of the beasts are even more difficult than killing them directly. That requires power far beyond them to do so. Besides, he had a more terrifying conjecture in his mind. That is, not only Mew and Lexiram have this situation, but also Yechen's other mythical beasts. Because of that unknown monstrous existence, it is impossible to only attack these two divine beasts. The reason is simple. Take Reshiram, for example. If you want to remember Imprison Reshiram, you must also change and block the memories of Qrem and Zekrom, which are closely related to him. Otherwise, the three dragons of the Tao will realize that there is something wrong with their memory by virtue of their once a one connection. And thinking about it, my heart shudders even more. That unknown existence, I don't know how many hands and feet it has moved to how many divine beasts, but no one has ever known it. What a horrible thing this is. N, why do you have such a relationship with this Ye Chen? Is there something special about him? When N was thinking this way, Lexi Ram looked at him with some doubts. When this human being recognized by him heard his answer again, he had a worried look on his face, which was not like his usual demeanor. No, it's fine Lexi Ram, that Ye Chen is a very strong trainer, I'm just curious about him. Hearing Reshi Ram's words, N smiled reluctantly, hiding his inner thoughts. He didn't dare to mention Ye Chen's matter too much in front of Lexi Ram, because he was afraid that Mu's matter would happen again. 2.1. Since you said you don't know each other, then forget it. I'll do something with the plasma first. N pretended to be indifferent, and left the dragon spiral tower after speaking. But he had already made up his mind that he must find the trace of Mr. Ye Chen as soon as possible to understand the situation. This time, it's not just for his own ideals, so that Pokemon and humans can coexist. More importantly, N hopes to use the power of this mysterious powerhouse to unlock the shackles of Ram's memory. Although from what I saw in the trip to the new island, the powerful psychic mythical beast is likely to be able to break through the imprison. But it can also have unpredictable consequences. Therefore, we can only pin our hopes on Ye Chen. P.S. I encountered some things when I put it on the shelves, and the follow-up plot was a bit confusing. I sorted out the follow-up plot yesterday and resumed the normal update from today. Thank you for your great support.